So welcome to the September 19th, 2023 meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee of the California Fish and Game Commission. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, they'll receive instructions on how to indicate they'd like to speak. We're going to take comments from people who are here in the room first on each item, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom. So for those of you who are on Zoom, please make sure to keep your microphone on mute unless you've been called on to speak. And I just want to say that in this committee, together with the best available science, indigenous and traditional knowledge, we're carrying out the Commission's mission to hold and enhance fish and wildlife and their habitats in the public trust. Our mission, I like to remind myself, on the California Fish and Game Commission, in partnership with the department, begins with providing leadership for transparent and open dialogue where information, ideas, and facts are easily available, understood, and discussed. And that's the central purpose of our committees, including this Wildlife Resources Committee. So I want to invite participants to engage in that exchange so we can move forward actions to ensure California's abundant, healthy, and diverse fish, wildlife, and ecosystems. I'm going to turn it over to Ari for technical notes.
Okay. So first I want to say, first of all, I'll just thank everybody for coming. There's lots of folks in the room, which is great. Just as a logistical thing, the microphones that we're speaking are right here in the center of the table, just so you know where you're speaking to. They're pretty good microphones. They are fairly strong, but especially if you're towards the end of the table, it would be really good to speak up just to make sure that the mics can pick you up and that we can hear everything that you're saying, because we want, not only do we want to hear it, but everybody on Zoom wants to hear it, and we want to make sure that we get it recorded so that we have a record of it. So make sure you use your outside voice and speak up so that the microphones can pick you up. If you're participating on the Zoom webinar and you're calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that linkage happened automatically. If you're joining by phone only and you wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, you can contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Once again, that's the preferred way. It's F for fish, fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Or you can call 916-902-9286 if you need to. Okay, so some introductions. Some folks here in the room. Obviously, Committee Chair Zavaleta is running the meeting. We have Melissa Miller-Henson, the Executive Director of the Commission. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. We have Cynthia McKeith, the Analyst for the Commission. And on Zoom, we have David Howe, who's helping us out with presentations and other technical stuff. On Zoom from the department, we have Chad Dibble, Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division. We have Nathaniel Arnold, and who is Acting Deputy Director and Chief of the Law Enforcement Division. And I believe we also have Captain Robert Pelsman from the Legislation and Regulations of the Law Enforcement Division. We have Scott Gardner, Branch Chief for the Wildlife Branch, and Jay Rowan, Branch Chief for the Fisheries Branch. For the rest of the department personnel, I will introduce them as they come up. So that is all for introductions.
Wonderful. Welcome everyone, and thanks everyone who's joining us today from the department as well as from the public and who are here in person in particular. We really appreciate when folks come out and join us and make the effort to be here in person. So the first agenda item is to approve the agenda and the order of items. We're just going to make a couple of changes, just really minor changes. First is we want to combine items 4B and 4C and just have those 2 presentations together and take comments on those together. That's Central Valley Sport Fishing and Klamath River Basin Sport Fishing. So that way folks can comment on those 2 jointly. And then 7A and 7B, upland resident game bird hunting and mammal hunting. We'll combine to take comment on both together after the presentation on mammal hunting, which is the only one we have on either of those 2 items today.
Okay. And I'll remind everybody when we get to those items.
So, moving right along. The second item on the agenda is wild pig validations to discuss and potentially make recommendations for future rulemaking regarding the designation and hunting of wild pigs, stemming from statutory changes that were made through Senate Bill 856, Chapter 469 Statutes of 2022. And I'm going to turn it back over to Ari to make some technical comments about how to participate and to introduce our presenter from the department today.
Okay. First of all, just some technicalities so that everybody knows how to do everything. If you'd like to make a comment and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your audio has been unmuted, you may need to click yes when prompted to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to speak. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you'll take yourself out of the queue, so please don't do that unless that's what you intend. Cynthia will manage the queue of speakers and she'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or pressing *6 on your phone. And for those on Zoom, you will have the option to use your camera, but it's optional. You can choose to use it or not. It's up to you. So with that, I'll get started on the item. This is wild pig validations. Recent legislation has reclassified and changed some of the hunting laws with respect to wild pigs. These changes will require some regulatory amendments to harmonize them with the new statute. Last meeting, the department provided an overview of the legislation, and now we'll hear a presentation on the changes that will be proposed by the department. We'll hear that from Dan Scalos of the Wildlife Branch. So just give us a moment to get the presentation up, and we'll be set. Do we have you, Dan? Are you there?
Sure do. Can you hear me all right?
All right. Looks like it's up, so you're good to go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Scalis. I am the Upland Unit Supervisor for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in headquarters. And today, if you're coming into this new, I guess, we've given a couple of presentations on this. The catalyst for this rulemaking has been Senate Bill 856, wild pig validations. It was signed into law last year. We've covered the changes to statute in previous presentations provided by the legislature, and working within those changes, we're proposing some changes to Title 14 for wild pigs. Next slide. This bill was sponsored by Senator Dodd out of Napa. It was signed just about a year ago on the 22nd of September of 2022. And the intent was to provide the department and the public more tools to manage wild pigs. Next slide. So this slide acts as a table of contents for the rest of this presentation. What we're going to do here is we're going to remove wild pigs from big game section 350 of Title 14. We're going to establish it under a new classification, which will make a little bit more sense in a second. We're going to establish some general provisions that allow us to take them. And to do that, it's going to require a couple of new sections. And then we have a couple of additional changes to Title 14 for cleanup. Next slide. So like I just mentioned, we're going to remove wild pigs from big game, Title 14, Section 350. And why are we going to do that? Well, the legislature removed wild pigs from game mammals, Fish and Game Code Section 3950, and they established them under a new classification of exotic game mammals in Fish and Game Code 3965, for which wild pigs right now are the only species listed. And so to sort of follow suit here, the department proposes to remove pigs from big game, section 350, and of course related sections as well, 352 shooting hours for big game, 353 methods authorized for taking big game. And we're not going to get rid of 368 wild pigs, but we're going to renumber it. And that's going to make sense here in a second. And so while we remove these provisions, we're going to add them back here. Next slide. And so to do that, we're proposing to add chapter 3.6, specifically for exotic game mammals. And the first section is going to be section 375, exotic game mammals defined. And an exotic game mammal, by our definition, is a mammal not native to California, seen to be detrimental to the ecology and conservation of native species and their habitats. And right now, the only animal in that category is pig. The next sections will be 376, shooting hours for exotic game mammals, 377 methods authorized for taking exotic game mammals, and 378, wild pig. Next slide. So we also need to establish exotic game mammals under each one of these. These are different code sections. The first one being 250, which is essentially general prohibition against taking exotic game mammals without an entitlement like a hunting license or a depredation permit. The next one is 252, which is possession of in the context of take. Next is bag and possession defined, and I'm going to skip down to season and combine all those. Essentially, adding exotic game mammals to these allows us to establish a bag, a daily possession limit, in a season. But to be clear, there are no bag possession limits in the season, 365 days a year. The next one I want to spend just a second on, it's 257.5, prohibition against taking exotic game mammals by the aid of bait. It's been brought to my attention that a number of popular articles have said we were going to allow the aid of bait. At the moment, we are not. I just want to be clear on that. Next slide. And then we have one more addition here, which would be 379, the prohibition against just general feeding of exotic game mammals. This classification is very clearly a nuisance and noxious animal. We don't want to provide them excess food subsidies so they can proliferate. So it's a way of putting a cap on that. Next, section 401, we're proposing some amendments to depredation permits. Currently, the permits run on an annual basis. We want to extend that up to 5 years. And right now, we're doing monthly reporting. We want to extend that up to annual to fit the format that we're going to talk about here in section 70813. So if we do that, extend these permits and then allow annual reporting, it's going to reduce staff time on our end. It's going to reduce administrative burden for the permittees as well. We're also proposing to remove the language around want waste. It's not clear to me why this was there in the first place, because with depredated animals, we're not worried about people consuming them. So it doesn't make sense to have it. Next, just to be clear, we're going to amend section 465.5, use of traps. Just making it clear, again, the use of a steel-jawed trap to take an exotic game mammal is prohibited. Next slide. Section 679, possession of wildlife and rehabilitation. So some folks may be familiar. This section of the Wildlife Health Lab also has open. The only major addition in our rulemaking here is the addition of exotic game mammals, essentially establish them in the section, and the fact that they are prohibited by unlawful possession without an entitlement, in this case, a permit. The Wildlife Health Lab is going to handle this next part, which is essentially stating that rehabilitated exotic game mammals cannot be released into the wild. We don't want people rehabilitating pigs and releasing them into the wild to cause problems. And then last but not least, here is section 70813. You can probably see the issue right up the top. Wild pig license and tags. We need to replace the word tag with validation to be consistent with statute, right? We've gone from a tag system to a validation system, and a validation system where a hunter can take any number of pigs. And the last part here is just establishing the reporting criteria. And what we're proposing here is that the report is filed annually by the hunter in the automated license data system. The information that we're asking for is the hunter's ID, which is automatic if you're reporting in ALDS, given the Go ID, the number of pigs taken by month and by county. Simple as that. And then kick this back to 401. Same thing. We're just looking for the entity, number of pigs taken by month and by county on an annual basis. And that can be reported in the wildlife incident reporting system online that the health lab maintains. And with that, next slide, Ari, I can take any questions.
Identify yourself.
Yep,
too?
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
My name's J.R. Young, North American board member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers here on behalf of myself. I've always been a little challenged with this new rule. I don't feel that if truly the intent is to manage pigs better, I don't think it goes far enough. And maybe you guys covered this in previous meetings, so first my apologies if it's already been duplicative, but I know there was some conflicting evidence surrounding potentially the use of hunting for pigs at night and the aid of light, and I don't know if that would fall under section 264 or I think it's 2500, which is out of Title 14. But if that's truly the biggest barrier to pig hunting is access, right? It's very similar to what we see in Hawaii right now with axis deer hunting, is access to areas to try and control these pig populations. So anything that I think we can do there in the rulemaking process would be awesome. I love what I see about just limiting the reporting and limiting hours of department's time for those reporting matters. I certainly know that going through the service-based budgeting and all the challenges there and all the work ahead. So, but just as a hunter in the state, finding ways to reduce those barriers to get more access to land for hunters so we can be a part of it. Pigs, we know those pigs are very responsive to pressure, and they'll adapt and move on and cause less damage. But if we can have more hunters in more places, I think there's opportunity there. So thanks so much, and I'm glad you finally came to my neighborhood.
Thanks so much for that. And I said public comment earlier, and I just want to emphasize that this is a committee meeting, so it's really discussion. And so you should feel free to say more if you want to. Dan, before we go to comment from Zoom, maybe I'll ask you to address the question about night hunting directly so that other folks know.
Yeah, sure. So this was something that I wanted to tackle as well. I certainly wanted to have the conversation. And we did have a small scoping meeting on this early on. And I'll be honest, like most of the hunters in that meeting were opposed to this idea. I still wanted to take it to this level to have discussion, but what I ended up finding was exotic game mammals were not added to Fish and Game Code section 3000. So JR, if you take a look at that, essentially that establishes shoot hours for mammals broadly as between the hours of sunrise and sunset, or a half hour before and a half hour after. And it makes exclusions for non-game mammals. So exotic game mammals, we think would have to be added to that. And potentially, I think the code section you're actually referring to is Fish and Game Code section 2005, spotlighting. They were not added to that, but essentially by exclusion, you essentially could do it, but without the allowance for shooting essentially during dark hours. In Fish and Game Code 3000, we can't do it as of right now. It'd take a legislative change to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Cynthia, how many hands do we have on Zoom?
We do not have any right now. Oh, no, we have two now.
I see at least a couple. Okay, there are just a couple. And I just want to make sure, is there anyone else in the room who wanted to participate in that conversation? Okay, let's go to the two folks we have online.
Okay, we have Marilyn Jasper, followed by Noelle Fremers. Marilyn, you can go ahead.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. I just heard mention of an initial study, but so maybe this is already being covered, but we're concerned with the known and the unintended impacts that may occur, which is the threshold for a CEQA analysis. I think it's called something else with the department. But with this flexibility, leniency, and really possibly less monitoring, we're concerned about impacts to all other wildlife that may be in areas where the feral pigs are. So I'm asking, will an environmental, or whatever it's called with DFG, analysis be completed with these new regulations? Thank you.
Great, thanks, Marilyn. I'm just gonna go ahead and direct that question to Dan.
Yeah, so it won't be what Marilyn, the document you're talking about is called an environmental document under Department of Fish and Wildlife. We won't be doing a full environmental document, but there will be an addendum to that environmental document which satisfies that.
Okay, great, thank you. Noelle is next. Go ahead, Noelle.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Noelle Kramers with Wine Institute. And Dan, thank you for the presentation and sharing information about the background. I did have a question on eliminating wanton waste from the regulations, and I think that will be helpful. I know in the past it has been a challenge for like wildlife services to find freezers for all of the pigs that are taken under the depredation permit when that was in there. But I'm wondering if by removing that, does that then prohibit the consumption of that meat? If someone took it under a depredation permit and wanted to consume the pig, would that be prohibited, or would that still be allowed?
No, that was a question that I had as well, and the answer is no, it does not prohibit the consumption.
And just, I mean, this has been a long time coming, and there's been a lot of work that's gone into it. So really appreciate that effort, because our members definitely see impacts of losses from wild pigs coming into the vineyards, and really appreciate the work that's gone into this to help improve and expand tools available to deal with those challenges. So thank you.
Thanks, Noelle.
No more raised hands.
No other raised hands in the room? Okay. I mean, I just want to reinforce a couple of things that I heard. One is that, you know, this issue of access is, I mean, it is a big issue, and JR is right, it's a particularly big issue for you know, animals like feral pigs who are really, really responsive to pressure, and they're gonna move, and they move where you can't hunt, and so on. I think this is an issue that's bigger than pigs, but I wanna agree with that. I mean, I think this looks really good though, and I have to say it's terrific we're moving towards, you know, just not just distinguishing this damage causing introduced species from our native big game, but also sort of moving towards making it easier to hunt, to remove, to manage wild, really feral pigs and boar in a variety of ways. I hope that this is not the end of I think it's a bunch of steps in the right direction, and I want to really appreciate the department's work on this and work with the legislature. So I would like to recommend that we support a future rulemaking at the commission regarding wild pigs. And, anyone on staff have anything else to contribute? Great, yeah, great work on this. It's exciting. Okay, so we will take this to the full commission. Thank you. Thanks again, Dan.
Yeah, huge
Thank
thanks
you.
to the department. This has been a lot of work to translate and make more specific the statutory changes. It was pretty significant workload, so it's just starting because there's now a rulemaking that has to go through process. But a huge thanks to the department for all that effort in combination with Chris and staff.
Huge work and important work. And you know, with respect to the impacts to other wildlife, I appreciate that concern, and I think, you know, what I see over the years is that pigs have such an impact on other native wildlife that, you know, there's a lot of benefit to gain for them through the direction we're moving. So with that, we'll go on to agenda item number 3, white sturgeon sport fishing, and we're going to be discussing and potentially making recommendations for first, any regulation changes for white sturgeon that would begin in 2025, and then second, potential interim emergency measures for 2023 and 2024 having to do with white sturgeon population declines. So I know we have a lot of folks here to weigh in on this item, and I want to encourage everyone to let us know if you support the comments that someone else has made before you, and convey that, you know, this is not like a vote counting kind of thing. Like, you don't have to say the same thing over and over again for us to understand where you're coming from. You can just agree. I also want to encourage folks to keep the conversation respectful. I'm really interested, we are all always interested in all points of view, not just a prevailing one, and any decision we make is going to reflect taking all of them in. I'm going to turn it over to Ari to introduce this topic in more detail and to introduce the presenter from the fisheries branch today.
Okay, white sturgeon has been a declining fishery for some time, and both last year and this year, a harmful algal bloom has exacerbated those population declines. The department will be presenting data from its investigations and providing its recommendations for sturgeon regulations moving forward. So to give us, excuse me, to give us that information and the recommendation, or the proposal, is John Kelly with the department. Do we have you, John?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah.
We'll get your presentation up in a moment. Excuse me.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to the commission and everyone else for tuning in. My name is John Kelly. I'm the statewide sturgeon coordinator, fisheries branch. I'm going to talk about the white sturgeon fishery, give an update about the status of the population, and our management recommendations moving forward, or what we're working on right now. And sturgeon are very different from salmon and other more familiar fishes. And so I want to highlight some of the biology and then get into the population, some of the challenges they face, and then what we're working on. So if you can move forward, please. So we actually have two sturgeon species in California. Green sturgeon are listed under the Endangered Species Act. Federal Endangered Species Act are protected in the state. White sturgeon, actually the largest species of fish that you could find in freshwater in North America. They could grow up to about 20 feet, 1,800 pounds, live over 100 years. It's unlikely we'd see them that size these days, but you can still certainly find very large fish, 12, 14 foot or larger. They are anadromous like salmon, meaning they can move between fresh and salt water. But they, in the case of white sturgeon, they really are spend most of their life in estuaries and freshwater. They're fully capable of moving out to the ocean, and they do sometimes. Their range does include some of the coastal rivers you see in red on the map, but this is infrequent. Most of the population is spending its time in San Francisco Bay, Delta, and the Central Valley rivers. We have that one genetically distinct population. It supports a recreational fishery, which is what we're here to talk about. It's also considered a species of special concern in the state because it's vulnerable to exploitation. Next slide, please. As I noted, they spend most of the time right in the Central Valley. The spawning season runs in the winter, January through May for the most part, when a subset of the population each year will migrate up into fairly limited habitat. Most of the spawning is taking place in that short reach between Colosa and Verona. And there's some documented spawning down around in San Joaquin, maybe around the Modesto area. They may also spawn in the Feather, Yuba, Bear, and possibly Tuolumne rivers, but we don't actually have documentation of that yet. Unlike salmon, they don't die after spawning. They can spawn multiple times in that long lifetime, but they don't spawn individually every year. The males every 2 years, generally, females every 2 to 5 years. Next slide. So we do know that some of them spawn every year, even in drought years, but it doesn't mean that they necessarily are successful. One way we can track this is by monitoring the presence of juveniles in the Delta. Once sturgeon get to about 6 to 10 inches or so, they don't really have a lot of natural predators. They're too big and they're armored for most fish or birds or other things. So generally when we see fish in their first and second year, if we see a lot of those, they will persist into the adult population and into the fishery. So when we catch these young fish, we can produce a year class index. That's the image on the right. It's a year on the bottom, and then basically the number of fish that are caught in the Bay trawl study. And as you can see, there are some years where we catch quite a few, other years where we catch just a few, and then some years we catch none at all. And that is very tightly correlated with wet water years. That line that's on the figure represents average delta outflow. And you can see when there's high outflow, lots of water moving through the delta, we typically have high recruitment of fish into that young population. And then we'll track those. We'll be able to see those come into the fishery about 10 to 15 years later. Next slide. So even though they get very, very big, they don't necessarily do it quickly. Take a long time. They're fairly slow growth. The figure here represents, this is a growth curve that we can produce by taking a piece of the fin ray, and then we can count rings, just like a tree ring, get an age. So the orange dotted lines on the figure represent the lower and upper limits of our slot limit, it's the legal limit where you can keep a fish. And so you can see they enter that slot for the first time when they're maybe around 9 or 10, and then they age out of that slot around 17 years of age. They're also very slow to mature to get to the age when they can reproduce for the very first time. By the time they're 14, about half of them are mature, and it's really not until they're about 19 that all of the fish in that population are mature. So yeah, next slide. People have been fishing for sturgeon in California for a very long time, but we first started tracking it in the 1860s. There was actually a commercial fishery. It landed a lot of fish. Wasn't considered a particularly high quality fish, but they caught a lot of them, sold them cheap. By 1901, this fishery was closed because the landings, the number of fish had decreased significantly. It was reopened in 1909 experimentally, but it never really recovered. And then by 1917, that commercial fishery was closed long-term, and it remains closed. There's no commercial fishery for white sturgeon in California. Next slide. By 1954, numbers had improved sufficiently that the recreational fishery was reopened. At the time, both green and white sturgeon were part of that fishery. I'm not going to go through every little change in the fishery. Initially, you could keep one fish a day, as many as you want per year, at a minimum of 40 inches total length, like the very tip of the snout to the end of the tail. By 1990, we implemented an upper limit as well as a lower limit, creating that slot that I just mentioned. It's the first slot limit in California. Those sizes were adjusted slightly over time. In 2006, green sturgeon were listed as threatened, and so in 2007, the state closed the green sturgeon fishery. You can no longer take them. We also, at that time, implemented our white sturgeon fishing report card program and set an upper limit of 3 fish per year. And in 2013, we changed how we measure the fish. We now changed the slot from using total length to fork length. That's measuring to the fork of the tail, the V in the tail. It's the same size fish, but it's just a more reliable measure. And we also instituted some gear requirements, such as barbless hooks. And the upper part of the Sacramento of Butte City is closed. That's to protect green sturgeon. And it's a small closure in central San Francisco Bay for a couple of months to also protect green sturgeon. Next slide. So since we reopened the recreational fishery in the 50s, we have made some efforts, some ongoing efforts to monitor the abundance of those fish. The intermittent, and then when we got to the 2000s, it became more frequent and basically every year. I do want to point out what this is a measurement of the legal sized fish because they're very large fish. We have to the gear that we select basically is targeting those fish, so it's underrepresenting oversized or very small fish.
John, could you? We're able to hear most of what you say, but occasionally we lose a little bit if you're further away from your computer or you're talking softly. Could you just be sure to speak up, please?
Yeah, your voice tends to drop off towards the end of your sentences as well.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I must have a bad connection. Okay, I'll speak loudly.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So our abundance estimates target our legal sized fish, basically our slot sized fish. That line represents a 5-year moving average. As you can see, starting in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a significant decline in abundance. And we currently use a number of about 33,000 legal sized fish in the population. Next slide. So our sturgeon report card that we started in 2007 represents one of our best tools for tracking the population. On this slide, we can see the total number of fish caught. This doesn't show effort, doesn't show how many hours people are spending searching for sturgeon, but shows the number of fish that are reported caught. The upper line is the total number caught. That one in the middle, the dotted line, is the number that were caught and then released. And the dashed line on the bottom is the number that were caught and kept or harvested. And as you can see, starting in about 2015, there's been a steady decline in all of those metrics. Next slide. Most of the catch occurs in the winter and early spring months. So starting really ramps up by November and then starts tapering off in April and is, basically ends by May. We've also noticed a trend that over time, more fish, a larger proportion of the fish that are caught are being kept, statistically significant increase. The figure on the right, the dark bars show the proportion of fish that are being kept each year, and the gray bars show the proportion of fish that are released each year. And you can see larger proportion being kept. Next slide. So one of the key things we need to track in the population is the harvest or exploitation rate. The terms are interchangeable, we'll probably use both. This is simply the number of fish that are kept each year out of the number of legal fish that could have been caught, the number of fish that are in the population. The figure, these are all coming from CDFW data. The figure on the left was from a paper published in 2019. The figure on the right is just simply the same data carried forward to 2021. Because of the life history stuff I mentioned, the slow growth, late maturity, infrequent recruitment, this is a population or species of fish that doesn't necessarily handle intensive fishing pressure. And generally for sturgeon, a exploitation rate of about 5 to 10% maximum is recommended. On these figures, the dotted red line represents a 4% exploitation rate, which is the number that we have determined would be appropriate in California. It's also similar to what is used in Oregon and Washington. Next slide. So in addition to our fishery, of course, there are a number of other threats that these fish face. And the most significant and emerging one are harmful algal blooms. I think everyone is aware, right? In 2022, we had a very significant harmful algal bloom of a marine phytoflagellates, Heterosigma akashiwo, that bloomed, causing significant fish kills for lots of species, including sturgeon. The image on the right here is Lake Merritt, and those are yellowfin gobies. The rest are all white sturgeon carcasses that were detected. Next slide. This took place over about a month. First saw these images are satellite images that show chlorophyll, or basically can be used to track the concentration of algae. See the bloom starting to form off of Alameda on the 7th of August, and steadily kind of spreads through South Bay and then into San Pablo Bay by the 26th of August. It's very, very intense, as you can see, and then it starts to fade out. And so it's over this time that we start getting reports of large numbers of dead fish. Next slide. So this came as a surprise. No one was expecting this, and it's a very large area to monitor. So we relied on a lot of reports from the public, sending reports of carcasses that then people went out to check on. We also did surveys. The department conducted surveys looking for carcasses. The image on the right just shows the cumulative number of carcasses detected over that time period, and then the bars are representing the numbers of individual numbers per day of different species. Overall, we found 864 sturgeon carcasses, of which 195 were confirmed to be white based on visual identification, and 17 were confirmed to be green sturgeon. The remaining ones are unknown. Genetic samples have been taken from some of those, and the ones that have been analyzed have all come back as white sturgeon. And for that and a number of other reasons, just the species biology, we expect most of those unknowns to be white sturgeon as well. Concerningly, though, if you look at the color image on the lower left, the red dots represent our slot limit, the upper and lower limits of the legal fish, and you can see 86% of the carcasses detected were larger than that minimum legal size, and 30% were actually oversized fish. So these represent either our spawning brood stock or fish that were just about to age into that, just about to become mature and start contributing to spawning. So these are critical fish in the population. The next slide. So just to put that into perspective, this figure shows that that line is the number of fish that are harvested every year legally through our report card. The red line is the number of fish that were caught, that were detected, the number of carcasses that were detected in the algal bloom. So in 2022, they represented 62% of the total legal harvest were found washed up on the shore, unfortunately. A bigger concern is that we know from other species and this species and different studies that sturgeon don't float very long at all. Sometimes they don't actually float at all. They'll just sink to the bottom. And so it's unclear how many fish actually died that we were not able to, we believe it to be a significant number. Next slide. So just to talk about the fishery and some of the management options. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. On the previous slide, we missed the last thing that you said on that slide.
Boy, I'm really sorry. If you want to go back.
John, I think what it is you don't have an omnidirectional microphone. And so you literally have to be speaking right at the microphone. Every time you move your head slightly, that's when you drop off.
Okay, I will project.
Yeah, all of us who are using the mics on our computers, we have the same thing. They're not high quality mics. They only take audio at one direction.
All right. So what I was just pointing out is that we know that from studies and other fish kills of sturgeon and other areas that sturgeon don't tend to float very long. If at all, they generally sink. And so we don't know how many fish we didn't find washed up on the shore, but we believe it to be significant. It could be as much as an order of magnitude more fish. Next slide. So just to bring us up to speed on our current regulations, our season is open all year, with the exception of those limited closures I mentioned earlier in the upper Sacramento River and a small one in San Francisco Bay. The report card is required for all anglers, and people are allowed to keep up to 1 fish per day or up to 3 per year within that 40 to 60 inch fork length slot limit. And there's no upper limit to our total harvest. As many people as buy report cards can keep fish as long as they have the tags on the report cards to do so. Next slide. So what we are considering are different management options to be able to control that exploitation rate. It's critical to get it to hold it to less than 4%. And so rather than an open-ended system that we employ now, we are thinking about employing kind of quota or harvest tag system, where we determine based on monitoring how many fish could be taken out to hit that 4% target. And then we would sell that number of tags, similar to how deer or elk or game tags are distributed. And there would also be some geographic and time restrictions. So for instance, San Francisco Bay, Delta, and Ocean, we would still permit catch and release fishing all year long. And then in the Sacramento, San Joaquin rivers and tributaries and the spawning reaches, in order to protect that spawning activity, we would allow catch and release fishing in the summer through December, June through December, but have it closed January through May when the fish are present and spawning. We know that if they're interfered with, they'll often abandon their spawning migration entirely and then try to come back a few years later. Next slide. So as we were kind of working our way, we are still working through this process actually, but as we continue to do this, we started off with a virtual public meeting on Teams on May 16th. We had 130 online attendees, of which a large majority were not affiliated with an agency or a group. They were anglers who cared about this issue. The slides for that are actually available and have been available online at all of our sturgeon web pages, as well as the video. So if people haven't seen that and are interested, I recommend please giving it a listen. It goes through this data in more detail. Next slide. After that public meeting, we released a questionnaire to anglers that ran through August 15th, and that was available on all of our web pages. All of our sturgeon web pages, as well as it was sent out to The last 4 years of people who bought sturgeon report cards. We sent it out on all our department social media resources, the angler update, press release. This is available in 8 different languages to try to reach the largest number of people possible. Of that, we received a little over 3,500 responses, the huge majority, 97% in English. Next slide. We're still going through this data. There's quite a bit to dig into, and we look forward to getting into more, but just some real brief summary of some of the key points. The majority of people, 88%, were not a member of an organized fishing association, and 97% were not a member of a natural resource agency. We were able to reach a large group of anglers. Of that, 66% fish just a few times a year, 1 to 5 times per year. Most people fish by boat without a guide, 70%, and then the remaining 30 are split between people who use a boat and a guide and people who are angle from the bank. We were trying to understand what people enjoy about sturgeon fishing and why they do it. And so, for instance, we found that the main reason people identified for why they fish was just for the recreation value. They simply enjoyed fishing for sturgeon. 27% particularly highlighted the food value as their main reason for doing it. As far as why they enjoyed it, the 66%, similar percentage, just enjoyed the challenge of hooking a large fish. 17% identified that it was either an important food source or they particularly prized the meat as a delicacy. Of that, a large percentage, a large majority, 83%, do practice some level of harvest fishing. Most identify that they catch and release most of the time, but they like the option to keep a fish sometimes. However, so we then were asked some questions to determine how people felt about different regulation changes. So for instance, under that harvest quota system, 81% identified that they would continue to participate in the fishery. Of that, though, 28% would only do it if they got a harvest tag. The rest would also do catch and release. We also asked how people would feel about going to a catch and release only fishery. Of that, 57% of anglers would continue to participate. And then a majority, 60%, support some kind of seasonal or location-specific closures. Next slide, please. So we're still working through this process. As I said, in July, we put together a community working group comprised of captains and guides, anglers, the academic community, conservation groups. We are meeting on every other week this gives the department an opportunity to present our data, to present some of the tools or things we're considering or thinking about, for those people to communicate with their constituents. And then for everyone to communicate back to us and also identify things that we may not have thought about. It's been a good and active group, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward through the year. We're also going through the established protocols for outreach to tribes, and we'll be conducting a tribal listening session this fall at a date that we have not set yet, to hear if there's any concerns that the tribes might have related to changes to a recreational fishery. Our goal then would be to present recommendations to the Fish and Game Commission for changes to take place in 2025, incorporating the feedback we're getting from the community, and also, of course, the best available science on sturgeon and what sturgeon can manage as a species and a population. I'll point out if anyone has any comments, we can always be reached at our sturgeon mailing address, right, sturgeon@wildlifeca.gov. We're always open to any feedback or comments that you might want to share with us. Additionally, we're looking at interim emergency angling regulations for next year while we get these permanent regulations into place. Next slide. What we're looking at is, as I showed briefly, a declining population, and then a catastrophic impact of that harmful algal bloom that was last year. The algal bloom returned this year, much smaller. We only detected 15 white sturgeon carcasses, I believe, but it highlights the fact that it's not going away. It's a problem that will recur in future years, and so something we need to be considering. We know that exploitation is very, very high and has been high for a while. Exploitation rate needs to be below that 4% target, not just once, but for the long term. these fish don't even mature till they're 15 or 19 years old. And so that exploitation rate needs to be low enough to allow them to mature and get into the oversized spawning broodstock. We know that spawning is vulnerable to disturbance, to handling. It's a critical life stage. If we want this population to continue, we need to make sure we're not getting in the way of them making more sturgeon. So our thoughts for an emergency recommendation would be to go to catch and release only for the year. That would be catch and release all year long in the Delta Bay oceans, and then closing the river January through May to protect spawning, but then opening it to catch and release the rest of the year and still requiring the report card. And with that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
There we go. John, thank you very much for that detailed presentation. I want to ask a couple of clarifying questions, and then I know we have a number of folks who would like to participate in the discussion. So I want to ask these questions for the benefit of folks who might be wondering some of the same things. Do you have any update on harmful algal blooms in 2023? I think there was something brewing earlier this summer, and I also want to ask you to say more about the sources of these harmful algal blooms, like what is causing them?
Well, yes. So there was a return of Heterosigma akashuo in the bay this year. It didn't seem to be quite as intense. I believe we detected 15 white sturgeon carcasses and maybe one green sturgeon carcass. So it was not as significant as the previous year. As far as the source of that, I don't think I'm qualified to speak to that.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's a question outside of the fisheries realm, but you know, I would, at some point, I want to make sure that we understand on the commission and the public, like, what other actions other agencies may be able to take to address these recurring and increasingly intense HABs.
Commissioners Outlet?
Yes.
There have been several articles recently, most recently I think just a day or two ago in the San Jose Mercury News, that say that, and so you're aware of it, that they attribute the harmful algal blooms to the waste treatment water that's being expelled into the bay. It's highly nitrogenated. When we have high temperatures in the summer and low water flow from the rivers, that's what causes the two state water agencies have attributed that as the cause of the harmful algal bloom.
Thank you for summarizing that. That's super helpful. And
do you need me to send you those links or those agencies, or
I've
is that?
Seen those, but you know, I'm just wanting to like make sure that we have that in the conversation because, right, it's a water quality issue in part, like you said, wastewater discharge, and it's a water quantity issue in part. It's about flows. I'm not an expert on that.
It's also about money because the state's looking at how much money it would cost to solve the problem through the wastewater treatment plants, and it's in the billions. And they're proposing, you know, their proposals are low. They're treating as little as they can because they're tight on funds. So it might help if the department does identify that and push for more treatment of the water and how it's affecting the fish, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And you know, I raised the question, John, because I just want to make sure that, you know, we're at the commission. That's not something that we have any direct control over, but you know, this is a theme now that there are water-related issues that other agencies could take steps to address that would really, really help us out on this side. One more question, and then I want to turn it over to discussion. Can you speak to, did you all consider a complete closure for this emergency reg? And I want to, you know, I just want to understand a little bit more about, give you the opportunity to talk about catch and release and how you feel like that would be compatible with giving this fishery a chance to recover as opposed to a complete closure.
Yeah, absolutely. So sturgeon, there's actually a good body of literature on catch and release in sturgeon. It's a popular fishing approach for management approach for using Idaho, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia. So there's a fair amount of evidence that as a species they can tolerate handling pretty well, very well actually. as long as it's not during spawning. That's an additional stress that can interfere with that kind of critical moment in their life history. But the rest of the year, they can tolerate it. And so that keeps the fishery open. It keeps recreational opportunities available. It hopefully wouldn't be as big a hardship on anyone who enjoys fishing for sturgeon. And we thought that it would be appropriate and the fish could handle it.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to give everyone else a chance to weigh in on this discussion. And I know we have a number of folks in the room. Could I just see a show of hands who all would like to speak to this issue in the room? And you can change your mind. This is not like you can decide to speak after. We're not going to restrict it to folks who raise their hand, but I just want to get a sense. And then I see in the Zoom that we have something like nine hands raised. Okay, so we'll start in the room. To be fair to the folks who are all on Zoom, I'm going to just ask folks in the room to make an initial comment each and to try to keep it to a couple of minutes. And that way we'll have time to hear from everyone in the Zoom room too. But then we can circle back and continue to have this discussion. If this is not a one-shot, you got to say everything kind of thing. And I'll just say again that if you just want to agree with or amplify comments someone else has made, that's fine to do. We're not vote counting. So who would like to start here in the room? And please say your names.
Yeah, my name is Josh Russo, and
Thank you.
I'd like to ask first, because our understanding was that at the last meeting, there was no need for an emergency regulation, and that we would have a year to discuss all these management, all this data that's coming in and how it's coming in, what's affecting it, how we're collecting it, and then we would have a year to discuss management for 2025. And now suddenly there's an emergency action for 2024 to go to catch and release. So I'd like to know if the data changed, if situations changed, and specifically if there's an actual need to go to an emergency catch and release regulation, or if that can be avoided. If we can work on this for a year to come up with good regulations that everyone agrees for in 2025, is there a need for an emergency regulation in 2024?
John, let's see if you want to address that. Or
Jay wants to talk.
Jay, I'm sorry, go ahead. I can't see everyone on the screen.
Sure, yeah, I can take that one. So you are correct. Initially, what was it, about a year ago or so, we were at the WRC at the request of Commissioner Zavaleta to respond to a op-ed that was written by a group of researchers that have been conducting sturgeon research from the academic community. We reviewed that request. We were in the process of reviewing the data, reviewing what was coming from the harmful algal bloom. And at that time, our data showed that we needed to discuss more. We needed to talk more. So the call was for an immediate catch and release. And at that time, we didn't feel that it was necessary. Since then, we've gone through the data from the harmful algal bloom. There's been additional data that's been brought forward. And our staff have looked at the numbers of fish that are out there, the impacts of the harmful algal bloom, and we're at a point where we do feel an emergency action is necessary, and that if we don't take fast and emergency action, that we're looking at potential of having to have even further and stronger restrictions in the future. So that's sort of where we're at with to kind of respond to that question. So that's not something that we wanted to mislead anybody. We weren't trying to intentionally mislead anybody to that. We were trying to evaluate the request that came from that op-ed and evaluate data at that time. We were not quite ready at that point to fully bring anything to the commission. So that's the approach that we took.
So what's the new data?
That's the stuff that John just presented.
That was the same presentation, all those slides were on the website in 2016. The historical fish populations, those are up to 2016. That hasn't changed. The number of sturgeon that died in the algal bloom, that was discussed at the meeting a year ago. That hasn't changed.
Well, I guess we'll agree to disagree. There was additional analysis that's happened between then and now.
Okay. Yeah. I think agree to disagree, sounds like where we should leave it. Can I go to the next person who'd like to weigh in? Yes, please, go ahead. Tell us your name again, please.
My name is Steve Mitchell,
Hi, Steve.
owner of Hooked Sport Fishing. I feel like, first of all, we're basing all this upon assumptions. I've been fishing for sturgeon for a long, long time before I was even a guy doing this. And what I do know is that you guys say that sturgeon sink when they die. And we find that to be inaccurate because we see that when they die, if they initially die from us killing them, they'll sink. But the body, as big as they are, the gases in them will make them blow up. And so the ones that you guys found, what you say was, what was it, 800 and something they say they found? Well, that's pretty much all that they were gonna find. It ain't no thousands or nothing like that. It's pretty much just what they found is what they're gonna find because of the gases that bring them up or what have you. But on top of that, you guys got 30% of your tags being returned. That's not telling us anything. You guys are all basing this all upon assumptions and trying to say, well, because of this, we're going to say this, but that doesn't tell us anything. And then we got a living to make behind this. And at the end of the day, we're being kind of like shut down because you guys are making assumptions upon something and don't have no real accurate data to say where we should be on this. And I feel like we should, before we do any type of emergency shutdown, we should really be trying to figure out exactly what's going on out there before we start making drastic changes. Because I feel once it closes, you guys aren't going to open it up. You guys are going to say, they're not producing fast enough, and it's not going to be this and that. And the next thing you know, it's going to drag on out. Eventually, we're going to have a closed fishery far as harvest is concerned. It's going to be a straight up catch and release. And that right there, I mean, I think that's going to be a drastic change for us and our clients and us trying to make a living out there. So I think we should like really analyze this a little bit deeper than what you guys are doing right now versus trying to make a decision right now. I just don't think you guys got enough to go off of. And that's just my opinion of it.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that. I just really quickly want to say that, you know, whatever the discussion leads to here, there's no decision happening today, right?
Right.
This has to go to the full commission before any decision can happen next month. And so it is really important for us to air everything everyone does have to contribute before we consider whether to put this forward. Thanks. And I also just want to say, you know, the livelihood piece of this is real. And we hear you on that. You know, I want the department to be thinking about that too. And I think, you know, what I'm hearing is that this is a huge hit to you all, not just to the
Very huge. Very
These
huge.
are the same men also that lost the salmon fishery.
Yeah.
Now the halibut fisheries reduced, the rock fisheries limited to outside 500 fathoms, crab fisheries closing. You know, they're losing everything. How are they supposed to make a living? And not just them, it's the gas stations that sell them gas for their boats.
And the bait shops and all that, tackle shops and all that.
Let's go ahead and I want to make sure everyone does have a chance to weigh in who'd like to. Who else would like to comment who's here in the room or just participate?
Say it.
I'm
Yeah,
Mike
please.
Fontanella, owner and operator of Vineyard Sport Fishing, and I'm part of the NorCal Guides Association. I represent the GGFA, and the very elite group of the sturgeon captains out here in NorCal. I think it's too drastic to make it any kind of catch and release fishery, especially not really knowing what's actually out there. All this is based on how it started was the algal bloom. And that's why everybody brought this up, because of course, you know, our focus needs to shift on where the algal bloom is coming from. That's our biggest exploitation of this whole deal. It's not the fishermen, it's not the six packs. And with that being said, I want to let everybody know online, stop pointing your fingers at the six packs. We are not the issue. We are fishermen just like everybody else on here. We deserve this fishery. We are part of this fishery. We need to come together as fishermen to have our fishery not taken away from us. And that's the way I feel. I mean, it's just wrong that the fishermen are being penalized for something else that's happening out there. We don't want to be penalized anymore. We took a big hit this year. Look at all of it. I mean, all of us took a big hit this year with all the closures. And then you want to take away sturgeon away from us without even knowing what's out there? That's the hardest part.
That's the hardest
You're
part.
taking something, trying to take something away from us,
With
not
assumptions.
knowing what's actually out there based on certain people's assumptions, certain people's agendas.
Because these fish aren't like salmon. You guys can count them all day, but you don't have no real way of telling about the sturgeon, how many is out there, other than relying on the public as well as us. So if you don't got that, then you really don't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? So to make a big drastic decision like that, I think it's kind of crazy. Not only that,
Captain
it
Mitchell, I'm
also.
sorry to cut you off. You still have a lot of people waiting to comment, so.
I wanted to bring another point up with the report cards. It's very inaccurate because they're basing a lot of the population on our report cards, which most of the time I know a lot of people are just putting down what they're catching and then turning it in, not what they're releasing. The report card is flawed, very flawed, along with these people that are turning them in and showing what they're keeping. They're also taking data from the CPV logs, our logs as captains. They're taking the data from our logs, and it could be possibly these people are fishing on our boats,
And it's double, counted as double.
turning in their report cards with their caught fish,
Right.
and then our logs are getting turned in, and then that same fish is being counted as double.
Double, exactly.
So stop putting the blame on us, guys. We are not the problem.
We'll have a chance to comment too after the Zoom, right? You wanted us to get our base comments in and then
Yeah,
go
I
to
think
Zoom?
if we need to circle back, we certainly can.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm hearing loud and clear about is that, there's uncertainty around what happened last year, and there's some uncertainty around these estimates of both take and how
There's
many fish
mistrust
are
in the
out there.
science altogether. I mean, it's not being communicated. There's no clarity. There's no.
Yeah, put biologists on our boat and let them see what we're catching.
Would
Our
anyone else
population is.
in the room like to contribute at this
I
point?
wanted to,
Yes, please.
I saw some stuff there, Mitch
Can
made
you tell us
a,
your name, please?
I'm John Badger, Barbarian Sport Fishing.
Thank you.
Mitch made a comment that the data that they had was from 2016. Here we are, you got all these guys, we're getting ready to lose everything, 2016 is that was kind of like a long time ago, compared to what's going on right now. And the best data that they can pull up is something from 2016. The best data that they got is supposedly some floating sturgeon. And now you got all these guys. These are the guys that came to the last meeting we were at. Okay? We're all here because we're about ready to lose everything. Everything that you've already put together is already slowing business. We're already to the point to where, there's a lot less people calling because of all the negativity surrounding the Department of Fish and Game and what you guys are doing with all the stuff. I mean, where do you want me to go? In other industries, in other parts of the world, in anything, when you start taking people's jobs away, there has to be some sort of give back. I don't want to lose my business, but if you're going to take everything away from me, I have no choice. So I'm hoping that, as Mike said, you're pinning a lot of this blame on us, and we're just a bunch of guys going fishing. We're not a bunch of guys out there trying to murder the population. We want to see the population survive just as much as you do. Just as much as Fish and Game. We need your help.
Yeah.
We don't need you trying to tell us what we have to do based upon some faulty data that somebody has off a punch card that's not even it's not even valid.
No.
Nobody's using any of that punch card data for anything. And what they are taking off of it is minuscule. It's nothing. I have punch card data. I've got data on my boat. I've got all this data, and nobody's using it for anything. What they're saying, they can't even come up right now with any of that punch card data right this minute. There's nothing there. There's nothing there that they got that says that the punch card data is inaccurate. We already know it's inaccurate. We know it's bad. We know it's wrong. Since this thing started, since punch cards started, there has been nobody to put that data together and say, hey, you guys are losing people. We are losing people. You guys are seeing it through your fishing game, through how many people are buying licenses. It's starting to dwindle. We got to do something about it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And I want to address this question of blame, because I feel like the second thing you said, that we all want the same thing, is right. This is really hard to listen to, because I think where I started were questions about what the main drivers of these declines are, and it's not you all. And I think we all agree on that, right?
I don't think so. Your meetings are saying the absolute opposite. We're part of the other meetings. You've got people sitting in a thing telling us that we're fishing three times a day. We're taking fish from a bunch of fish in some hole somewhere, and none of that it's not even happening. Not one of these guys that have been to both any of these meetings is in that meeting. Not one. Is anybody here in that meeting? No. Not one of these guys go to it. These are the ones that are gonna impact.
The work group.
These are the ones you're gonna impact, and you've got guys that aren't even part of that group.
No. Just regular angler just speaking.
Sorry, excuse me, but can we get through everybody on Zoom before this just turns into a complete open discussion?
Yeah.
I appreciate
That's what we're here
the
for.
call to get everyone to Zoom too, so that they can be part of the discussion. But I do want to finish what I was saying. I think there's a way that, we have to acknowledge fishing. Yes, it contributes to changes in populations at the same time as it is not the big driver. And I'm hearing loud and clear that we have work to do to the extent that we can, and you all do too, to get these other agencies and other entities who are responsible for water flows and quality to address this issue to the extent that they can too. I'm not saying that because I want to put the onus on you to do that work, but I'm saying that's something we all need to do together, because we agree, right? Fishing is taking a huge hit, and it's not just this fishery, and it's these bigger systemic problems. This is food too, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's not just ag taking all the water for food that justifies you all losing this, this fishery. Now we've got 11 hands on Zoom, and I'm going to ask Cynthia for you to call them in order. And I'm just going to say again, I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear all viewpoints on this. And I understand there's a lot of emotion around this issue. It's really high stakes, and I want to encourage you to reinforce by agreeing with previous comments that have been made, in the interest of making sure that we give everyone a chance to speak.
Okay, I'm going to call everybody in groups of 3, so just be ready to unmute yourself when the previous speaker is done. So we're going to have G. Chad first, then James Smith, then NorCal Aluminum Boats. G. Chad, you can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Chadaris. I own the largest bait company in California. There is 2 bait companies in California that supply pretty much 90% of all bait used for sturgeon fishing. I had sent a letter to Fish and Game to try to get on the panel, and I was denied. And I would like to bring up the fact that I basically sell to about 40 different bait shops and 200 stores within the parameters of sturgeon fishing. I sell them tackle, I sell them bait. There is an economic factor in this that is not being put on the table and on the board, and between what types are being sold in which areas are selling the most tackle for these fish. All of that stuff is good data that was completely declined by Fish and Game. And that's okay, because I can come to these meetings and talk, but ultimately, best available data pretty much means what we can afford. And with all the things going on right now,
raise your hand in Zoom.
With the sewage spills and the pesticides and everything that are going on, I think it is time for us to figure out how to tax these people and open a sturgeon hatchery, because what John Kelly said about after fish get to 6 to 9 inches, they don't have any predators, makes this seem like this is also a huge part of the issue. And if sewage costs billions to fix and hatcheries cost millions to fish, it kind of makes sense. But what I do need Fish and Game to know is this just isn't a death sentence to guides. This is a death sentence to all the bait companies, all the bait shops, and everything else that is barely surviving right now, because somehow Fish and Game has became a boom or bust system. At one point, salmon were actually up to 3, and now they're at 0. And now sturgeon, we're talking about going from 3 sturgeon to 0 sturgeon. And at the same time, what you guys want is less than a 4% rate. So I actually do believe that we should have emergency action, but that emergency action should look in the form of, before we set rules next year, how about we, limit to where we're not allowed to catch sturgeon in warm water. We limit it down to 1 tag. We change what baits people. I mean, there's all these different things that we can do this year in 2024 to see if we can get under the 4% that you guys are talking about. The issue is with just doing a CNR this year, we're not allowing ourselves to have the data to change the things that we need to change. I have to be honest, one of those slides was absolutely ignorant. The fact that you want to close off part of the river and let people fish below because you want to save the spawners. Well, the spawners are getting caught downstream. So what's actually the point in closing part of the river if the fish can be caught down below on their way up? So, I mean, come on, that's about as logical as using 30% data from report cards that are actually double data because 2 people are reporting the same fish to come up with something. So, I mean, what we have here is a problem that Fish and Game only works with a few people in the community. GGFA, NorCal Guide, these associations don't work with one species. It's time to create a table and put people at the table that are actually stakeholders in this business and let us help you do your job, because ultimately most people that are the directors of Fish and Game are put there and they're not actually in the industry, and they're asking science to do certain things when people like James Stone, James Smith, these guides that are at this table right now that are here day in and day out, they all just lost $2,000 a day to be at your meeting. These are amazing people to create a program that actually works across the board to give you guys really the best available data. Yeah. And that's not what's being done, and we're not being heard. It seems like what needs to happen is we need to hire more lawyers. We have to walk in there with suits to actually get people to understand, because when farm lobbyists show up, all of a sudden they get the attention of the board. When other lobbyists show up, they get the attention of the board. But this may seem like it's primitive, but fishing is something that's been done for generations. It's one of the things that links us to our past. And I think if you had current data, what you would see this last year is that not that many sturgeon were caught. I didn't sell that much bait because water conditions were so bad, people weren't fishing. But that's also not being talked about, that even though we lost a lot of fish last summer, we didn't harvest what we could have harvested because it was weather permitting this year. So right now, I think what Fish and Game really needs to do is put together a good panel of people. We need to put an emergency action order that still lets us harvest this year, but takes it down to 1 fish, and maybe close it for the warmer weather months, so that when we do, I mean, there's not that many fish caught in warm weather months, but when they are, their handling is much more important. And we just sit down and we come up with an order that works for this year to see if we can get to that 4%. And then we make rules for next year once we have all the best available science, information, and data and everything that goes with it.
Glenn,
those guys are
passionate. Glenn, I hear you. I want to ask you to wrap it up so we can hear from
everybody. Good job, Glenn. Thank you.
What I do want to say is those guys around those tables, when they tell you they're really getting ready to lose their business, they're not saying that because they're trying to prove a point. They're saying that because right now this whole thing's on the brink. You are not going to need a board anymore if you take this out, because ultimately all the bait shops will close, all the fishing licenses won't be sold. And again, I appreciate the time, and I hope to work with Fish and Game in the future to where we can actually rationalize this and do what needs to be done to save the fish and protect us as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. And I just want to emphasize that we're hearing you now, right? And James Smith and James Stone both have their hands raised. The people you called out by name, we're hearing you now. And I want you all to have that chance to speak. So Cynthia, you know who's next.
Commissioner
Yes.
Zavaleta, could I maybe respond
James.
to something real quick?
Sorry, I'm losing who that is.
It's Jay.
This is Jay Rowan.
Jay, yes,
Jay Rowan.
please, anytime.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously this is difficult for a lot of folks in the room. I totally get the anger and I get the passion. I understand how difficult it's been with the other closures and how they're impacting the folks that make their living doing this. I have compassion. I hear you. I understand that. I do want to correct the sort of lack of data narrative. That's just not, it's not factual. Where you can always have better data, but the data that we have is good. We're not using sturgeon report cards. It's not our only source of data, right? There's mark recapture. That's how we get population estimates. And so I just want to make sure that that's out there and that's corrected. You know, we stand behind our data. Yeah, I just want to
More a
make sure
problem
that
of
that's out there.
transparency.
It's solid. I heard the transparency comment. I mean, we just presented a bunch of data. We've been working with James Stone and James Smith. We've been trying to give in the community work group. James, both of them have been asking us for all kinds of analysis, lots of data. We've been presenting that to them, and you know, like I said, the data is not perfect, but it is enough to tell us that there's a significant problem with this fishery, and if we don't act quickly, there's not going to be one. That's where we're at. I mean, I understand the passion, but folks need, I hope people can understand that if we don't make a change, this won't be a fishery anymore at all, period. You know, we're heading towards listing, not towards, you know, in the other direction where we're getting more fish. So
based on what you're talking about now, you're not gonna have much of a change. There's not gonna be any
I want to
fish in
ask
the
for
lake.
respect in the room, please, for when someone else is speaking, because otherwise we're not going to be able to have this conversation.
yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to get that out there and make sure that folks understood that the data is real. The fishery is declining. So.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Dr. Miller Hanson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Zavaleta. Just, and Jay, thank you very much for sharing that. I think, as I have shared with folks numerous times, this year has been pretty frustrating all around for commission staff, not just for sturgeon, but for a number of fisheries, and looking at the types of collapses that we're seeing. It's just, it's awful. And there are these bigger picture issues that really need to be addressed. And I know that we have several commissioners who have raised these issues in the last several years, who are very eager to work directly with the other agencies that do have jurisdiction and to begin to change the way things are, you know, especially the way water is managed, et cetera. And so we will obviously work with our commissioners to advance those conversations as much as we can. In the moment, again, Jay, thank you. I just also want to acknowledge that I'm hearing the captains, while they are working through a couple of representatives for discussions with the department, it seems like there is perhaps some differences of opinion, maybe some misunderstandings, et cetera. And so I'm hoping perhaps by the end of this conversation, maybe we can identify some way for more direct dialogue with the captains to help them understand what kind of data is being used, how it is obtained, and how it's applied, but also for perhaps us commission staff and department staff to better understand some of the points that they've been making today that, you know, may or may not have been overlooked, maybe may or may not have been aware of, and that we can be sure that we have common understanding about the fishery and the data and the information that's been used for this decision making.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. We still have number of folks who'd like to contribute to the conversation. So bearing in mind what Jay just shared and what Director Miller Henson shared, let's return to the queue, and you know, just gonna also remind everyone it's 10 and we have a long agenda, and that's fine. We'll spend as long as we need to on this issue, but I would ask that if you have comments that echo what other folks have said, that just indicate that you agree with those comments.
Okay, James Smith, you go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. My name's James Smith. I'm the owner operator of Charter Boat California Dawn 1 and 2. I'm also a board member and a representative of GGFA. I'm also on the sturgeon working panel, and I feel the frustration in the room. I mean, you got guides in there that are potentially losing their business. And I apologize if I reiterate a few of the comments already said, but you know, from a guide standpoint, so far this season, the DFW has closed salmon. We had a bag reduction in halibut. We closed the nearshore rock fishing. And also now I hear we're being pushed out past 50 fathoms when in possession of shelf rockfish. We're literally running out of fisheries and places to fish. I don't want to see another fishery close. We have lots of anglers that care about the long-term sustainability, and they're willing to make cuts. Anything necessary to achieve goals within reason without completely destroying the industry. Until we address the root causes like water and waste treatment causing halves, shutting down the industry is not going to solve the problem. And please, consider other options for 2024. I know catch and release has been on the table, and it's popular against a bunch of people, but it's basically a closure on all the guides. They will go out of business, as well as the bait shops doing catch and release. Let's work together on a solution that doesn't, affect or put charter boats, bait shops, tackle stores, and everyone else out of business. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Captain Smith.
Okay, we have NorCal Aluminum Boats.
Followed by James Dunn.
Well, this is Trevor Vantries, admin for NorCal Aluminum Boats, representing both sport, fishermen, and six-pack captains. Nobody said it, but I'll say it. We need one fish retention, nothing else, nothing less than that. We need to be able to continue our traditions of harvesting, eating, sharing our sturgeon with our friends and family. They've mentioned it, the bait shops. I know Joel Sakay, he went out of business when you guys made it single barbless hooks. There was a big drop off in sturgeon fishing when you guys dropped it to single barbless hooks. Don't continue to do this. If our bait shops go out of business, we have nowhere else to go. But online, we order off of Amazon and they ship it on shipping containers, which hits whales. Again, one retention of one sturgeon per year will not do any damage. Now to my second point. The man in charge of California Fish and Game, Bonham, he's a dope grower. Who appointed him? Gavin Newsom. He's a wine farmer. They both use so many chemicals that go into the water. Both of them have conflicts of interest. I have demanded that Bonham step down. That piece of shit doesn't care about the fisheries.
Well, excuse me, but that is not acceptable. We will not tolerate attacks like that.
I apologize, but it's the truth.
Go elsewhere.
It's the truth. It's the truth. He's a pot farmer.
Truth without that kind of language.
I will not use that kind of language anymore. You guys have to understand the frustrations that we're going through. Our whole lives, that's what we identify as fishermen, and you continue to take it from us. You started with abalone, and you guys do nothing. You give us no information of when we're going to get things back, what the process is. You just hammer your gavel, and what your decision is like gone. I'm over it. I'm ready to leave the state so bad.
Sir.
Give me my freaking time. You're taking my life away from me.
We're not.
You don't understand that at all. But you are. You're taking our way of life away from us. You can't even wrap that feeling around your head because you don't know. You are not an angler.
Yes, I
Thank
am,
you.
actually.
Do whatever you want to do. You guys are like Hitler. You, whatever you say, we have to
Okay,
deal
I
with.
think that's enough. We're gonna wrap it up here, and, I'm not sure.
Thank you for my 2 minutes. Thank you for my 2 minutes.
It's not a 2-minute process, just so we're clear. This is a discussion. There isn't a timer, but we need to keep the dialogue constructive, otherwise we're not getting anywhere. And I hear your frustration, and I need to ask you to please keep it respectful. James Stone.
Hey, we don't know him.
Yeah, we're not part of our group.
Go ahead, James.
James, you can go ahead.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zavaleta, commission staff, CDFW, this is James Stone, owner-operator of Elite Sportsman Guide Service, president and executive director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I sit on a number of committees for the department, including the Pacific Fisheries Management Council for salmon, the Steelhead Committee for steelhead, the Striped Bass Committee for striped bass, and the Sturgeon Committee for sturgeon. I sit on 4 of the 5 anadromous species that enter our waters. Thank you for the time to speak today. I'm coming to you live from Alaska. The reason that I'm coming to you live from Alaska today is because there was a Fish and Game meeting change at the last minute. This meeting was scheduled for the 21st in Chico, California, which many members and people had obligated and taken a time off of work to schedule that meeting to be there in person. And unfortunately, the commission changed the date and location of over 150 miles away from the original location. I want to talk about a few points, and I'm going to bring up a lot of stats. Number one, all anadromous fisheries have been in decline since the high exports of water to Southern California south of the Delta since 2004. All of our anadromous fisheries are declining parallel because of water. The HABs that we talked about are because of water. The cohort reconstruction of rebuilding our populations every single year on every single anadromous species is because of water. Year after year, I testify to the commission and I request, please consider water. Let's advocate for water on the State Water Board, to DWR, to the Bureau of Reclamation. Yet CDFW and the commission still refuses to advocate for water. Fisheries have not caused this decline. Shutting down these men and women's businesses will not fix the species. Number one, the number one peer-reviewed science document is the Blackburn study, and I'm going to read you from the abstract on the number one thing. This data was collected from 2007 to 2015 from the department and sent up to the University of Idaho by Dr. Shannon Blackburn, and in it, the number one line says, probable reasons for the decline include overharvest and habitat degradation compounded by poor recruitment during recent droughts, which I just mentioned. Despite the importance and status of white sturgeon, knowledge of their population dynamics and the SSJ remains incomplete, and additional information is needed to further inform management decisions. Secondly, in the study, the only analysis is on fish up to 30 years old. And the reason for that is because the only analysis of fish that we could get from 2007 to 2016 was through the trammeled net surveys, and they don't catch any fish that are over 30 years old. They do not catch oversized fish, so we don't know how many oversized fish are in the system. Secondly, the department will tell you that the only way that they can accurately determine the population of sturgeon is through the Lincoln-Peterson model and the mark recapture of their sturgeon disc tags. We have been doing very little disc tagging of these fish considering the total population. I've been recommending that we tag more fish for over 5 years. Some of these captains sitting at your table today have even said that they will put biologists on the boats to start tagging fish to determine more accurate data to get a more accurate population assessment. If we do not have an accurate population assessment, then we cannot accurately determine what the correct exploitation rate is. Right now, we use exploitation according to report card data, and it's not accurate. It's expanded in the Blackburn study, and I'm going to read from you real quick, one line from page 904 under figure 4 from the Blackburn study. Estimates of exploitation based on adjusted tag return data for white sturgeon from the SSJ from 2007 to 15. Error bars represent 95% confidence intervals. Tag return data were adjusted for angular non-reporting, tag loss, tagging mortality, and growth in and out of the slot limit. What that means is that on any other fishery that I sit in, we do not adjust for non-reporting. Steelhead report card data that comes in, or North Coast salmon report card data, deer tags, elk tags, sheep tags. We don't adjust that exploitation when the people do not report. We've always made assumptions that non-reporting is due to non-harvest, or they did not fish or did not hunt. I'm almost done. Exploitation rates are not accurate because in the Blackburn study, they have inflated these exploitation rates to assume that the other 70% of the non-reporting is now harvesting at the same level of the 30% of the people that are harvesting. And this data is biased. Also, the HAB reporting is very biased because it is citizen reported. It is not done by the department. It's done by iNaturalist. It's the same thing the department tells me with the flame data, fisherman-led assessment monitoring experiment. Some of these captains in the room and many others, starting in January when this topic came up at the WRC, have gone out of their way, spending hundreds of hours recording data for us, which we will be presenting to the department on October 3rd on sturgeon. We have recorded the most current and the most accurate data that is current in 2023. Some of these captains, if not all of them around this table, have been recording and have more data on sturgeon than we've ever seen before. We have pictures, GPS locations, CPUE, we have retention data, we have tag data, we have much data to go through, and they're continuing to record daily. So we need to make sure that we are accurately looking at our decision management and we don't just push this through too fast. In the own survey done by CDFW, 43% of sturgeon anglers reported to the department that they will stop fishing for sturgeon. 43%. That's 43% less report cards. Last year, we sold 45,000 report cards to harvest with 3 tags each of 135,000 tags. And now you're telling these men and women of California that we're going to go to 0 to a catch and release fishery. 135,000 tags this year to 0. So all I can say is that we need to work together. We need to work with the fishing community. They're willing and able to get you on their boats and to get more accurate data. And the reason that we're jamming this through is because of funding. We don't have funding through IEP because DWR cut off the funding. And now the department is scrambling because we do not have enough money to accurately monitor, accurately survey, and accurately hire more staff in order to get the data. And so I'm asking, when we work through this situation, we need to slow this process down. We agree that management changes might be warranted. We agree that reducing tags from 3 to possibly 1 is definitely warranted in certain aspects. We have even recommended that shrinking the slot limit could be warranted. We agree that other management techniques are warranted and they're willing to take cuts. The correct negotiation would be when nobody's happy. If the department's not happy and the anglers aren't happy, then that's the correct way to go rather than just anyone. Last comment, when we close fisheries in certain sectors and geographical locations, I want to remind the commission and the department that different demographics of Californians live throughout the SSJ and Delta and Bay, and equity and access to the fishery needs to be available to all. In the river, in the Delta, in the Bay, lots of people count on these fish for food, not only business. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we have Javier Robles, Ken Bichetti, and then Roger Mammon. Javier, you can go next.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Javier. I'm a local fisherman as well, and I know some of these guys at the table. But I just kind of want to put my 2 cents in on kind of the whole issue and what I've been seeing over the last couple of years. I've been fishing for sturgeon all my life since I was a kid. I grew up in Richmond. Always seen sturgeon since I was a kid. And hopefully pass on this fishing to my children as well. But one of the biggest things is I seen earlier they were talking about all the algae bloom that was happening and how that killed off a lot of fish. Um, and that's kind of why this emergency situation is going on. That's not totally true. The water situation was a big issue why these fish aren't doing what they need to be doing in spawning and reproduction. The water hasn't been there. We had a drought last year. This year was the only year where we've had some really good water coming down, and we're starting to see a little bit more fish. But it all comes down to water. We haven't had the water, and we haven't done anything to fix that. If we would have had more water pushing down that river, maybe that algae bloom wouldn't have got as far as it did. And it happens, but we're doing nothing to try to fix that water situation. And I really wish that the state would actually take that into consideration instead of cutting down our fishery. I would say that one harvest per year would be very good for a fisherman next year. Maybe it gives them something to look forward to. Complete closure will put people like me and other fishermen not wanting to go out and go purchase the tag sometimes. And I really hope that Department of Fish and Game can do something and get some real data from all these captains and actually see what kind of fish are out in these waters and make a real good estimate of how many fish we do have. I want to thank you guys for giving me my time to speak, and thank you guys.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your comment.
Ken Bichetti, go ahead, and then Roger Mammon.
Hi, my name is Ken Bichetti. I'm the president of the California Striped Bass Association, Untitled Delta Chapter. When not fishing for striped bass, I, as well as our members, fish for sturgeon, among other species of fish. If restrictions and closures are put in place, numerous businesses that include charter boat captains, bait and tackle shops, tackle manufacturers, as well as other businesses will lose much needed income. Some of these people are our commercial members. Please don't restrict sturgeon fishing until further research and discussions occur so some educated decisions can be made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, Ken. Our next speaker is Roger Mammon, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, please, Roger, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank
Yes.
you. I'm looking at the mission statement of both the Fish and Game Commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And it talks about healthy environments, biodiversity, and everything. I appreciate the presentation on sturgeon. I stopped killing sturgeon about 20 years ago, and I still catch sturgeon, but I release them all. But I'm looking at the whole picture economically. We have charter boat captains that are being restricted in what they can fish for, how they can do it. And have you looked at the fuel prices lately? It's a shame that they have to struggle to make a living. Now, one of the things I heard on the report from Dr. Kelly was that sea lion predation on sturgeon's not that bad. But personally, I have seen sturgeon in the 30, 40-pound size being tossed around like nothing by sea lions out in the Gulf. They're overpopulated, and something needs to be done about that predation on our fisheries. They not only do the sturgeon, they do stripers, they kill salmon, and all of our fisheries are way, way down, and nothing's being done about this overpopulation of sea lions. Another thing that could be done, talking about water. Fish and Game Commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife says they can't do anything about water, but they keep on issuing permits for endangered species to be taken at the pumps. Well, cut down the number of endangered species you're letting them kill, and let's put some water back in the system so we can recover our fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
All right, we have Ricky Acosta, a person with iPhone and as their name, and then David Hurley. Ricky, you can go ahead.
All right, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
My name's Ricky Acosta. I'm the owner and operator of Feeding Frenzy Sport Fishing. I've been in business for over 6 years. In the last 3 years, it has been my only source of income. The only reason my business was able to grow so quickly is because the people take advantage of the opportunities my business and businesses like mine offer to the public. Access to public waterways, access to a boat, access to making memories, and access to the possibility of a fish of a lifetime. Please stop taking away public access opportunities from the people. Personally, I haven't kept a sturgeon in 3 years. This is a personal choice. Charter boats are not responsible for overharvest, as we saw from the survey results. Being able to harvest is the right for the people of California and tag holders from other states. I am not opposed to regulation changes. In fact, I support less tags per person and a stricter slot size. I believe the slot size should change on a regular basis to help more fish become oversized. However, I am completely against catch and release only. I am completely against closing sections of the waterways to fishing. This is ultimately a death sentence for the businesses in the fishing industry. I also disagree with the statement of sturgeon not floating. I've personally witnessed dead sturgeon floating, bloated, as well as fresh kills still floating, being eaten by sea lions and birds as well. I disagree with our fishery being comparable to the Columbia River or Fraser River due to water and food sources. Droughts and saltwater intrusion have changed the areas the sturgeon in the Delta are using and feeding in, which is why they are concentrated in different areas. However, I believe that if the department listens to the people of California, we can work together and find a resolution that benefits the fish, the public, and the industry as a whole. I would be happy to have anyone with the department or any scientist on my boat for a day to show them what we see, and I believe the other boats will as well. You guys talked about the other data and whatnot being collected, but as far as I know, there's only one boat that is allowed to do pit tags. There's only one boat who is collecting research for you guys. And to my understanding, that boat and his minions are not at the meeting. And if they're so concerned and so, concerned that it's catch and release only, why would they not show up to voice their opinions today? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That is a concern of a lot of the people that one commercial boat is being allowed to help the department collect data. And that one commercial captain has a different opinion than all the other commercial captains. And I'm not saying he's doing it, but it's very possible if I were anti-fishing and didn't want you to see fish in our survey, I could park 50 feet to the right of the fish or the right of the clam bed, and you'll see fish on our screen, but we won't get a fish all day.
Okay.
So I'm not saying he's doing that, but it's possible. That's one concern of this community.
Thanks.
All right.
We still have 7 more folks who'd like to speak. We want to make sure we get to all of them, and then we're going to take a break.
So we do have an iPhone speaker. There are multiple iPhones. It's only the person with their hand raised. You can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is Jay Lopes, owner operator of Right Hook Sport Fishing. I'm a 6-pack charter boat and have been taking people fishing for the last 18 years. I fish sturgeon 6 months out of the year, which is my only source of income during the fall and winter. Although I disagree with the data that has been provided, changes can be made to benefit both parties, but a catch and release fishery only is a little too radical on inadequate data. In an industry that's already taken a huge hit this year with no salmon season and a nearshore rockfish season that would shorten, this would be detrimental for a lot of 6-pack charter boats and guys already having a hard time. I would like to ask you guys to reevaluate some of your options. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have David Hurley. followed by Marilyn Jasper, and then James Cox.
This is David Hurley. I'm the Northern California editor for Western Outdoor News. I've written on this topic for the last several years. Called it, "Are We Killing the Goose That Laid the Golden Egg?" And I understand this is a very multifaceted problem, but the department has limited options in terms of what they can do. But in order to settle this problem, we need to think clearly outside the box. You know, let's face it, the algae bloom was the catalyst for this taking place, even though there had been some prior work on it. We also know that there is I call it the elephant in the room. It's really the sea lion in the Delta. I did some research and wrote an article on this not too long ago. In the 70s, there were very few, if any, sea lions in the Delta. Today, there are hundreds. Sea lions eat up to 35 pounds of fish per day, and the predation is on sturgeon, salmon, and striped bass, and largemouth bass now. These are all factors that we need to take a look at. But I also think that six-pack captains and anglers need to take responsibility as well. Only 30% of the returns is unacceptable. We're part of the problem, and we need to own that too. Placing a picture of a father, a daughter, and a 8-year-old child with 3 legal sturgeon on a deck is not helping the industry, it's hurting it. We've been promoting it by placing pictures of multiple sturgeon per day out there, which is their right. But we've had the opportunity to make some adjustments within our own industry, and we've been unwilling to do that. We've seen this coming for the last several years, and I know that the department is in a position where they're limited in what they can do, and their overall goal is to save the species. Whatever you decide to do, I think that you have to look at all options, including hatcheries, including slot limits, including catch and release, including restrictions on bait, area restrictions, whatever it does to save this species. Glenn talked earlier about generational. I think that I have quite a bit of generational buy-in to this. My great-grandfather came to this country from Sicily, was a commercial sturgeon fisherman until the closure in the early 1900s. That's the money that he used to buy his launches and stay in the commercial fishing business until 1958, when the salmon closure was affected. My family grew up fishing sturgeon on the Delta. I want to make sure that it lasts for future generations, so my great-grandchildren have the opportunity to talk about that and hear the stories as well. One other point I think we need to look at, if it is a catch and release, I think we need to look at the impact on the economic impact and work collaboratively to find some resources to assist with the full-time six-pack operators. I read today that if a wolf in the wolf pack of the Sequoia National Park strays outside and kills the cattle, that farmer is reimbursed for that loss of income. And we know that agriculture is reimbursed for not growing crops, but here we have a fishing industry that's on the brink of collapse from all the closures and still waiting for the salmon disaster relief money. And I think that we need to look at something in terms of being able to reimburse or keep this industry alive when it reopens in 2025 for the full-time guides. I'm not talking about the weekend guides that come out there. And I also think we need to look at limiting the number of permits that are given for fishing of sturgeon. There are a lot of options out there. I truly agree that something needs to be done. It has to be drastic. We need to make some moves that are in the benefit of all, but most importantly, the benefit of the fishery. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have Marilyn Jasper, followed by Marilyn Cox. I mean, James Cox, sorry. Marilyn, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. If it comes down to the very difficult decision of either economically saving businesses or losing an entire fishery to possible extinction, then we support adhering to the precautionary principle. Mr. Kelly's presentation in our opinion, clearly indicates huge and unacceptable sturgeon declines. And in our opinion, it could be, or most likely, will become even worse, especially with unknown poaching and, as already mentioned, the predation impacts from other animals. We support taking any and all steps now, including emergency, to give sturgeon their, I'll call it their last chance to fully recover. And that might include closing all sturgeon fisheries for a yet undetermined number of years. Thank you.
James Cox, you can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is James Cox. I am state board president for the California Striped Bass Association, and I am a retired charter boat operator of 25 years. I'd like to make 2 points for this. First off, in 2007, when you started up the tag program, Mr. Laird from Fish and Game had a meeting with a number of us charter captains and explained why they were doing things and what was going to happen. And the reason they were doing things then was because the feds were about to close down sturgeon in California because we don't have a sturgeon management plan. They said that they would be making a sturgeon management plan out of the money generated by the tags. Now, 16 years later, we still don't have a sturgeon management plan. And I just wonder if all of these problems might have been shortcutted a little if we actually had a sturgeon management plan. If I've seen through the years, Fish and Game does not do anything until their backs are against the wall, which is exactly the situation we're in now. And so I just hope that this is the time we finally make up a sturgeon management plan. Also, we keep batting around here about the harmful algal blooms and how do they get into the bay and all that. 5 years ago, we had the same amount of sewage coming into the bay that we do now, and we didn't have algal blooms, like have toxic algal blooms. The lack of water flow is exactly what's causing these problems. They're causing the problems for the salmon. They're causing problems for everything that's in the delta. And you say you don't have the power to do anything about DWR, but are you going to allow DWR's policies to bring the delta to extinction of all our species? You need to do something about this now. And the water is the only thing that's going to solve this problem. I'm hearing a lot about regulation changes because it's easy to regulate fishermen, but you won't take on DWR. And I feel if you're going to put all these restrictions on fishermen, there has to be a quid pro quo. DWR has to come into alignment with just the promises they've been making for years that they don't follow through on. There has to be two sides to this. If we just go at this with regulations, 10 years from now, we'll be even worse off than we are now. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dave Cachetta.
Yes, it is. Then Andrea Schreier and Mark Smith, and I show those are our final 3 speakers online.
Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dave Kashid. I'm a recreational angler. And from a layman's terms, the guys that are out on the water every day, it's not necessarily a fisheries management issue, but it's more of a water management issue. And I don't know if you're aware that there's a year's worth of almonds sitting in storage because there's no market for it. The almond guys are actually losing money to harvest what they have out there. And yet still, because of their lobbying power, they're getting water where these harmful algal blooms and everything else is because of lack of water actually coming through the delta and doing what it naturally does. So I hope that Fish and Game Commission actually looks at this, DWR looks at this, and instead of, supporting big ag lobbyists, looking at what's happening to the fisheries here, the people that actually make a living off of, trying to just go fishing, support their families. So thank you.
Andrea, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Schreier, and I'm a professor in the Department of Animal Science at UC Davis. As a researcher who studied white sturgeon, including the Sacramento-San Joaquin River population for about 2 decades, it's my professional opinion that significant changes to harvest regulations are needed in order to ensure that the population and fishery can persist into the future so that future generations can enjoy it. And I know that Blackburn et al., that paper has been brought up, but honestly, fisheries biologists determined many decades ago that long-lived, late-maturing fishes like sturgeon and sharks cannot tolerate greater than 5% harvest and persist in the long term. And as we've all seen in different presentations over time to this group, annual harvest rates on California white sturgeon have been higher than this on average for many years. Negative impacts from climate change, such as the recent harmful algal bloom, make our sturgeon population even more vulnerable to harvest. And again, like the harmful algal bloom has nothing to do with angling, but it just makes the population more susceptible to other stressors, including angling. And these types of climate change related sturgeon kills have occurred throughout the world over the past few years. And they're going to keep occurring. They're going to keep negatively affecting our fish populations. And unfortunately, that is not something that management agencies can control. I strongly support the temporary emergency catch and release measures while CDFW develops, with input from anglers and boat captains and other experts, new harvest regulations that will allow harvest while still protecting our white sturgeon population in California. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We have Mark Smith next.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Mark Smith. I am the lobbyist for Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association, and many of you know me having worked on fisheries issues with a number of the folks who spoke today in the room. Erica, I don't want to repeat anything related to the data or the plea for some sort of continued harvest next year. I think people have been pretty good on those points, and I think we can have a discussion about that coming up. What I wanted to chime in on was we need the Fish and Game Commission to do more in terms of the impacts and the working with other agencies who are actually causing some of these detrimental impacts. We have been talking about this now for a number of years, and I recognize that it's hard because they're their own separate entities and we are our own separate entity, but their actions are the ones that are affecting the anglers and the angling community. And it's not just the anglers. Actions by state agencies writ large across the state are affecting both land-based harvest and hunting and aquatic-based harvest and hunting, whether that's inland fisheries or ocean-based fisheries. And we're having a very similar conversation with the Ocean Protection Council right now about their goal to achieve 30% coastal water protections. But how do you do that when you've got sewage runoff and all those other things which are outside of the commission's control and frankly outside of OPC's control? We need our commissioners and our Fish and Game Commission staff to be more proactive and more aggressive in dealing with other agencies regarding the detrimental impacts that they are having to our ability to continue outdoor recreation and the things that we are passionate about. So that's my plea to you. I know you've heard it before. I know you'll hear it again, but we just would love to see more proactive engagement there. It's not enough to talk about it when the fish are gone and the seasons are closed, which seems to be the only time we can get traction out of some of these other entities to make even minor modifications. So thanks for hearing me on behalf of this community. It's my pleasure to work with them. I will work with them as long as they can continue to exist. Frankly, I'm worried that they will be able to continue to exist. And then their voices go away, my voice goes away, and then you don't have advocates like this in the room anymore fighting to make changes and make a difference. So I hope that you guys recognize and appreciate that. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Mark. I believe, Jay, you'd like to respond to some of the comments that have been made, so I want to make sure we give you the opportunity to do that. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the speaker. Jay,
Yeah.
Jerome, there, hi.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta. I just want to start off by thanking all the folks that spoke today, especially all that made the drive down to San Jose. I know that's taken time out of your schedules. it could be out on the water fishing. So, I apologize for not being able to be there in the room, but the rescheduling prevented that for me. So first, just thank you for that. We heard today a lot of information about or questions about our data. So we're going to commit to putting together a frequently asked questions that'll describe how our data is collected, what data we do and do not use to calculate things like population and harvest estimates, so that everybody's working on the same information. There was a lot of just incorrect information shared today, and I'll just leave it at that. So we want to make sure that you all know that that we're all looking at the same information, and we can start from that same discussion point. The other thing that that I heard today was that these folks that are out fishing are willing and want to help collect more data, and that's actually something that we've been looking at over the last several months, really since the last time we talked with you all. I think it was maybe last January or so. Trying to put together a plan that can help utilize folks that are out there harvesting or collecting fish to help collect additional data for the fishery, so that we can maintain this in the long term. And then I think the last thing, I just want to make sure that we're really clear. We're not looking at closing this fishery. We don't want to close this fishery. We've heard that harvest is an important part of this fishery, which is why there's going to be a component of harvest in the 2025 regulation. What we're proposing is to take a quick pause for a year. And I understand with some of our six-pack boats, some of the guides that depend on this, that could mean a hit for y'all. So, we can look at, and we have looked at some other options that allow harvest. They are risky. I just want to be frank. That's about everybody. There is a risk that if you harvest too many fish, that it ends up worse on the long run, right? That there are less fish available when 2025, 2026, 2027 comes around. And eventually, if we don't get under that 4% threshold, there could be zero bag, right? So it's a risk that's out there. We can present some of the options that we've also looked at, as far as looking at other sizes of slots, single fish, some of those types of things, and the benefits and drawbacks of those approaches versus going to a 1-year closure. So those are things that we can bring in October. We can discuss it, and then there's obviously the commission will have a decision to make. We can make our recommendation and folks can hear us out. So I just want to put that out there, make sure folks understand that we have looked at lots of other options. There's a reason that we settled on the one, but we can make available the other options and packages that could be put forward, and the commission can have a decision to make. So I just wanted to share that, and thanks everybody for coming and participating today.
Thanks, Jay. Really appreciate all of that. And there are some hands going back up. I just want to convey that, I think I'm willing to hear from a couple more folks in response to what Jay said, but I want to keep it short and to the point. I have some questions for him too. And thank you for that. Yeah, if it's new information based on what Jay said, I think we hear you. And I have some things I want to sort of think through, I think maybe I'll even do it before I call on folks, because I just want to make sure that you all know where I am on this right now. First of all, I already said it, this stinks. I'm mad. And I'm not mad at you all, and I'm not mad at the agency. I'm mad because it's been said a number of times that the root cause of this is somewhere else. It's these bigger systemic issues that other agencies
No doubt.
have the ability to address. So I just want to emphasize that because why? First of all, I want us as a commission, if we're going to be considering an emergency rate in October, to alongside that be talking specifically about how we are going to address this on the water boards, the water department side as well, with them, in partnership with them, whether there are conversations we need to be having with the legislature. I don't know what the full range of things is, but we need to address this water issue. And this has come up with every fishery conversation that we've had to have over the last 2 years, basically, since I joined the commission. And private parties and associations and so on need to take this up too, because I think we're all in agreement on that. Yeah. That is like a fundamental source of decline to this fishery. When I look at the data that the department presented, we had to have last year. That was a big deal, even if it was just 864 fish. Looking at their population, that already is like in the vicinity of 4% of the population estimate for last year. So even if it wasn't a single other fish, that's still big. And I also want to say that, you can see that the decline goes back longer than that. It goes back like 20, 25 years. It's like 2000 that line starts to dip. So it's not only this isolated event. We really are in crisis. I want to ask, okay, another thing I'm hearing loud and clear. We can't lose you all. You are the fishes, you are some of their best advocates. And they need you. So absolutely. We cannot cause your industry to crash and then you're not there anymore down the line. And I just want to say that loud and clear. It's right in our mission that we have to be here for future generations too, but part of that is that we don't lose the connections that folks have now. So, and then part of that is Jay said, we are potentially headed towards listing. And that makes me really concerned because we got a listing and we are not going to have a catch and release fishery either. We're going to have nothing. And it's going to take a lot longer to come back from that. So we're weighing all of these different risks. I want to ask, Jay, you talked about that there are other options you considered. I think absolutely we need to hear more about what it looks like if we do something really restrictive, quota, a bag limit of 1, narrow the top end of the slot limit. I don't know exactly what you all have considered, and I don't think now is the time to talk through all of the options because no one's prepared to do that, but I want to convey that I'd like to see and hear about those if we are going to go to the full commission so that we can consider all of that too, and we're not narrowing this to one potential option. Is that, I'm going to ask Melissa, is that we can do that? Okay. So I'm not going to ask that question right now. You kind of addressed it, but I think we all need to see and really understand what it would look like to do something with a low harvest rate as well, so that we can make an informed decision there. Last thing, this is a question I want to give Jay a chance to answer. If we are going to consider an emergency reg, if that were to happen, given how serious the situation is, how will we avoid a gap between that emergency reg, which can only be 1 year, right, and the 2025 anticipated regular regulation? And I want to address that too, because what we really don't want to have happen is whatever it looks like for the next year, and then we just have a gap, and nobody's able to address this until we get an additional reg on the books. So how do we make sure that doesn't happen?
I'm maybe not sure of the question. So the emergency reg would be 2024.
Right.
It would have the catch and release is what we're recommending, but we certainly, as we discussed, can show other options that we had worked through, and those involve slot limits and restrictions of time and area.
Okay.
So I'm not, and then we would have the new regulation would start Jan 1 that would have some controlled harvest, and we're still looking at exactly what that would be, but John presented some of that in his presentation, where we would be looking at being able to control harvest, right? Kind of the issue that we have right now with the current regulations is we issue 40,000-ish tags and there's only 33,000-ish fish, that's problematic. So having a way that we know when the population gets to this number, what the maximum number of fish that can be harvested is, that's kind of where we feel we need to be. So.
Okay, so you're comfortable?
Yeah, so let me confirm something, Jay, this is Melissa. I just want to confirm, so then what you're suggesting is that the commission would potentially adopt an emergency regulation, if you had your way, that would adopt an emergency regulation in October that would not be effective until January 1 of 2024.
I think we could do that.
So there would be no gap between that emergency regulation and the January 1 of 2025.
No,
if the commission adopts and it becomes effective before January 1, you have a gap of a few weeks, maybe a month or two.
Correct. I understand what you're getting at now. So yeah, we are looking for that to start immediately after. We would be looking for that to start immediately after October. And then we'd probably be looking at something like a certificate of compliance or sort of compliance for that 3-month gap at the end of 24. Does that make sense?
Yes, but yeah, we should chat about that timing with our reg specialists, because you're making permanent then the emergency regulation.
For 3 months.
And you're gonna overlap, so yeah, we need to talk about it with our reg specialists, because they're the ones who work with OAL, and that's problematic to be doing a certificate of compliance while you're also doing a regular rulemaking for different regulations.
Okay.
Let's chat about that.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure that, the timing is aligned with.
I have a question for Melissa and James. Melissa and James.
That's Jay.
Or Jay, sorry.
James is the other guy.
Yeah. So I hear the department's request or sense of urgency that it needs to happen immediately, but Melissa, do you think that this could not have gone through a regular rulemaking session all year, that we couldn't have been talking about this all year and working through the problem? What has happened recently that makes this need to be immediately?
Well, Jay can explain this in more detail. I can tell you generally what we're hearing from the department is that the data that has been coming in most recently, especially since our, just the summer and since the last commission meeting, is that the data that they're seeing most recently is giving them a darker picture than they had anticipated previously.
And we haven't seen that data, because all the data we've seen was from.
Again, I'm not the expert on the data that's been presented.
Right.
I'm the policy person.
Right. Yeah, but
my scientist is right here, and he has been working with the the department on the data that's coming in, and I understand that Jay has made a commitment to providing something in writing, a frequently asked questions sort of document, that documents that data that they're looking at that is painting a darker picture than they had expected.
Right. So if, in terms, you guys, Jay, if you say you guys end up shutting it down, you guys say, okay, well, from what we got in our recent data, it's a dark picture here. We just think that it's best that we shut it down. How do you, in terms, figure out that you're going to get the right data to let you know where you need to go from this point on? Because from my recollection, looking at these guys who go out there fishing with us daily, and just looking at the regular old sporty angler that's out there, like all of us know, these guys don't report pretty much what they catch. So are you going to go off of one source, basically your biologist who's dragging a net basically to catch fish or whatever, or are you going to take it to the point to where you guys all end up trusting us to work with you and to join your pit program, your pit tag program, to the point to where we're able to help you get a real analysis of what kind of fish is in the water? Because at this point, if you go to catch and release, what I think is going to happen, those guys who go out there and catch fish at that point, they're really not going to mark anything down at that point. You guys won't have nothing, and then this is just going to drag all the way out, and we're going to have a real issue at that point in time.
There will be no data. If you go catch and release, there's no data. There's no data.
People are going to stop fishing.
They'll stop, but they also won't care about tagging anything. If they don't care about tagging a shaker or an oversized fish right now, what makes you think that they're gonna tag anything if it's just catch and release? They'll catch and release all day and won't give a dang about anything. You understand what I'm saying?
So this is something else we need to consider.
Yeah, that's
is
what we
the
really
impact
have to
of the
consider,
data
because
gathering.
that's gonna take us into a different area, and it's gonna be all bad at that point in time.
Okay, I
You know?
wanna make sure that, thank you for that, and I hear you. We wanna be thinking about this too. And I see a couple other hands that we haven't heard from yet. I just wanna make sure if anyone else wanted to say something.
No, I mean, I wanted to say the same thing. I think, I wanted to reiterate the tag issue. So I work on a six-pack boat, and I work with tons of anglers every day. And one big problem that we have is that the anglers are very uneducated on their tags. They do not know how to fill out a tag. They do not know why to fill out a tag. They don't know any of the information on the tag. Now, again, it's clearly written on the tag, but people don't read. And it's a big problem. Like, I can tell you, I talk to people every single day. I look down the line at these fish, more than most. And when we say we have to tag a fish, or we're just, hey, we need your report card, we need to mark this fish for you, they have no clue what we're doing. So if we're the only ones that are doing it for them, and they're not doing it on their own, the data is so, there's just no such thing. That should never be used. And again, I think it's just anglers aren't educated on what they're supposed to do with these tags. And we say it all the time. At the end of the year, we say, hey, make sure you turn your tag in, make sure you turn your tag in. And we say it over and over again. But for them to go home and do it, how do you do it? I don't know. Go online. It's just.
That's how you could use the six-pack guys as an ally instead of an enemy. At this point, we need to.
Yeah.
The
Well,
passengers don't
I
know.
don't think anyone wants to portray this as like an enemy dynamic. I hope that's clear.
It's
including
not. It really isn't. It really isn't. Based upon what we're looking at, and like you said, the data that's coming in from the punch card, it is. I feel like I am against you, because there's nothing I can do to make anybody do what you're expecting them to do. If I don't fill out, I fill out the punch card for every fish that comes in my boat. There is not one person that comes on my punch card, on my boat, that fills out the data.
And I'm hearing
to the point where you got a law that says I have to have a pin on board.
So please believe me when we say we understand. We have a form that people have to fill out. It's a very simple form. It has really detailed, explicit instructions for each section of what information needs to be included. And we are regularly having to contact people and say, by the way, you didn't fill this out completely. So we get it when you say people don't read the instructions.
Yeah.
We get it. Absolutely.
So if they don't do it though, how would you guys enforce that? If you went to a catch and release?
I can't talk to that, and that's, again, this is an ongoing conversation that we need to have with department staff, because those are the folks who are the experts. They're the ones who are for the state of California. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife is the on-the-ground management agency for fish and wildlife. So we have to work with them. They've done an amazing job of trying to gather information, convey it in a way that makes sense. We recognize that there's a need to further elaborate on this information and present what they have found in a way that is understandable for everyone. And we're gonna work with the department on that, and I really appreciate that Jay is committed to doing that.
Yeah, well, we wanna be a part of it,
I just
that's
wanna make
all.
sure
We wanna
hear
help,
that
we
loud and
definitely
clear.
wanna help.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way that we feel like you guys won't be able to get it. Without our help, I don't think you guys gonna get it just by just your biologists dragging their nets or whatever. You're gonna need more than that. There's a bigger
Mitchell, we hear
picture
you
out
on
there.
that, but I wanna make sure we get to the folks online, and we really do need to keep moving. We need to wrap up. So I wanna give Roger and James and Glenn, maybe I have the order wrong, I think it might go Roger and Glenn and James. Just a brief opportunity to weigh in if it's a new comment. If it's a repeat.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak again. I am the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association. I'm also a board member of Restore the Delta. And there was a lot of talk from the participants about the situation with water. There is some hope, because there has been a petition filed with the Environmental Protection Agency against the State Water Resource Control Board for not doing their job. So I just wanted to bring that up and thank you for the time.
Ryder, thanks for sharing that. I think that's, excuse me. No, okay.
James
We're good.
Stone.
James,
Thank you
oh,
very much. Thank you very much for another chance to speak. Commissioner Zavaleta, commission staff, department staff, I just wanted everyone to know that yesterday was meeting number 6 of the sturgeon working group. And we had one of our members of the group state to all staff that, you know, that they catch hundreds of sturgeon a year, but they only fill out the 30 slots on their report card, and then they're done reporting the rest of those fish. And that was stated in the meeting. And so I want you to know that if a member of one of the 7 members of the working group said that, then how many other members of the public are not reporting, right? On those extra fish that are not in that slot. Second comment, we have not heard from LED, and I would ask that the commission ask Chief Bess for a complete report on LED, on poaching, and what the poaching has been going on sturgeon, and to get a report on that on October 11th before a decision is made. And then my last comment is, I think it's clear that you've heard from the fishing community so far today, and this is just a small section. We're anticipating 200 to 300 anglers showing up in San Jose on October 11th. So I respectfully request that we have a set time for this meeting, maybe right after lunch, to address this agenda item, because there are going to be hundreds of people traveling far and wide to come to this meeting, and we're going to need hours and hours to go through public testimony. And I respectfully request that we don't limit our time to only 1 minute at that meeting, because it needs to be heard by all 5 commissioners. Thank you.
thanks, James. I do want to address, I think it's come up a couple more times after Jay spoke to this, that the report card data aren't what are driving the estimates of population or the harvest. And I just want to say that because look, knowledge is not perfect, it's not complete, and if we don't do anything because we're waiting for more perfect information, that's still a decision, and if that's a decision that's going to take us somewhere worse, I don't necessarily think that's the decision we want to support. So I hear you on the shortcomings of data. I hear you on the need to work more closely with people who are on the water every day to understand what's going out there. And we have to work with the knowledge that we do have, and it is more than just the report card data.
Yeah, Commissioner Zavaleta, I understand it's not used for the population estimate. That's the mark recapture data, tag data, which we've asked on the committee for the last few weeks. And we still have not seen any of that data yet from the department, any of how many fish have been tagged over the years and how many have been recaptured, how that expands. We haven't seen any of that data yet of how they get to that population estimate. Secondly, the report card data of amount of fish caught versus retained, that is our retention rate. So that data is used on our retention rate. If we say that we only caught 2,000, but we retained 1,000, then it shows a 50% retention rate. And then that's expanded of how many fish are harvested throughout the system. So some of that data is used in a part of the metric of sturgeon management. It's not used for population estimate, but it is used for retention.
Understood. Yeah, that's a fair point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more person waiting to comment, and then I wanna move us on because we've had a lot of chance to discuss this, and it's clear we're gonna have more need to discuss this October 3rd and 11th. Len, please go ahead.
Yes, I want to say that I appreciate Jay's last message that he sent out about taking a further look at things, but I know that the year is coming to an end, so we're going to have to figure out how to facilitate that. On the contention of the report cards, I sponsor 10 Facebook pages, so if Fish and Game was to make a video, because a lot of people, they can read the directions, but when I read something, I don't necessarily understand it as much as someone showing me. So, if Fish and Game puts out that video, we have plenty of capabilities to broadcast that all throughout all the different fishing pages online, and on the flip side of that, You know, if Fishing Game's willing to offer up a few lifetime fishing licenses, I'll offer a couple guiding trips this year, full boats, you know, to get people to turn all these in. You know, we can do a raffle at the ISE show, which you guys are at. You know, we can figure out ways to get creative this year to get the data that we need.
Thank you for that. I appreciate I appreciate the ideas about how to get more information from the community fund. Okay, Jay, I'm going to give you a chance to respond one more time. There's been a number of additional comments made if you'd like to.
There have been. Just first, thank you, Glenn. That was a good suggestion. I like the idea of videos. That's some stuff that we've been looking at in lots of other areas. So really good suggestion, and I'll mark that down on how to fill out report cards. I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, we keep going back to the data. I just want to make sure folks know we'll put out an FAQ that really clearly states how this data is used and where and when and why. So so that we're all working off the same.
Jay, on that point, could I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Because my understanding was that you did share a summary of the data. Is what James asking for is the raw data?
I'm not sure. I wasn't at the group meeting where the data was shared.
Okay.
I could defer maybe to John Kelly.
We can follow up on that.
Okay, yeah. But you know, we've been trying, you know, there's a lot of data out there and there's a lot of requests coming in for data. We're trying to be as responsive as possible to the work group and get them the data as quickly as we can. And also include some analysis with that data. So that some interpretation, right? Because you know, it's important to have interpretation to go along with numbers, right? So I guess that's
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you, Jay. And thank you again for, I know you and your team have all been working hard and you're willing to talk with folks if they're interested. And I think finding some venues and ways like these frequently asked questions with not only the data, but some interpretation of the data, so that we can make sure that we're all understanding the same information, because it's not enough to say, oh, the data is not available. Well, what data are you speaking about? Is it the summary data? Is it the raw data? Right? There's lots of questions around that. So really appreciate you and your team's willingness to help work through that.
Yeah, for sure. And just, you know, calculating fisheries data is a little, it's complex, it's complicated. There's a lot that goes into it. Our folks spend a lot of time with researchers. It's all peer reviewed science. It's not like we're just making stuff up and pulling stuff out of thin air, right? We're using models that have been peer reviewed, and so you know, you can always have more data. We can always have better data, but we're pretty confident in the trends and the values that our data is showing right now.
I already made some comments earlier that I don't want to just repeat, but I think, yeah, so that we can get to a good place on this. I think what I want to just reiterate is that I would like to see us discuss at the next commission meeting not only the potential emergency reg, but also how we are going to engage with the water boards and the water agency to address those fundamental issues challenging this fishery and other fisheries. And then I want to support moving forward with a potential emergency regulation regarding white sturgeon, but I want to hear it based on the department's proposal in today's discussion with at least one option for a quota, a limit, a slot direction that might just give us as a commission the opportunity to consider and weigh risks to the fishery alongside the risks to the fishing community.
Can I make a comment?
And I think I'm gonna ask that we hold comments right now, because I know that we could discuss this all day, and I need to make sure that we have a break. Staff need a break, and you all need a break too.
Make that a break.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So before we go on to the next agenda item, how long a break do we want to take? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. So we'll reconvene at 20 after 11. Thanks so much, everyone, department, for all the work on this, and the community for coming out and sharing all of those ideas and views with us.
Thank you all for having us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on.
Okay, sorry.
Now we're on. Okay. All right. We're moving to agenda item 4, annual regulation changes to discuss and potentially make recommendations for the 24-25 seasons for waterfowl hunting. And we'll take that item. And then after that, for Central Valley Sport Fishing and Klamath River Basin Sport Fishing, we'll take together. And so for waterfowl hunting, I'll turn it over to Ari, who can introduce a presenter from the department today.
Okay, each year the commission adopts regulations to conform to the federal waterfowl hunting framework. And I don't want to steal any of her thunder, so to tell us about it is the department. To tell us about the department's proposal for the next cycle, we have Melanie Weaver from the department. Are you on, Melanie?
I am here, Ari.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, almost. The department does not have any significant changes to recommend for the upcoming waterfowl season. However, we will be modifying the season length to continue to accommodate closing the latest as we possibly can close, which is January 31st for ducks. So that means the season for most zones will decrease to 98 days compared to this current season that's going to start here in a few weeks. It's 103 days. So next year, we're going to bump down to 98, and that's to accommodate, like I said, the January 31st closure, the addition of the veteran hunt days. This will also allow a few days of falconry only for next year. And then the following year, let's see, we will start to creep up again in terms of the season length. We'll add on 2 additional days. And that's all I've got. I can answer questions if anyone has questions.
Great, thank you, Melanie. I don't have any questions at the moment, and so I'd like to just share the discussion out with folks who are in the room. If anyone in the room has anything they'd like to contribute, and looks like seeing none, we're going to go to our discussants online. So see Mark Henley, please go ahead.
Hi there, Commissioner Zavaleta and department and commission staff. Yeah, Mark Henley with California Waterfowl. Our Regulations and Traditions Committee recently met with the department, met with Melanie, which we appreciated, and we ended up voting for no new significant changes for the 24-25 season, other than moving the late goose season in the balance of state zone up 1 week to coincide with the veterans' active military duty hunt during the second weekend in February. And this one modification, it would do a couple things. First, it would allow vets to take geese as well as ducks during their hunt. Currently, they can only hunt ducks, and many have complained about that fact. So it would address input we have gotten from them. It would also reduce shooting later into February, which will reduce disturbance to local mallard pairs and other locally breeding waterfowl. Under the proposal, the vet hunt participants would still be able to exclusively use the public hunt areas, and this would help to maintain the quality of their hunt and avoid overcrowding, which we certainly don't want to impact their hunt. I've also discussed this proposal not only with our Regulations Committee, which, by the way, voted unanimously to support it, but also many other hunters over the last couple of months. And I have yet to hear a single hunter, at least who I've communicated with, oppose it. So it seems like there's a lot of stakeholder support. Also note that in many years, the geese during the February timeframe seem more concentrated in the balance of the state zone in the first half of February. So moving the late goose hunt up a week may actually improve hunter opportunity for the late goose hunt and better than help to reduce numbers of overabundant geese that, as you all know, can cause depredation issues for farmers and other private landowners. So in closing, we just believe that this proposal will enhance the quality of both the vet hunt and the late goose hunt, but it also accomplishes a couple of waterfowl management objectives. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
James Stone, you can go next.
Good morning, James Stone, NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. Thank you for the time to speak. Commissioner Zavaleta, department staff, commission staff. I'm speaking to you on behalf of our association representing the waterfowl guides that hunt in the Central Valley. We'd like to echo the comments of California Waterfowl Association and support moving the late goose season up 1 week to the Veterans Week. Many of our guides donate free hunts to our veterans, and so this would allow an opportunity for our guides to harvest geese, or to allow our veterans to harvest geese with our guides on that weekend. It would also coincide to move the birds around properly and to get them off the private grounds, which was the original plan, and get them out of the agricultural fields that are affected. And so this would allow them to be moved around better. Also, in the past few seasons with the dry climate, besides this past spring, but in the past, in the dry climate, many of the geese have already passed through the Central Valley and are moving further north. And so we've had less opportunity. And this has also engaged a lot of veterans to bring kids with them too. Now that we would have a season that would combine veterans and a late goose season. So kids would be able to come and hunt geese when the veterans were allowed to hunt a duck. So I just wanted to echo those comments and say that we're in full support of that, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, James.
And Bill Gaines.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta, department staff, commission staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this today. Speaking on behalf of the Tulare Basin Wetlands Association and the Black Rank Group, want to echo the words of Mark Henley and James Stone in regards to our strong support for moving the late goose season up 1 week so the veterans can take advantage of shooting both ducks and geese during the veterans hunt. I agree with Mark Henley. I've talked to a variety of people in regards to their thoughts on this as well, and everyone I've spoken with is in strong support of this move, and it would also provide the benefit of taking some pressure off of the nesting birds a little bit later in February as well. I am a voting member of the California Regs and Trads Committee, and as Mark mentioned, it was overwhelmingly and unanimously supported at that meeting as well. And in closing, I want to thank Melanie and Scott Gardner and the department staff for working with us on this over the past almost 2 years now, and we think that the best decision would be, again, to move that late goose season up 1 week to allow the vets to take advantage of shooting both ducks and geese. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Bill.
That's our last hand raised.
Your hands, great. Melanie, I want to give you a chance to comment on this question of late goose season moving up a week.
Sure. So initially, when we proposed the late goose season hunt days in the balance of state zone, it was to alleviate goose depredation on private lands. So we wanted to push those geese off of private lands, use hunting as a tool, put them onto our public lands. So with that, most of our public lands are closed to hunting during the late goose season because we wanted the geese somewhere to go. If they had public lands to go to, great. If not, fine, head north back to your breeding grounds. So while the vets could hunt ducks, or I'm sorry, yeah, they could hunt ducks on our public hunt areas, they could not hunt geese during those days. So there could be some confusion, something to consider. The other thing would be, I do know that there are some private clubs out there that, like our constituents mentioned, they do offer veteran hunt days. And I also know that they offer late season goose hunting opportunities. So with all of the discussion the past couple of years about where to put vet hunt days and possible competition, this could create competition on certain areas. Maybe it won't. Something to consider.
All right, thanks, Melanie. Yeah, and I appreciate the idea, but I'm also hearing from Melanie that maybe there's a suite of other things that it might sort of ripple and affect to make that move right now. It doesn't seem like something we should do without understanding that fully. I want to ask staff whether there's anything else that they want to add, because I don't see any other hands, but otherwise. Okay. Yeah. It looks like I'm not going to make a recommendation until we hear about sport fishing. I was just pausing for a minute to see that we should go next to 4B and 4C.
Yeah, we can do it how we want.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes the most sense. That gives me a chance to chew on it too. So I want to turn it over then to Jay Rowan, the branch chief of fisheries, and ask for the two presentations together, if that's okay, for Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing, and then we can have a discussion of them together. That work okay, Jay?
Yes, it does. I'm not giving the presentation though. I think it's.
Oh, okay.
It should be up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, I am giving this presentation. Oh. It's one later in the day. All right, so we can go through these. A lot going on today.
Yes, indeed. We're with you, Jay.
Scared me for a minute there, Jay.
Yeah. All right. I'm back. So yeah, thank you very much. Yep, we're going to talk about the Central Valley sport fish regulations and the Klamath River sport fish regulations. And I think as folks know, this is reliant upon the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process. So we don't have a lot of information right now. So just kind of temper what we have going on with that. So this is our annual salmon packages for inland, so to speak. So next slide, please. So just a quick presentation overview. We're going to have a map of the Central Valley rivers with the Sacramento River fall run Chinook salmon angling regulations. We'll have a map of special fishing regulations for Sac River fall Chinook and the 2023 angling regulations, and then our proposed regulatory options for 2024. Next slide. So just a quick map view to orient yourself. Here, this is the Central Valley. We have the rivers. These are the ones with Chinook salmon, capped by Shasta Dam, Oroville Dam, Folsom Dam, and Comanche. Next slide, please. And these are special regulation waters. There was a change to the Upper Sacramento, the section 80C that you see on the top corner, that was extended down to Woodson's Bridge last year. Even though there was no fishing season, that is a permanent change that's going to stay and move forward. But those are the sections, the Lower Sacramento, and then within those we have the Mokelumne River, American River, Feather River, and Sacramento River that could potentially have different regulations, and then depending on what happens with numbers this year. Next slide, please. So current sport fish regulations for Sacramento River fall Chinook. I think as most folks know, everything was closed to take in possession of Chinook salmon this year based on projected poor returns from the fishery. Next slide, please. And we're looking at proposed regulatory options for the Central Valley rivers. This is very similar to what we've proposed in previous years. Any size Chinook salmon fishery from the 0 to 4 bag limit and 0 to 12 possession limit. Adult gross fishery, 0 to 4 bag limit, 0 to 12 possession limit. This could limit the number of adults available for harvest, with grills making up the remainder. Potential for a gross only fishery with a 0 to 4 bag limit, 0 to 12 in possession, and then the fourth option that we added in last year that will be part of our packages going forward, which is the potential for recommendation of closed to the take of Chinook salmon. Next slide, please. And with that, I will move on to the Klamath.
Great. Is that other presentation?
He's getting it.
Okay.
Again, Klamath River sport fish regulations. Next slide, please. So again, very similar presentation overview. Talk about the management of the Klamath River Fall Run, Chinook salmon in the basin. We'll have a map of the subquota areas, the current regulations, and then a proposal for that we went over a little bit last year. We discussed proposed range and kind of changing how we do the annual gross adult size cutoffs, and then our proposed regulatory option. Next slide, please. So, as I discussed, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council establishes annual harvest allocations and natural spawning escapement goals for adult Klamath River fall Chinook. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council makes an annual recommendation for the Klamath River fall Chinook fishery allocation coming in April. So we'll have this package sort of going to the committee with, or to the Fish and Game Commission with placeholders for those numbers until the April meeting. The Kern River Fall Run Chinook quota annual allocation typically conforms to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council recommendation, and that's a minimum of 15% of the non-tribal allocation. And then the department will make an annual recommendations for the Klamath River Fall Chinook season tag possession limits based on the status of the stock and or the quota. Next slide, please. So these are the Salmon Basin fishing subquota areas, so a little different from the Sacramento. There's actually quotas set for certain areas of the Klamath. So the lower Klamath subquota area typically gets about 50% of the quota. The upper Klamath subquota area gets about 17% of the quota. The Trinity is about 16.5% of the quota each. Something to note here is that with the removal of Iron Gate Dam and the dams on the Klamath, there is going to be a change of the upper section of the upper Klamath subquota area. It's going to move down from its current location of the dam to the I-5 bridge. Everything above the I-5 bridge will be as part of the current package that's going forward with the commission right now on the Klamath Basin Dam removal regulation package. Next slide, please. So currently, Klamath River Basin is closed to the take and possession of Klamath River fall Chinook. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, we presented this in 2023. The department changed from using a fixed standing cutoff of 23 inches to a potential range of 20 to 24 inches total length. This allows for annual variation in adult sizes and helps us support the Klamath River fall Chinook conservation objectives to minimize overharvest. In some years, especially recently, we've seen smaller fish coming into the Klamath River. And with that, there has been some harvest of what we would have classified as gross with that 23-inch cutoff that actually turned out after the fact to be adult 3-year-old fish. So we had some over harvest of the conservation objectives. So this allowing us to have some flexibility within that range will allow us to stay within that conservation objective for the adult fish. And I think that's all I have for that slide. Next slide, please. So proposed regulatory options, the Klamath River Basin subquota or quota range is from 0 to 67,600 fish, again in that 20 to 24 inch size range. The bag limit will be 0 to 4 fish in that size range and a possession limit of 0 to 12 fish in that size range. The grill adult size cutoff, again, range 20 to 24 from the traditional 23 inches. The seasons will be as normal, August 15th through December 31st, and then September 1 through December 31 in the Klamath and Trinity, respectively. And then the fourth option is potential to have close to the take and possession of Klamath fall Chinook. Next slide. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jay, for both of those presentations. Yeah, so this is, this is keeping a huge range of options open in anticipation of these conversations that happen in the spring. And so I don't have any questions at this point, but we'll turn it over to James Stone, who has his hand up.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commission staff, department staff, Chief Rowan. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just wanted to thank you and your staff for everything you're doing, working on these regulation proposals. I know it's been a number of years. that we have kept the eyesore very wide in our parameters to work within fisheries management. And we just want to thank you for having those options always in the eyesore so that we can manipulate the options that we have before the season. So thank you for that. Secondly, I wanted to say on the Klamath, you did mention that the sub quota will be moved to the I-5 bridge, and with the dam removal, I would like to request a conversation to possible reallocation of the percentages of the quota of the in-river fishery, and to have a discussion on that, the breakdown of how many fish are caught in each sub quota area for inland fisheries, of the total 15% of the take. If we could do that, and hopefully we get a lot of fish back and we can move forward to an opening of a fishery next year. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, James. We can try to set something up with Region 1 folks.
Okay, excellent. I don't see any other hands asking the question. Okay, you can see more than I can. Yeah, so, I mean, again, we've kept a wide range of options over. I appreciate that, you know, there is this continued question about those percentages. And I just want to say again, like, it's such a breath of fresh air to be talking about Harrogate Dam coming out. There's, you know, that last conversation we had, it's kind of brutal to sit with where we are with some of our fisheries. And that is a great big boom, we hope, for our fisheries coming. So celebrating that. I also want to just return to the question of waterfowl hunting again, just to say that, you know, I think we need to be careful after we hash through all of those issues about competition. Now, not to set up new ones, and for that reason, I want to support the proposal from the department on the waterfowl dates. So, no other comments? I'm going to support a future rulemaking then for waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, and Klamath River Basin sport fishing as recommended by the department and as discussed today. Okay. Thanks again, everyone, for all of your work on this. It's annual, it's recurring, and it's really, really important. All right. Our next item on the agenda is bullfrogs and non-native turtles. This is to discuss potential strategies and potentially make recommendations for the American bullfrog and non-native turtle stakeholder engagement project. I'm going to turn it over to Art. Do we have a presentation on this today?
No,
we don't have a presentation.
not a formal
so today is
presentation.
just discussion.
Yeah. This item is a continuation of discussions about potential WRC recommendations arising from the American bullfrog and non-native turtle stakeholder engagement project. The Commission received a background presentation on bullfrogs and non-native turtles at its August meeting in anticipation of potential WRC recommendations today. And by the way, thank you again for the department for that presentation. We actually got comments from the public on how good the presentation was, which we don't often get. So thank you again for that. I think it went really well. I'd like to point out that the staff report on the stakeholder process has been expanded with a new appendix that recounts the history of bullfrog deliberations before the Commission and various actions that the department and Commission have taken over the years. It's just a little bit of background so that people can get some context from where we are and how far we've come. Additionally, we've now linked the full University of Tennessee report on the amphibian trade, in addition to the executive summary, which was linked before. So you can find the newly revised report in the meeting materials as Exhibit 2, and there's also an external link in the meeting materials if you'd like to download the report as a standalone document. And that's all I have for this.
Great. Let's go to discussion. What do we have for me? Okay, I see one. Socket, go ahead. Nicholas, thanks for being here. Nicholas?
Yes, sorry, just finding my button. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nicholas Sackett, Director of Legislative Affairs for Social Compassion in Legislation. I simply wanted to give some background on some of the politics around this issue at the legislature in 2020 and 2021. In both of those years, Senator Henry Stern introduced legislation that would have in effect ended sales of bullfrogs and non-native turtles in live animal markets, due to the fact that they would be species known to be invasive or a species known or likely to be responsible for the spread of the zoonotic disease. The bills also had provisions that would effectively ban import permits for these species as well. Knowing that there might be some sensitivities around legislation of this kind, we, Social Compassion Legislation, along with our co-sponsors, the Center for Biological Diversity and Senator Stern, engaged the Asian and Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, which was chaired at the time by Assemblymember David Chu of San Francisco. After our engagement, the caucus gave its blessing to move the legislation forward, and you can see the legislation received strong support from the caucus members throughout the legislative process. For further color, I wanted to add that the only opposition to the bills came from members of the CAA, which is a zoological association, not the AZA, claiming that the bill would have prevented them from importing new animals for their exhibits. They misinterpreted that bill. It would not have done that, but I'm not going to get into that now. I simply want to mention for context who was pushing back on that legislation. Social Compassion Legislation urges the committee to support a complete ban on import permits as part of a comprehensive plan to solve this problem. And that's all I want to say. Thank you for your time today.
Chris Berry, you're next, followed by Katie Nolan.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. I'm Chris Berry, Watershed Compliance Manager with the City of Santa Cruz Water Department, representing 100,000 water customers in the Santa Cruz area. I also serve as the chair of the Santa Cruz County Fish and Wildlife Commission, representing almost 270,000 people in Santa Cruz County, also a member of the stakeholder group. Briefly, I just wanted to thank you for taking time to deliberate this challenging issue yet again. It has been quite a long process. And thanks to Ari for providing that historical account in the staff report. Going back to 1997, we've largely discussed the same issues and have made very little progress, unfortunately. I'm hopeful that now, with the conclusion of the stakeholder process and the department's own staff recommendations, we've got a sufficiently rigorous process and we can move forward with some important decision making at this point. To quote DFW staff from their October 27, 2014 paper, Implications of Importing Bullfrogs into California, reducing or eliminating live bullfrog importation will reduce the risk of introducing novel emerging amphibian diseases to California and reduce the risk of additional American bullfrog populations becoming established across the state, if not completely mitigate the risk. Further, as a result, the department believes that a significant reduction or elimination of importation permits for live American bullfrogs would reduce the risk to California wildlife. I think those are some pretty important statements. Obviously, this strategy will not be successful in isolation because we have established populations already. As such, we need support for education enforcement. Seems like there really has been a lack of discussion about enforcement in this process. And eradication programs are important as well, as described by the stakeholder materials that Ari provided. Just as a strategy that relies simply on banning live bullfrogs won't be successful in isolation, a strategy that doesn't include banning the importation of live bullfrogs will also not be successful. So while there may be some staff sensitivity to the potential controversy of banning live imports, recent legislative attempts to address the threats posed by bullfrog imports show that these fears may be misplaced. In closing, California should now do what many of our neighboring states have done and enact more rigorous bullfrog management policies, including an outright ban on importation of live bullfrogs. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Chris.
And I believe Katie Nolan is next, then Marilyn Jasper.
Hello, good morning. This is Katie Nolan, General Campaigner for In Defense of Animals, a national organization based in California with over 33,000 supporters in the state. We're a member organization of Save the Frogs Bullfrog Action Group, and we're in support of the group's recommendations that are non-lethal, with an emphasis on an outright ban on bullfrog imports into the state. Bullfrogs contribute to the spread of diseases to humans and wild animals, including several endangered amphibians native to California. There are also welfare concerns regarding how bullfrogs are raised and transported into the state, which our supporters are concerned with as well. So overall, we support the implementation of educational campaigns, raising permit prices, increasing point of sale inspections, prevention of water contamination, testing and monitoring of imports, and adding bullfrogs to the restricted species list. Ultimately, though, a full ban on live bullfrog imports would mitigate the issue more wholly and effectively. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration of this important issue. And I look forward to listening in on future discussions.
Thanks, Katie.
Looks like Marilyn Jasper is our final raised hand.
Thank you. Maryland Jasper Public Interest Coalition, we totally concur with the previous speakers. A complete bullfrog ban on importation permits is justified and requires enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. I want to give the opportunity to the department. I'm not sure whether Scott's still on the line. If you would like to weigh in.
Commissioner, this is Chad Dibble.
Oh, hi, Chad. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. It's any one of us that have been discussing this with you all. So, I think, it's at your pleasure as to whether you've spent the time necessary to move this along. I would concur personally that I think you have. I think the department has been engaged in those conversations. I think the commission has done a good job to seed this through the public and make some decisions going forward. Obviously, this is just a movement out of WRC into the full commission for a further conversation about any number of proposed methods or suggestions to move forward, likely some that are out of our control and some that may be in our control. And I think all of it is warranted and worth the discussion. So I would support, your movement and suggestion to keep this moving forward so that we don't go another 25 years of just having some conversation around this. But also recognizing, I think most importantly, many of those recommendations will require effort by us, by you, by the public, whether that's resources we have now or need in the future. And I think that's probably the biggest take home is even though we want to do some things and make some changes here, it really does rely on all of us and probably some additional support to really make a change.
Thanks, Chad. That's really, really important to all of us to hear, for me to hear, because this partnership with the department is crucial to success on this issue. It's too big and thorny for us to try to move until you're ready for us to move too. So I'm glad to hear that that's where you are. I want to appreciate everyone's patience on this. It's been a long time, and I just want to recognize RA's incredible work managing herding the cats on this stakeholder group process for years now. And I agree with the comments that have been made. We're ready. This is important. I think it's time to move something forward. I'm excited about where this is going. I want to acknowledge what Chad just said, that this is not all in our hands, right? There are pieces of this strategy, this sort of proposal that require working with the legislature, that require education that is beyond what we can do, and then above all, it requires resources for the department to be able to do the parts that are in the department's hands. So I want to recommend that we move forward with a proposal to the full commission. And I just want to take a second to make sure that, there have been a lot of specific points folks have raised. Okay, and before I do that, I see there's another hand up, so I'm going to pause and give Carrie a chance to speak. Carrie, please go ahead. Carrie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, thanks for letting me speak. I'm Save the Frog founder, Dr. Carrie Krieger. I've been a professional amphibian biologist for 20 years. And I first spoke at an FGC meeting in May of 2010. At that meeting, the commission directed the department to stop issuing permits for the importation of bullfrogs, which never took place. So let's see. American bullfrogs are widely regarded as one of the world's worst invasive species due to their ability to invade and persist in new locations and their ability to prey on, compete with, and spread diseases to native wildlife. In December 2016, Save the Frogs and Center for Biological Diversity submitted a petition to the DFW to amend Title 14 671C3 to add bullfrogs to the list of the state's restricted species. The state already has various amphibians listed there, such as cane toads and African clawed frogs. So we're about 7 years after that. Why am I bringing that up? Because this stakeholder process came because of that petition. So we're about 5 years into the stakeholder process, which started 2 years after that petition. And in that stakeholder process, Ari and team came up with about 35 different strategies for fixing the bullfrog problem. And the Save Frogs Bullfrog Action Group has come up with a list of 13 different strategies. The top 13 strategies. Sorry, I cannot pull them up right now. Unfortunately, I'm on my phone, but I'm going to try to remember some of them. There were 3 related to education. I'm a big fan of environmental education, so I fully support those. One of them was to ban the sale of live imports, and so I'm in full support of that. The one I want to bring up most is adding the bullfrogs to the restricted species list, because unfortunately that's listed as strategy 31, but it got listed for some reason as being ineffective. But I think that's one of the most effective things that we can do. It also stated that it would place undue restrictions on people, but I can only imagine who would feel restricted by not being able to handle a bullfrog. And maybe that was in relation to bullfrog jumping contests, but the jumpers are allowed to jump other species. And in all my years of showing up at these meetings, I can't remember anyone from the bullfrog jumping community, or we'll say the frog jumping community, showing up here to speak. So it's obviously not that an important issue to them. So I'll just leave it at that. Anyone can go to savethefrogs.com/BAG, like Bullfrog Action Group, and see the whole list of 13 top most effective strategies for controlling California's bullfrog problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, I'm really glad that we had that input from you before we move forward. I want to walk through. Thank you for also calling out that this is a complicated suite of options to consider. So I'm just going to walk through the ones that I want to have us put forward for discussion for potential rulemaking, or for potential action more broadly to the full commission, because again, some of these things are not things we can go into rulemaking. I also do want to address this issue of the restricted species list. I would really like to see us get to a place where eradication is effective enough that there are not so many bullfrogs in so many parts of the state, so that we can start to think about things like the restricted species list. But the difference between bullfrogs right now and the other species that are on that list is that those other species are not, out naturalized in California all over the place, and so I'm not recommending that particular piece, strategy 30 and 31, yet. I think that could make sense down the line, if and when eradication efforts progress to a point that requires more measures so that we can actually avoid spread and reintroduction at that level. Having said that, strategy 1, more resources for the department, has to be part of what we discuss. I want to put forward the proposal to ban live imports, strategy 17, absolutely. And I also want us to include live sales, because if we don't address live sales, then we have to ask the question where the live frogs would come from if they're not being imported. And there are a bunch of problems with all the potential places they would come from and the ways that they would be generated. So I think that needs to be in there as well. Strategy 15, localized eradication, something we talked about at the last meeting. We need to keep working on that piece too, not just limiting introductions of both bullfrogs and the diseases they carry, but also removing them from the places they're causing harm. controversial, and I think we also talked about keeping possession of captive bullfrogs that are used in contests is another way to address making sure they're not being released into the wild. So strategy 23, but with both of those pieces, so that we're talking about choices people can make if they're going to jump bullfrogs for keeping them out of natural settings. We talked about water and reservoir management. I think that to the extent that we can incentivize that, that's great. Strategy 27. Strategy 32 has to do with water contamination by education for private owners and for schools. I'm not going in order anymore. I apologize for that. But then we talked about preventing water contamination by regulation if we're looking at the commercial side of things. Now, if we ban live sales, then that becomes unnecessary. And then there's been some discussion about whether the department could have a grant program if resources do become available. That's strategy 1, just to build those partnerships with other entities to do good control, eradication, education, and so on. So none of this is really new. They've all been in the report, and I'm mainly reading them out to make sure that what goes forward to the full commission includes all of those. And I just want to appreciate, again, so much everyone's work on this. It's incredibly complicated and incredibly important issue. And I especially appreciate the help understanding how we can work with the legislature as well to do the pieces that we need to come from them. Anything from staff? Okay. Onward. All right. We'll move to agenda item 6 then, wildlife rehabilitation. This is the last one we're going to take before lunch. This is to discuss and potentially make recommendations on a potential future rulemaking to improve the regulatory framework for authorizing wildlife rehabilitation. And that includes forms, care standards, permit issues to permit revocation and denial standards, and other changes. And we have a presentation today. Ari, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll start off just to introduce the topic and give some background. The department is proposing a comprehensive update to the wildlife rehabilitation regulations. Among other things, the proposed changes include updating forms and other documents incorporated into regulation, defining categories of individuals associated with rehabilitation to more clearly delineate their responsibilities and their authorizations, updating permitting requirements and procedures, bringing animal care standards to the most modern criteria established by the field, updating facility protocol and standard operating procedure requirements, and establishing specialty rehabilitation guidelines, adding or updating updating administrative requirements, things like succession plans, biosecurity plans, emergency evacuation plans, and the like, amending department authorities for permit revocation, suspension, and denial, moving to an electronic permitting system. That's just a catalog of some of the things. It actually includes a lot more than that, but those are the main pillars. Last meeting, WRC postponed making recommendations on this item to allow time for more stakeholder input and development of the department's regulatory proposal. So to bring us up to speed on what's happened since then is Vicki Monroe with the department. And Vicki, are you there? Yes, you are. Great. Okay. We will have your presentation up in a moment.
All right. Thank you, Ari.
There we go.
All right, so I have the privilege of speaking to our WRC today regarding Title 14, Section 679, Possession of Wildlife and Wildlife Rehabilitation. I'm the statewide conflict programs coordinator based here in our Wildlife Health Laboratory, Wildlife Branch. I supervise the Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Program coordinator and other support staff. Next slide, please. All right, so just a brief summation of what a significant contribution our wildlife rehabilitation professionals make in California, that they give of their time and resources and expertise. We estimate, based on annual reports, a wild animal intake of over 125,000,
in the state each year. And we currently have 81 permitted facilities. So those permits are attributed to a single individual that oversees the facility, if in fact they have a brick and mortar facility versus a home-based facility. We have just over 500 known satellite facilities. So those are sub-permittees operating under the primary permit. Unfortunately, at this time, with the current regulations, there is not a robust framework for us or for our primary permittees to document and maintain those records. So we have a better understanding of what framework exists out in the field for intake. We have approximately 3,000 plus facility staff and volunteers. Now, most of those folks are unpaid volunteers. I want to emphasize that. And as far as home care foster volunteers, those are folks that are trained by our permittees and or their sub-permittees to take home rehabilitation animals for any given period of time, either for pre-release conditioning, stabilization, neonate/infant fostering, things like that. We don't currently have knowledge of what those numbers look like. Based on input and the engagement of our wildlife rehabilitators to date, we do understand or have a sense that that number is fairly broad, and we certainly recognize that that's an important piece of how our folks are able to continue doing their work. Next slide, please. All right, so for proposed regulations, just an update of what we're actually proposing for consideration by the Commission and by WRC. We propose to revoke current Section 679 and replace it with the following new sections. So 679.1 definitions, then transportation and confinement. That would be for general members of the public, which is currently covered under the Good Samaritan Clause. Permits for wildlife rehabilitation, facility and enclosure standards, humane care and treatment standards, guidelines for release of animals into the wild, including what happens when an animal may be deemed non-releasable, inspection of rehabilitation facilities, seizure of animals by the department, and denial and revocation of permits. Next slide, please. So with the benefits of proposed change, we've identified since at least 2015, fairly substantive and significant deficiencies across our existing regulatory framework in the state of California. We would like to really update those requirements for not only our permittees, but general members of the public as well, for possessing or temporarily confining native species, and then rehabilitating and releasing wild animals into suitable habitat in the wild. And we'd like to establish requirements, clear requirements for facility operations and conditions that protect animal welfare, native wildlife, agricultural interests, and human health and safety. And we feel that's pretty important. Currently, diverse members of the public and even many of our own permittees within the wildlife rehabilitation community don't necessarily have a good sense of what is required based on the current paucity of regulations. That regulatory text is fairly sparse. Next slide, please. With the assistance and engagement of our wildlife rehab community, we have crafted out the proposed draft vision statement for our native wildlife rehab program and what we're committed to. So as a department, as a program, as program staff, we envision being able to support continued advancements in high ethical standards of rehab in California. Another equally important goal is to increase recognition and appreciation of our permitted wildlife rehabilitators, their staff and volunteers in the state of California. I think there's perhaps a lack of understanding of what it actually takes to be a wildlife rehabilitation professional. And sometimes we get the sense that maybe folks feel like this is something that our wildlife rehabilitators are required to do. And in fact, they're choosing to provide this service. and this benefit. And then to promote the awareness of the intrinsic value of native wildlife, and by extension, coexistence of humans and wild animals. Next slide, please. All right, so reasonable alternatives to lessen adverse impacts on small businesses. Again, emphasizing that our wildlife rehabilitators and the facilities that they operate, those are nonprofit entities. Many of them are formal 501(c) businesses, and probably an equal number of folks that it may literally just be them in a home-based operation. So with the help of the folks in this broader diverse community, we have expanded upon and clarified what the transition period may look like to go from the current 679 regulations to the proposed 679 regulations. We have continued to emphasize that 99% of our current wildlife rehabilitators already meet or exceed the standards that are being proposed. This is a matter of us being able to formalize and improve upon what is available to, again, our diverse publics. To prospective rehabilitators, we have on average 6 to 12 minimum prospective applicants come in each and every single year, and hundreds of questions throughout any given fiscal year as far as what wildlife rehabilitation needs, what the requirements are. We do get members of the general public who express concerns or confusion about what it takes to legally and lawfully possess wildlife and what the intent of rehabilitation is. So this is a great opportunity to expand upon that. And then a variance process. So we are proposing a formal variance process very similar to our 671 restricted species requirements. So a variance is any deviation in enclosure designs or materials, or any other facility operation requirements that would be established within the regulations. And we are proposing a very simple, streamlined process. We would be working very closely with our wildlife rehabilitators. We've actually had quite a few folks express strong support for this. We have other folks who are uncertain what this means to them, what the impact may be. So we continue to emphasize this does not result or require anyone to cease their operations or what they're doing. We want to work with each of our folks across the wildlife rehabilitation community. And then the third and final thing that we want to emphasize, no new fees. So this would create and require internal staff, program staff to maintain a more robust programmatic framework, more robust record keeping, more requirements as far as our outreach and engagement with the wildlife rehabilitation community. We are not requesting additional fees to offset that. All right, next slide, please. All right, so definitely want to take time to flesh out what our public discussions and outreach to date have been for this latest round of discussions. Again, these initial discussions had occurred in 2015 with our now former and retired wildlife rehabilitation program coordinator. It also preceded my time in this position and role. So for this current iteration, we have spoken with California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators, CCWR, at their last annual meeting. And again, we're also slated to be speaking at this upcoming annual meeting. Those occur in November of each year. We've spoken to the commission, WRC, at 4 meetings now for this specific overview and communication of what the Native Wildlife Rehabilitation Program is, and really trying to highlight and emphasize the significant value of these partners in conservation and what we're seeing as a need to better support that. So last September in 2022, we spoke briefly. We had the privilege of being added to the agenda. January 2023, again, spoke briefly with an update on what wildlife rehabilitation looks like in the state. We spoke more specifically regarding proposed regulations in May of 2023, and then again today. Each year, the department also hosts an annual wildlife rehabilitators meeting focused on our wildlife rehabilitation community. So that's our permittees, their satellites, volunteers, staff, all of those folks that can contribute to this effort throughout the state are invited, and it's open for them to attend. So we hosted that in March of 2023 and had a presentation and slides specific to the proposed rulemaking. We have hosted or participated in a total of 4 town halls dedicated specifically to 679 with more planned. This will be ongoing outreach and communication. May 2023, June, July, and August. The first 2 were graciously hosted by CCWR and our partners in that space. We have implemented no fewer than 5 formal mini review periods going over specific draft 679 sections and or the manual, emphasizing that the manual, the conceptual framework that was provided in May, is 100% driven on the proposed 679 sections and that draft text. Next slide, please. We have also done 3 survey instruments that were created through our Human Dimensions of Wildlife Conservation unit. So our research scientists led that effort. First in November 2022, then in May, and then in July. For our manual review teams, we requested specific, and we continue to request specific focused input. The latest round is going to be coming up again in the next few weeks, specific to specialty rehabilitation. I'll have to say as a result of that, we made some pretty important changes based on those folks' input. And mammals, general avifauna, water bird, and raptors. So with bird rehabilitation, we understand that it's extremely nuanced, highly specialized across taxa. So we wanted to make sure that we kind of split that out and had more focused subsets of expertise and thoughts and contributions. We've hosted and will continue to host 2 discussion groups. So these mini discussion groups, we've packaged that more as sort of a lunchtime chat, creating a safe space, smaller group discussions focused around home-based wildlife rehabilitation operations, and then ethical standards of wildlife rehabilitation, what that means to our folks that are current practitioners, what should be required of future wildlife rehabilitators in the state that may continue on this important work. We've created 3 frequently asked question guides, PDFs, 1 to 2 pages, in addition to an other states regulatory framework requirements spreadsheet. So that was a fairly substantive task, outreaching and coordinating with other state program coordinators, agencies, departments, etc., who oversee wildlife rehabilitation in their area. And then, as I noted, outreach and opportunities for input are ongoing. Specifically, I want to call out what we've been calling phase 1 of outreach for this 679 rulemaking process, and now moving into phase 2. So that's this month, September 2023 through June 2024. We are anticipating 2 more survey instruments, one in November of 2023, probably corresponding with our in-person participation at the CCWR annual conference, and then one in March of 2023. Probably more of a public survey instrument to solicit input from our broader diverse publics who are very interested in this space, in this topic. We have 2 town halls planned. One is on or about October 20th, and then one February 23rd. I think following up on our quarterly CCWR team chats, we may see if one of those we can co-host again with CCWR, or if it'll be CDFW only. The reason why that's important is CCWR has the option of a Zoom platform we utilize Microsoft Teams, and we find that sometimes folks have problems with their mic and accessibility with the Teams platform. We will be converting the FAQ documents into an interactive live FAQ section on our updated CDFW program webpage on or about January 2024. If we can get that up there prior to January, that is definitely our goal, but absolutely no later than January. And then a continuation, as I noted, of our home-based rehab and ethical standards discussion groups. We're converting that more into an ongoing or recurring roundtable. Roundtable number 1, home-based rehab. Roundtable number 2, ethical standards. And then public meetings, we are keeping that open, anticipating 1 to 2, obviously pending further input and guidance from WRC, the commission, and our executive team. So we're really excited. And then a quick note for phase 3, we would be anticipating for the following fiscal year, July 2024 through January 2025. We want to make sure that there are open lines of communication and that all of our folks understand that this is one of the earlier steps of many steps and phases in this process. We understand it's complex. All right, next slide. And that may be it. All right.
That's the last one I have.
Thank you for your
so much,
time.
Vicki. Thanks for your presentation, and I just want to commend the department for all of this extensive outreach and engagement over the last year, especially in the last several months, to gather and incorporate all this input. I know that it hasn't been perfect, but it's certainly been it's been very extensive, and it's clearly continuing for quite some time. I have a couple of quick things. I just want to ask about the draft manuals that's in the meeting documents. They're yellow highlighted things. What does the yellow highlighter signify?
Yes, thank you. So the yellow highlighted subsections, that is the supporting guidance text for that particular regulatory section. So 679.1 and 679.2, 679.1 doesn't have anything. 679.2 provides safety considerations specific to general members of the public confining wildlife. 679.3 provides more substantive guidance for what it takes to meet the qualifications and what resources are available to support folks through the application and renewal process. 679.4, that one's more substantive. That is where facility. Sorry.
I'm just going to interrupt because I know that we do have that list of the different sections, but I just want to make sure I understand. So there are places that are highlighted in there that say like date of incorporation, and it's clear to me that those are places where there's just going to be a date that's filled in that obviously you don't have yet. But that's one kind of highlighted thing, but then there are also just some of the headers are highlighted, like some of the table headers. And so what you're saying is that those correspond to different subsections of the new proposed rec.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. I wanted to just understand that. Thank you.
No, that's okay. And we've been doing this so long, I can speak as little or as long as folks need.
I also need to let folks know that we have a hard stop in 20 minutes. We're required to end at 12:45 for a break, but out of respect for the folks who are here in person, I want to try to see if we can make it so that you all don't have to sit around and come back after a break. So thanks for answering those questions, and I want to turn it over for discussion and start with the folks who are here in the room. Thank you so much for coming to be with us here in person today. And then we'll go to Zoom. So I'm not going to assume all three of you want to speak, but I'll ask.
Yeah, I can start.
Please go ahead.
First of all, thank you all so much for your time, and thank you, Vicki, for that presentation. I know how much work that must have been to put together. My name is Cambry Wells, and I am president of the Board of Directors for California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators. I know some of you heard this before, but we represent about 200 members, most of which are volunteers and staff members at rehabilitation facilities and programs here in California. We've been in conversation with the department, in conversation with our members, and it's been a roller coaster summer. We do unfortunately come back with the settled point at this point in time that we are not ready to support recommending this up to the commission at this time. This is really important work, and the level of engagement that the department's received in return for their outreach efforts has reflected how important this is to rehabbers. I think, this in some cases feels like life or death for their animals when they see certain things written down. It's very, very difficult for us to engage with this kind of process during summer, and so the fact that rehabbers have done that, they've come to these meetings, they've sent emails, they've filled out surveys. It is truly difficult to get that response from rehabbers at this time of year, and so I'm heartened to see that people really put in the effort to engage with the process, and it reflects how much they care about this and how important it is to our industry. Unfortunately, we are still at a point where a lot of this is groundwork. It's good groundwork, it's important. We've made a lot of progress this summer, but we are still, the most recent town hall, there was a lot of discussion on some really pretty straightforward basic definitions of who is who. And that's really important, and I'm grateful that we're hashing it out, but we are just not at a point where we are coming into these meetings and dealing with nitty gritty. We are dealing with large basic concerns. And I think that once this document passes out of this committee, rehabbers have a sense that there is a ball rolling, and we would like to see more progress on some of that groundwork, on some of those basics, particularly through the winter when more rehabilitators will have an opportunity to engage and respond than we've seen at this point. As both Vicky addressed and Ari addressed, this is a massive, massive topic. There's a document called the Standards for Wildlife Rehabilitation that's written by the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association and the IWRC. That document took a panel of experts multiple years to create. And so attempting to recreate even a fraction of that kind of work is a large effort that requires extended time. Vicki did talk about it being multiple years, which I think we foresee as well, particularly with how unsettled the community is at this point, with a lot of aspects that have still been in the recent drafts. We've only had since Friday to review the most recent drafts, so that does limit the specific feedback we can give. But in conversation with our rehabbers, we did do a survey a couple of weeks ago. We left appointments open for if our members wanted to speak to us about how things were going. And I did make calls of my own to contact folks who might not be so forthcoming, might not make the time on their own. And there's a lot of support for the concept of these regulations, the principles, a lot of support for the effort. But at this point, the support for the document as it stands is rocky. And we'd really like to get to a point with the department in this ongoing work where everyone has the ability to stand behind it. So at this point, we come to the table, excited for the next round of work, looking forward to the winter, but just not yet ready to support this moving out of this committee and being recommended to the commission.
My name is Linnea Furlong. I am the board secretary for the California Council of Wildlife Rehabilitators. One thing, I know we have some people on this call who are not wildlife rehabilitators. So what I want people to understand is that summer for us is like November and December for the U.S. Postal Service. So our first comment period, we know there are members who have not been able to comment because their workload, the animals come first. And so they haven't had that opportunity. So the second phase is critically important, that more members of our community are able to contribute meaningfully and have the time to review these regulations. The document of the proposed manual is 50 pages, which is still a fraction of the industry standard, the minimum standards for wildlife rehabilitation. So I just want to reiterate what Cambria said, is that this winter and ongoing is really important. Also, some of the timing can be difficult. When we've had lunchtime meetings, I don't always get to take lunchtime at lunchtime, because if a patient comes in the door and it's supposed to be lunch, they get care first and then I go to lunch. So having varied times and other opportunities for outreach are really important as well, because we do work on a sort of medical animal schedule 365 days a year. So I just want to make sure that people understand how this has started and that our community still has a lot of ways to go. There's a lot of expertise in the members of our community, and there's a lot of caring for these regulations moving forward. So I just feel that given more time and more engagement with our community, we can come to some sort of regulations that can help address both the various species we have, because we're serving all of the species of usually reptiles, amphibians, mammals, and birds in California, as well as centers as diverse from one individual in one house to serving 10,000 animals at a center. So I appreciate the progress that we've made, and there's a great deal of work to go forward. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. It's nice to be back with the committee. Thank you for the time today. My name is Sam Christie, and I'm the Vice President of CCWR Board of Directors. Of course, all the comments by my colleagues have been great, and I'm sure we'll hear some more over Zoom. I wanted to just zero in a little bit on the difference of perception between the outreach that's been done that the department has and what our community has felt. And before I say this, I want to underscore how valuable we find the partnership between CCWR and Vicki and Heather and her entire team. That is a critical relationship, and I see more potential there for us to grow that as a partnership that supports the community and supports our missions. But I just wanted to highlight a few of the specific outreach events that Vicki mentioned. The first being our CCWR annual symposium last year, and that wasn't really the introduction to this process that it sounds like Vicki thinks it was. I think out of a few hours of talks about wildlife disease and important updates, we heard maybe like a few minutes worth, 5 minutes worth, one PowerPoint slide worth about this process, and it is, of course, not a language that is easy for most of us to understand. We didn't know what that was going to be. The annual meeting that CDFW put on in March, while was great, it was a lot more of those wildlife disease topics. And wildlife rehabbers were only given 2 days notice before that meeting occurred virtually, which meant for most people they were not able to make the time for a 5-hour meeting like that with little notice. And then the first 2 town halls that we partnered with CDFW on were more, we thought of as an extension of assistance for some kind of damage control when the community was very alarmed all of a sudden in May about these upcoming changes. And so while I think our partnership is strong and it will continue to improve, I did just want to highlight, especially in light of some of the earlier topics today about, the American bullfrogs and how some things stretch on for years, and because of the extensive stakeholder process, I did just want to underscore how rapid this has felt to our community, everything going on since May, and that a lot of the outreach has felt sort of reactionary. I think that our community feels a certain sense of comfort remaining in the committee phase for now, and that there's a concern of a rapid loss of control of the process just speeding forward without a lot of input if we move straight into the commission. So again, I'm excited to see where things go. There's a lot of shared ground. There's been good faith adjustments to the documents based on comments, and I think that people are engaged, and when they have more time, we'll be able to comment further and be engaged further. I know that a few days notice of reading the new documents was not possible for me. I worked 80 hours last week on an avian botulism response, and I know that summer is still ongoing for many of our members, and we just look forward to more time to work together on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I see 2 hands in the Zoom room. Doris Duncan, please go ahead. You're still muted, Doris. I'm not sure if you. Doris, we can't hear you yet. You need to unmute yourself.
There. Is that better?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm Doris Duncan, Executive Director for Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. I've been in the field for 25 years. I've been keeping up with the changes and scheduling time with our staff to review and make notes, and I appreciate the time to be heard right now. One of the things that I was hoping you could add is under the definitions. Is this a good time to do this, Vicki Monroe? To talk about adding in a word hazing or the term aversion conditioning. We use that a lot when we're dealing with coyotes and conflict animals from people of the public, and have been recommending this kind of terminology and process for about 25 years. And since it is a professional practice, the terminology should align with what we recommend to the public. And I'm hoping that the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Commission will consider adding that into the definitions page. Thank you.
Thank you. One more hand raised. January Bill, please go ahead. Oh, we have two more hands raised. January Bill and then Stephen Chow will be next.
Got it. Thank you so much for your time. My name's January, and I'm a co-founder of Bird LAX and a co-director of the Klamath Basin National Wildlife Refuge Complex's avian botulism response, and also just been doing rehab for 23 years. And I am respectfully requesting that the Commission not take any action today on the draft regs and docs. And I first want to state that I support sound regulations and the supporting docs that are needed for that, as long as they're protecting California wildlife and support wildlife rehabilitation practitioners. And I just don't feel like the documents and the regs are close to that yet. I also want to say that I recognize the importance of healthy working relationships between the department regulators and the wildlife rehabilitation community. And so I'm asking the department to consider including our professional organizations like National Wildlife Rehabilitation Association, the International Wildlife Rehabilitation Council, and California Council for Wildlife Rehabilitators in the final review of these documents that are going to have direct impacts on California wildlife and our field of work. I'm asking if there can be a team of from these orgs of individuals who represent our field and the most modern ethical wildlife professionals in our field that can work collaboratively with the department regulators to ensure that these regs and docs will do no harm to wildlife and truly support our work. So each of these organizations have reached out to the department and expressed interest in wanting to help in some capacity. And they have experience with writing documents to be used in a regulatory capacity. So I think it would be an awesome opportunity to network. And I just wanted to point out, while Vicki pointed out a lot of outreach opportunities that we've been given and comment periods offered by the department, they took place during a time frame that has really excluded most of our professional community from participating in any kind of meaningful way. And I think that's really important for the Commission to hear. I think having the department collaborate with our professional wildlife rehab orgs for the final review process would really relieve a huge burden and stress from our community. And so I respectfully ask that that happen. And my other request is that the department reconsider using standards for wildlife rehabilitation 2021 in place of the 679 draft wildlife rehabilitation manual that they are writing. The Federal Register of Proposed Rules has issued a statement proposing updating their federal regulations with standards 2021. So it is legal also to include it by reference in regulatory law. And it would make compliance more consistent if both state and federal agencies use the same document. It's still legal. Again, I just want to make sure and say that because it's been sometimes told to us that it wasn't legal to incorporate that document anymore. And the last that I read, it is to incorporate by reference. And while 679 Wildlife Rehabilitation Manual draft, I just wanted to say in its current form, in current state, has really the potential to cause harm to both wildlife and our profession. And it's a duplication of effort as standards manual exists and was put together by the top of our field. And I'm concerned that the state is writing a manual that tells us how to do wildlife rehabilitation and not in the best of collaborative ways. it's going to require a lot of review and effort on our community. And I hope that we can, if it has to be used, that we can find a way that we can collaborate on it so that we are producing the best document as possible. And I really appreciate you considering my requests. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. I recognize there are a few other hands raised. A couple of quick things. First is that I want to, we have 4 more minutes until 12:45. We can push through that a little bit, but I want to let Cynthia go right at 12:45. So you just hop up and do your break. And then I saw Vicky's hand up. I want to make sure, Vicky, you have a chance to respond, recognizing there are other comments waiting to be made. And then Ari, I want to make sure I give you a chance to respond as well. What order are we going?
No, Vicky.
Okay, Vicky, go ahead.
No, I was just going to respond back to January had brought up a point regarding incorporation by reference into U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regulations for the standards document. And we've spoken with them. When they update their regulations, they're going to be putting out, they've confirmed this, they're going to be putting out a supporting policy statement that is going to incorporate the current standards document, the 2021. They are not going to be having that in their regulatory text. They've said that it's not regulatory language and it's specific to migratory bird rehabilitation. It doesn't, obviously they don't regulate mammals, reptiles, amphibians, things like that. So I just wanted to clarify that this is far more nuanced than I think folks realize. And we've attempted to communicate that, so.
Thanks, Vicky. And I think, Ari, did you want to add?
Yeah, I was going to address that same issue, and just to sort of build on what Vicky said. It's not a matter of whether it's legal or not. It is legal to incorporate documents. It's a matter of whether the standards are, and I won't speak to federal regulations because they have their own rules about what's appropriate for a regulation and what's not. I only know California's regulatory scheme and framework. And it's just a matter of whether it's appropriate. And we've combed it, we've looked at it, we've approached it from every angle, and it's just not the type of language in the standards. It's just not appropriate for California regulations. If we were to put that forward, the Office of Administrative Law, which is kind of the gatekeeper for regulations, would just send it back and say, no, this just doesn't pass muster when it comes to what's appropriate for California regulations. It's just not, it's not regulatory type language. It's things like recommendations and what might be appropriate in certain circumstances and might not. And that's California regulations can't be that vague. They can't be that open. They're required to be clear and specific, and we've really approached it from every angle and have come to the conclusion that it's just not feasible given the way that California regulations are required to be. It's just not appropriate. I mean, we could maybe do some of it, but honestly, we would probably be excising more of the standards than we actually use. And so the team working on this came to the conclusion that it's just more practical from a regulatory standpoint to write a manual that is really geared toward California regulations. So that's the long and short of it.
Thanks, Ari. Sure. Thanks, Vicky. I want to go back to the folks who are waiting to speak. Rebecca, you were next.
Sure. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I'm the veterinarian and research director for International Bird Rescue. I've been involved in California wildlife rehabilitation for 35 years. And so I have been attempting to devote time to this whenever I can, but it often hasn't really aligned with when they need mini groups done or any of that sort of thing. So the time investment in this revision is kind of overwhelming and very difficult to squeeze into our busy season, as everyone else has said. Another thing I would really like the committee to understand is that in many ways, wildlife rehabilitation is in a weird place because we are a profession, but we're not regulated like a profession. So wildlife rehabilitators are as professional as physical therapists and veterinarians and all the other professions that are regulated. And so it is peculiar for us to be regulated by people who don't do rehabilitation every day. So we don't have the equivalent of a veterinary medical board overseeing whether or not what we do in wildlife rehabilitation is professional or not. Instead, we have California Department of Fish and Wildlife folks writing these regulations. And some of the things, I did a brief review of just the most recent edition of the 679.1 to 0.7 this past week when it was sent to us just a couple days ago. And I have 38 comments, and they're big comments in there about whole sections that are completely inappropriate. So I just wanted to really let you know that these documents are way far from being finished and acceptable to our community, and that we are professionally evaluating these things. And we're trying to be good partners for fish and wildlife, but this process has been kind of onerous. But thank you very much. Otherwise, I've agreed with everything all my colleagues have said.
Thank you. I want to go to Stephen Childs because Doris, I knew you were next, but I want to just make sure that we'll come right back to you. Everyone has a chance to go.
I don't know if we have enough time for me because it's going to take about 4 to 5 minutes for me to make my point.
Okay, we'll do your best to be succinct.
Okay, I'll just go ahead. So thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commission staff. So I have a few concerns I'd like to bring up about improving oversight of wildlife rehabilitation in California. And I'm going to kind of beat a dead horse here, but Wildlife Care of Southern California has been treating coyotes in the field for mange by providing coyotes medicine-laced food in an uncontrolled manner, a violation of 251.1. So this was confirmed by enforcement in 2017, and they were supposed to have gone out and spoke with the group and told them to discontinue the practice. So I put this out of my mind, and in my neighborhood, I started seeing coyotes getting treated for mange by the same group. And I get told that this process is to be kept a secret. And it just seemed really kind of odd. So I reached out to the department and asked about that. And I felt like I didn't really get a satisfactory answer. So I brought up a few other questions. I asked about the ethical concerns of treating wildlife with medication for one condition, but not treating the secondary fungal and bacterial skin infections that often come with acute mange. I brought up this group violating their MOU and Title 14 by breaking city and county wildlife feeding ordinances. I asked about the group receiving $27,000 in taxpayer funding through the Wildlife Rehabilitation Grants Program, despite violating Title 14 and MOU, and all met with silence. So I filed a Public Records Act request and got information, and basically the group submitted to CDFW through a scientific collection permit application and laid out their methodology where they put medicine-laced food out in the field in an uncontrolled manner, where they sit back in a vehicle and watch from a distance. So there's no way to protect non-target animals from getting this medication, and there's no way of ensuring that the actual coyote infected with mange gets it. So one of my big concerns is that one of the regulations being proposed is 6798, and specifically A2A, where the department feels that they could, if they feel that even with the violation, if a written warning is sufficient, that is fine. So the part that I'm really concerned about is it seems like there's really a lack of oversight now, and then I think they're taking additional teeth out. And believe me, I really have a lot of respect for what wildlife rehabilitators do, and I met a few up here in North County while attending Cal Poly Humboldt, and it's amazing what they do, but this is really concerning. So I'd like to make one final point about this. So there's a strong likelihood that the treatment of over 250 coyotes in the field for mange using Perfecto, without the ability of retrieving scat from the treated coyotes, likely has a significant effect on the environment. So when you look at the safety data sheets drafted by the chemical company that created Perfecto, they mentioned that fluorolaner has been found to be acutely toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. takes greater than 6 months for it to break down in soil and takes longer than a year for it to break down in water. So the manufacturer recommends that this should not be released into the environment, that respective authorities should be immediately alerted if it seeps into water or a sewage system, for this to not enter sewers or groundwater. So the ability to maintain control over coyote scat treated outside of a care facility, poses significant threats to wildlife. It goes on to talk about 90% of the flora linear remaining intact within scat being unchanged. And that's really problematic because the compound, like they said, it's acutely toxic to aquatic life and is poisonous for fish and plankton, and it's been told that it is suspected of damaging the fertility of an unborn child. So these are the things I'd really kind of like to bring up. As a person outside of wildlife rehabilitation, I found myself acutely frustrated because there's really no process for me to address these concerns, and staff has been, definitely silent on this. So I fired off a letter today to CDFW and Cal DNR specifically about Brevecto and a potential CEQA violation by allowing this to continue. That's the end of my concern.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And I just want to amplify, thank you for sending that letter. And one of the things I want to encourage people to do who are time constrained around this issue is to reach out by writing or by giving us a phone call, because on a continuous basis, we're taking feedback anytime it's convenient for you to give it. And I think I can speak for the department in saying that that's true for them too. So please let's not let the timing of the meetings be a break on everyone getting a chance to weigh in. Thank you for your comment. Doris, I'm going to go to you.
Yes. Again, I just want to thank you for getting a chance to speak again. With my 25 years of experience, I want to very much thank all the people in my field and my colleagues that I've worked with for many of those years and have heard you speaking today and have seen the emails with your concerns. And I know how invested we are in these animals, that we spend our whole lives and our money taking care of them. We're passionately involved. I had a wildlife center, the wildlife center in my house for 4 years until we got our property at Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. So I get it. And I hope I don't upset anybody by saying this, that I do feel we need to have much stronger regulations for people in the wildlife rehabilitation community. And that's mainly because there have been so many other wildlife centers that are outside of our region even, that I've been getting, Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue has been getting animals from these other centers that needed to be shut down for ethical reasons, for unprofessionalism. And you should see the horrible condition these animals come to us in. People in the rehab community that I would consider the old school people that really don't come to any CCWR classes, they don't do continuing education, but yet they've been operating licensed wildlife centers all these years and should have been euthanizing many animals that have been sitting in cages, small cages, suffering because the regulations for our industry have been outdated by at least 30 years. And even in recent, just 2 months ago, a colleague reached out for us to take a coyote that had distemper, and we have 3 packs at our center right now that we're going outside of the regulatory process of trying to place an animal with this. I see other wildlife centers, licensed wildlife centers, that are trying to pass animals around and keep them for education, keep them for the rest of their lives in cages when they should be released back to the wild. And people, some of the people in our profession, mostly all of you are amazing, and I love and adore you, but there is a fraction of the people in this industry that just don't have the skills or the professionalism to make the right calls for some of these animals. And they underestimate how these animals can be much more successful out in the wild given the chance. And so I really would like to applaud the Department of Fish and Wildlife for working so closely with some of these other wildlife centers and trying to get the animals into places where they need to be. And even if that is euthanasia for some of the ones that have been suffering for years. I understand this is a really uncomfortable process. There's a lot of things feeling like we're being uprooted, the rug's being pulled out from under us perhaps, but I do have faith that we are quite valuable to the state of California, to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, to the people of the state of California. We, all of us put together, have thousands of supporters that really appreciate our work. They send us small donations, large donations. Little old ladies send us $10 every single month for almost their whole lives because they appreciate us. And I do have faith that the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Wildlife Commission will continue to work with us and understand when we don't have the strength or the energy to work on some of these regulations right now because we're all exhausted. I feel like we're going to be given all of the time we need and the support. And I hope that we can come together and find the best ways to get some of these regulations changed into this professional standing that the animals in our future deserve. We have 40 years ahead of us after some of us are dead and gone, where we have an opportunity right now to make a difference for all of the future wildlife rehabbers and the animals in our care. So I really appreciate getting to talk again, and I really hope I haven't upset anybody in my field. I love and adore every one of you, so thank you.
Thanks, Doris.
Can I ask a question? So obviously the manual is a big part of this reg, right? And this is not just for people in the room, I'm facing them, but it's also for people on Zoom if you want to answer. Obviously, you know, it's a big part, and it's been a big part of the ongoing development. And I've heard it from a couple folks that I believe the phrase you used was that support for the manual is rocky, right? And I wonder if you could unpack that a little bit, right? Not necessarily just you, but everybody. Like, what specific parts of the because it covers a lot, right? It's a wide spectrum of things. What specific parts or elements of the manual are the pain points that people are having with?
And can I just qualify that with what, recognizing that Rebecca said she had 38 major things that she wanted to talk about.
Right.
We can't go through all of them necessarily, but it would be helpful just to have some examples.
Right.
If I can, don't mind. So there's two parts here. The first of which being, I have done a single read thus far on the new manual. And though I am a full-time rehabilitator and I can speak to it the best I can, I am not anywhere near the level of authority and expertise that I know is in that call. I saw several names where I'm like, oh wow, my mentor is here, that person I look up to. So those folks are the ones who can really speak to this, and they have been engaged with the department. And so those conversations have been ongoing. Updates are already being made at these pain points. What tends to become an issue is specific things where you can speak to a biologist about an animal, and in theory something will work, and a change to sort of this idea of caging or something similar will work. But if you actually do that, you will run into major issues. So this was actually taken out of the most recent edition of the draft manual, which I'm super grateful for, but at one point that manual said that you could put 4 adult opossums in an enclosure. That doesn't go well. You don't necessarily know that that doesn't go well unless you have been a rehabilitator. These are territorial animals, and when you put them into an enclosure that in theory should be large enough for them to move comfortably, they enforce that territory under stress. So a lot of people on this call could speak more specifically to a lot of those specific problems, but we run into a lot of stuff like that. And that causes a lot of discord and discomfort with the manual as a whole. It will take a lot of time to unpack each of those specific issues within both the manual and within the regulations. And so that's where you get into the reason people lean back to the National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association standards is because that exists and does not have to be worked on. People as a community accept it. There is significant opportunity for us to get to a better point with the manual, but it will take a lot of time because there is so much nitty gritty, and yet the consequences of those nitty gritty points are dire for the animals. And that's not even really going into some of the functionality of things with the regulations, which is often dependent on people's independent facilities.
Also, I understand what you mean by that. The language, if you send an enforcement officer out and it says, you might want to do this, and they don't do it, I can see why that can be a problem for it. But like they've used the industry guidelines to try to create some of it, but then some of the pieces are taken and put in because they think this part sounds like it's important, but out of context, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So for example, there was like a certain number, like for example, they had recommended for a skunk enclosure, 2 hides per skunk. If I have 5 juvenile skunks in a litter race together, if I put 10 places for them to hide, I have no open floor space left. So there's some arbitrary things in there that, while it makes sense, like as you're like, I'm gonna write this makes sense when you're actually in the field in that enclosure. There are also some of the guidelines of how they want particular things built. There are also local and city code things. So while they've said there's many variances available, there's some parts to that, and there's also some things. I am also not an expert on this. There are experts on that call, but they took the experts to write the industry book, and this is generally, it's not necessarily the experts in enclosure building and animal husbandry that are writing this manual. So I understand that you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. You're like, this agency says this is not an enforceable text, and we're like, but this is the best we have to try to give animals the best care possible with all the nuance that all these individual species need. So that's part of why it's been hard, is like, we're like, okay, well that makes sense, but once you do it, it doesn't make sense anymore.
And I think it's not an either or. I just want to pipe in that, like, we heard about why we can't just take that and work with the existing guidance, but I mean, what I'm hearing is that it's more time and more work to bring it around to incorporate all of the local expertise and knowledge that the community has to make the manual consistent with what actually is in the best interest of the wildlife in question. And I want to give Rebecca a chance to answer Ari's question, and then we do want to try to move ahead if we can, please. Rebecca, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So two quick specific ones since you asked. There's a piece in 679.3 that says all enclosures shall have an artificial heating and cooling source that's sufficient to maintain the ambient air temperature necessary to maintain the welfare of each animal. Like so that's asking for every cage everywhere to have an air conditioner. You know, there's stuff like that in there. Or all adult males and female animals that are sexually mature will be separated. It's like these sorts of caging requirements are completely ridiculous. And that sort of stuff needs to be vastly reworded in many ways. So anyway, there's some examples for you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for those examples. What I'm trying to do is wrap my head around where we are in the refinement, in the process of refinement of these rules, right? There's a huge difference between cages should be 5 feet, not 4 feet, right? And your application process is completely wrong, and we need to rebuild it from the ground up, right? Like, those are two very different, those are the opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And obviously there's a spectrum in between there, but cages should be 5 feet versus 4 feet are things that we can, the department's still gonna do outreach, they're still gonna work with people, even once the process is started in the commission process, those kind of things can be accommodated fairly simply, right? Like, we may have to go back and retool a little bit, but small adjustments like that, we can accommodate. Big adjustments, like you're doing this totally wrong and we need to rewrite these rules from the ground up, that's the kind of thing that we can't accommodate usually in the commission process. So I just want to try and figure out where we are in that
If
spectrum.
I could, I think one of the challenges that we've had is because we agree there are numbers and metrics and specific things that we should be able to work through together, but it's sort of the purpose of the document that remains a little bit confusing to us, and it's just the lack of context. I mean, I understand all the things that the standards document has that makes it inappropriate for regulatory language are the things that provide context to someone that's going to be looking at this to figure out how to do rehabilitation. And the variety of the level of detail changes throughout this manual, sort of randomly and in a way that I think would be really confusing. So some things it's like, this animal needs 2 hides and it needs 11 gauge chain link and it needs this many pine cones, and other things say just do what is appropriate for that species at that time of year. So it vacillates between use your judgment because you are a rehabilitator that knows what you're doing, and you need to have this long of a tree branch in the enclosure. That's the point that I don't know where we'll land on. We can of course work out specific details, but does this document need to be that specific? Do we need that level of oversight, or can, as a profession, we sort of regulate ourselves within reason? And I completely understand and would also, I want the department to be able to regulate us and take those, remove animals from the custody of people that should not have them. But where's the line? Like, is there a better way to provide that oversight? Is it specific to enclosure size or condition of an animal? Or is there a group of peers that should be reviewing things? But having this level of detail in here is going to take a very long time to work out, and I just don't know that it gets us closer to that goal of having completely compliant rehabilitators.
I guess also kind of going back to you is, like, what enforcement objective does the manual cover? Like, are you looking to hand this to someone, say, okay, you got this, you follow this, you can start a wildlife rehabilitation? Is it more to check in, okay, we've heard reports that this center is not providing quality care, we want to go and have a checklist? Because regulations come as like a guideline to do something right, and they also act to like correct when something's being done wrong. So I guess that's also been confusing in our community of, like, is this, you build it to this or you don't operate, or like we're not quite sure what how far do you want to go? Like, because like January said, and then you said is like they have a, this is how we want you to use this statement with the other one.
I just want to weigh in that, first of all, I want to give Vicki a chance to respond again. It's clear to me that there's a lot to discuss, and I mean, while Ari is absolutely correct that, as the process unfolds, when we are ready to move this forward to full commission, it's not the end of discussion, and it's not the end of improvement. And at the same time, I'm hearing that, the thing that sticks with me is that the latest draft landed on Friday, so I think it's reasonable to have time to digest those changes and time to continue this conversation, at least around the things that you haven't had an opportunity necessarily to review yet. I'm going to turn it over to Vicki though, because I want to give her a chance to respond. And then, more hands are going up, and we continue this discussion for a really long time. Also want to recognize that there are going to be other opportunities to discuss this, and we need to take
Can we take a lunch break?
Yeah, we need to take a lunch break because we're pushing way past where we're supposed to on that. Vicki, please. Vicki, are you there? Frozen.
Sure. Lost her camera and she's still muted.
Oh, there we go. Vicki, did you want to respond? No, we lost her completely.
It will not inconvenience us if you want to come back to this discussion after lunch. We're fine to go have lunch, come back and continue, because this is a very important topic to us. We're happy to give you our time today if you'd like that.
Well, and I super appreciate that, and I'm also concerned about, the fact that we also have to get through a number of other items after lunch, so if at some point we have to wrap it up. I see Vicky is back on, I think, with us, though? Yeah, please, Vicky, I want you to have a chance to respond.
Yes, and I'm so sorry. My computer died. I just had to
Oh, no.
I apologize. So anyways, yeah, just wanted to provide some, additional clarification because I think some thoughtful comments were just made. One is, how much are we attempting to regulate folks and how much professional latitude can and should they be able to make? And so as far as the enclosure size requirements, 679.4, it clearly states it's focused on pre-release conditioning. So those are juvenile or adult animals, meaning any other iterative stage leading up to pre-release conditioning is at the professional determination and expertise of that wildlife rehabilitation professional. So that's the first thing. The second thing, a couple of folks have mentioned, specific number of hides or retreats per rehabilitation animal. That was a minor fix. We updated and clarified that language that's per enclosure for pre-release conditioning. And then the other thing, indicating that folks had only just received information on Friday, the subsection text has been, over the course of several times during the mini review periods, provided. The current draft of the manual, which inputs that updated regulatory text, that's correct that was provided on Friday because we were still receiving some additional comments and feedback, including converting enclosures into what an equivalent gallon size terrarium, as an example, might look like. So we were attempting to accommodate that. And again, also just acknowledging that this process is still ongoing. So we're very much so focusing folks on the supporting expertise and guidance for pre-release conditioning of animals so they can get out the door and return to suitable habitat in the wild. The second thing, or maybe the third thing, this manual is not intended, and we've communicated this consistently, it is not this is going to teach someone who doesn't know how to do wildlife rehabilitation how to do wildlife rehabilitation. That is not the point. In fact, we up front have resources, including the standards 2021, including substantive supportive literature, documents, professional associations that we direct people to and will be directing to. The primary intent of the manual is to have all the regulations in one place, so any general member of the diverse public and our wildlife rehabilitation professionals in the community, their volunteers, their staff, can have it, they can see it. That's the primary goal. And then the secondary goal to that is having enclosure for pre-release clarified, because right now we don't have that. So that's something that we definitely want to hone in on more. And other aspects, other components, we have an open door policy, as in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Anyone at any time can message us through the Rehab Wildlife at wildlife.ca.gov program email, or myself personally. Heather is out of the country until October 10th. But I mean, we're encouraging, we've continued to encourage that. So I just wanted to emphasize those few points, and definitely appreciate everyone's comments. We've had some very meaningful discussions. We're going to continue having meaningful discussions because our wildlife rehabbers are important partners in all of this.
Thanks so much, Vicki. Okay, I know that there are other hands up, but I think it's pretty clear to me what we need to do, and I think, out of respect for everyone, including the folks who haven't eaten since like 6, I want to go ahead and just land somewhere on this that I think reflects the feedback that we've been getting. It's clear to me that we are all moving together. We all have this shared goal of broadly these proposed regulations. And what I'm hearing so far is that it's reasonable in the broad strokes, and there are a lot of details and areas to continue to work on. It sounds like it's been responsive to concerns. I think it's reasonable for us to take a little bit more time to intake input. but it's also important that we move this forward for all of the reasons that actually Doris just articulated, as well as Vicky. You know, we're all in this for ultimately an outcome that supports the wildlife as well as the community and its expertise and its ability to continue to support good outcomes. So we need to strike a balance. That's where I'm going with this in terms of timing and progress. And Vicky just underscored that input can come anytime. The next WRC is in 4 months. I would like to give us those 4 months to continue to take in input both at the commission and at the department. But let's not let the timing of meetings and things like that be an issue. Just reach out to us in whatever ways you need to, mark up the document, and I want to be able to move this forward in January, unless we're running into like new issues that have not arisen yet that are large, because of the importance of making sure that we are moving this forward on behalf of the wildlife that we're responsible for distributing. So that's my recommendation to continue to discuss this. And I want to thank everyone again so much for their thoughtful input. This has been super constructive, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm glad we're all growing together. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. It is 1:17 right now. Melissa, do we need to take 45 minutes, an hour? What do we need?
Whatever time you think you need. 40 minutes would be great.
Yeah. Okay, well, why don't we reconvene at 2? It's a little bit more than 40 minutes. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. We'll pick back up at 2. And we are on agenda item 7, periodic regulation changes. And we're going to combine 7A and 7B for the purpose of comment. And then we'll take C afterwards separately. So there's no presentation on upland game bird hunting, but this is to discuss and potentially make recommendations for. A is upland game bird hunting, B is mammal hunting, and we have a presentation on mammal hunting for a series of 3 presenters. And so we'll just begin with that. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll just say, since the department isn't recommending any changes to upland game bird hunting this year, we're going to move right into the mammal package. But I just did want to point out that during the discussion period, after we hear the mammal presentations, the suggestions and ideas regarding upland resident game birds are welcome. You're welcome to comment and suggest or offer anything you'd like. So that will be part of the discussion period afterwards. But we're not going to talk about it specifically because there's no proposal this year. So getting into mammals, we have a presentation to be given by 3 of the department's scientists outlining the department's proposals. It'll be Regina Vu, Tom Batter, and Brian Leo, I believe, in that order. So Regina, do we have you on?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Great, perfect. Thank you.
I'm going to speak directly at my laptop because I just have a laptop mic. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Regina Vu, and I'm formerly the coordinator for the Desert Sheep program. I've recently accepted a new role as wildlife branch regulations coordinator. So I'll be interacting with you all in the future in that role. But today I'm here in my former role to give a brief update on our draft conservation and management plan for bighorn sheep, and also to provide a description of the department's regulations proposal for desert sheep hunting. David, can I have the next slide, please? Oh, sorry, the next one after this. There we go. Great, so this one's on the management plan. So the department has drafted a conservation and management plan for desert sheep in California, for bighorn sheep in California. The plan outlines broad goals and objectives to be inclusive of our listed species of bighorn sheep, that's Sierra Nevada and Peninsular bighorn, and then also drills down into specifics of desert bighorn sheep management, which is, of course, the species that we hunt. Right now, we're making some final editorial changes, including addressing some comments received from CDFW subject matter experts in our genetics lab. And we're modifying our tribal authority perspective section to make space and invite more tribal input. And that's really in an effort to understand and hear tribal concerns regarding bighorn sheep. And that kind of frames up our next steps, which are to conduct a tribal review period and subsequently take in, summarize, and present some of those tribal concerns in our management plan. And after that, we do expect a public review to follow. Next slide, please. So this year for regulations, the department is proposing modifying tag quotas in our hunt zones. And that's to maintain sustainable populations and hunt opportunities. And we do this periodically in response to changes in the population size, health, and environmental conditions. We have 4 hunt zones where we have identified specific adjustments, and I'll get to those in just one second. However, as the season goes on, we expect that there will be additional hunt zones in which we propose adjustments. Given that the administrative process for modifying regulations leads the completion of surveys, data collection, and analysis, we present our modifications as tag ranges as analyzed in our 2019 environmental document. So now I'll point out those 4 hunt zones where we have specific modifications at this time. That will be Zone 2, Old Dad Peak and Kelso Peak. And there we are proposing adding 1 tag, so that would go from 1 to 2. Zone 6, the Sheephole Mountains, proposing adding 1 tag, going from 0 to 1. And then Zone 8, South Bristol Mountains, we're proposing reducing by 1 tag, going from 2 to 1. Zone 9, Katy Mountains, proposing reducing by 1 tag, going from 2 to 1. So those are the zones we know we want changes right now. And as I mentioned, we'll have some fall surveys coming up as well as captures, and then a spring survey in the White Mountains. So we expect the remaining data collection and analysis to be completed by March 2024 so that we can make a final recommendation by our April adoption hearing. And that's all I have for Desert Bighorn sheep. I'm not sure if Scott or if I should introduce Tom Batter as our next presenter for pronghorn and elk regulations. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thanks, Virginia. Tom?
He's unmuted.
May have to unmute, is it?
He's unmuted.
Tom, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're trying to speak yet. Anything in the chat?
Is his camera on?
No.
It shows that it's on.
Okay, we're not hearing anything over here in the meeting room. I'm not sure whether folks are hearing on Zoom or what, but Tom, if you are talking and we're not hearing you,
Yes,
shoot us a note in the chat.
He may have just called
I can see
in.
him.
A phone number just popped up.
Can,
Nothing's
okay.
coming through on Zoom at their end, according to David Howe.
It is coming through on Zoom. No, it's nothing
No.
coming through.
No.
I see. Okay, no one can hear.
Nothing, they can't hear us either.
No?
Oh, really?
Tom, can you hear us?
David Howe?
Yeah, he can hear us.
Okay.
Oh,
Tom
okay.
can hear us.
But nobody can hear
We
Tom.
can't hear
Tom.
him.
So maybe
Okay.
that's a microphone issue on that end.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying, David. When I hear nothing is coming through, I assume that means nothing.
Still not hearing Tom. Does it make sense to go to Brian before circling back? Oh, something changed.
Maybe Tom can call in.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll post the number here.
Can we go to Leo's presentation while we work out the tech issue with Tom?
Yeah, let's
and
do
then we
that.
can circle back to Tom? Brian, are
Yeah.
you ready? Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Oh, Scott, you're unmuted. I just want to
No, I was just going to say, yes, we can do that. There's a little bit of Brian's presentation built some on Tom's, but you'll get the gist.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Leo. I was hired this year as the deer program coordinator, and I'll be presenting regulations proposals for black-tailed deer and mule deer. Next slide, please. So the first section I'll be presenting is on 708.14 and has to do with big game drawing preference points. And I'd just like to point out that preference points are not exclusive to deer. They exist for the other big game species. but I'm presenting on this topic here because we distribute more tags for deer than any of the other big game species. So just a quick background on preference points. We have a higher demand for tags than available opportunities. So we provide hunters with a preference point system to give them a better chance of being drawn in the next big game drawing if they weren't drawn in previous drawings. But in some cases, hunters decide that they can't hunt after being drawn, and they wish to return their tag for a preference point reinstatement. But over the years, we've noticed that there's several circumstances that result in an unfair return of preference points. And so the department brought recommendations to address these issues in the January 2023 WRC meeting. And those recommendations were supported by the WRC. So I'll go into those now. Next slide, please. The first has to do with tag returns when hunters enter the draw as a group or a party. So when a party enters the draw, the points are averaged across the group and one value is used for the entire group. However, this allows the person with the most preference points to return their tag, redeem their full number of points, and they can continue to do this year after year, unfairly raising the party's point average year after year. So we proposed the recommendations from the January 2023 WRC meeting that individual party members may only return their tags if their points are less than or equal to the party's average. And then if all party members, and also that all party members must return their tags for everyone to get their points reinstated. And then I'd also like to note that this was an item that was brought up in the 2021-017 petition. And yeah, I just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. The second circumstance has to do with tag returns due to wildfire. Currently, hunters can return their tags for a point reinstatement when a zone is closed for 66% of a hunt season due to wildfire. And this graph just shows the outcome of this regulation for the 2022 hunting season, with the number of days hunters hunted and returned tags on the x-axis, and the number of hunters on the y-axis. And the proposed recommendation from the January WRC was really more of an administrative recommendation, and that was to shore up the tag return window and use the season end date as a postmark deadline for tag return. So it basically just shortened the window for the tag return. Next slide, please. And then the last circumstance has to do with apprentice hunters. Currently, they can apply twice in the lottery and return the second tag for full preference point reinstatement. So again, we propose what was recommended in the January WRC, that apprentice hunters must return all first choice tags to be eligible for preference point reinstatement. Next slide, please. And then the final proposed change for 708.14 has to do with the return of the physical tags. Currently, there's no rule that the carcass portion of the tag must be returned for the harvest report, with the harvest report. So to prevent the illegitimate use of the carcass portion of the tag, we propose that it must be included with the harvest report to receive point reinstatement. Next slide, please. The second section I'll be presenting on is section 554, cooperative deer hunting areas. A little background on this section. The purpose is to encourage the enhancement of deer habitat. So private landowners who own at least 640 acres are eligible to submit a single application for one deer tag for themselves and one deer tag for an immediate family member. However, this application process has not evolved with the automated license data system, or ALDS, that's currently used to issue tags. And so that's what we're considering making some changes because this application process hasn't really changed along with the issuing system. So next slide, please. So really we want to just make a lot of clarifications, and we want to update this application process. So specifically, we need to clarify that applicants cannot apply for this cooperative deer hunting area permit if they're already in possession of a restricted tag. We need to clarify that a landowner application can be for up to 2 deer tags, one for the landowner and one for the immediate family member. And then we also need to add in a definition for what that immediate family member is. We need to clarify that applicants must submit the appropriate tag fee. And then also there's currently no cap for these tags. There's no landowner tag quota. So we're considering putting a cap of 5 to 20% of the respective deer zone quota as the cap. And then finally, there's some minor renumbering and editing that needs to be done to improve the consistency of the regulatory language of 554A and 554B. And I think that concludes the deer section of the mammal slides.
Tom is on here.
Great. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
I think we can get back now to Tom's presentation. It sounds like he's on. Tom?
I'm in through the phone. Yep. Okay.
Oh, great. Okay.
Super, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Woohoo!
All right, great. Thanks. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I just got a new laptop and working out the wrinkles, I guess, for some of these apps. So thanks for bearing with me. Again, I apologize, but so I'm Tom Batter. I'm the elk and pronghorn program coordinator. So I'll start with our pronghorn regulations changes here. So next slide, please. So starting out with pronghorn, so we've observed a slight but steady population decline in our northeastern pronghorn population. So our latest population estimate is between 3,000 and 5,000 animals. And with this year's harsh winter conditions, it prompted us to conduct demographic road surveys this past July, in which revealed poor fawn productivity. So we observed 24 fawns per 100 does across all 6 of these hunt zones. So when we drop below 30 fawns per 100 does, that gives us reason to kind of take a look at our harvest and adjust it a bit. We've also observed declines in hunter harvest success and agent harvest in 2 zones over the last 5 years. That's likely tables, zone 3, and Big Valley, zone 5. Our annual harvest success has dropped below 60%, and historically that's been between 70 and 80%. And then our agent harvest has dropped below 3 years old, which is a population. These metrics support reducing tags for likely tables and Big Valley hunt zones in particular. And then there is some potential to add some tags into zone 1, zone 4, and zone 6 to offset some lost hunter opportunity in those first 2 zones. But our final recommendations are dependent upon the outcome from comprehensive aerial winter surveys. Next slide, please. So I apologize here for the small font, trying to be comprehensive with this. Chart here displays the current tag photos for each pronghorn hunt and our proposed ranges for 2024 with the potential net change for each hunt on the far right. So the max reduction and the max increase relative to these ranges. So the hunts that I described that require particular attention right now are highlighted here by the red boxes. So in zone 3, likely tables, we're currently issuing 25 buck tags in period 1 and 25 buck tags in period 2. We're considering a range between 15 and 25 buck tags for period 1 and between 10 and 25 buck tags in period 2. And in the Big Valley, zone 5, we're currently issuing 20 buck tags, and we're considering a range for 2024 of between 5 and 20 buck tags. So again, we've got ranges here for all of these hunts, just because we may also recommend adjusting harvest for these other hunts. Increase perhaps in zones 1, 4, and 6, some modest increases if we determine that such a recommendation or recommendations are supported by our winter flight surveys. So that's it for pronghorn. Next slide, please. So we'll start with our elk, into our elk regulation changes, and just sort of set the stage as we discuss this. Briefly provide background on the distinction between elk tag issuance types. So first, we have our general public big game draw, where hunters apply for and are awarded a tag via the big game draw for a given hunt zone. And those individuals who do not draw annually receive a preference point that's applicable to the next year's draw. So an elk tag that is drawn under the general big game draw authorizes elk harvest within a given hunt zone, but it does not grant access to private property without a landowner's consent. And so with elk being a premium tag, essentially a once-in-a-lifetime draw, in some of these areas that often involves a trespass fee to hunt private property, this tag. We then have the Shared Habitat Alliance for Recreational Enhancement, also known as our SHARE tags. So this program, landowners enter into an agreement with CDFW to receive liability protection and also a modest compensation to allow public to hunt their property. So a limited number of tags are awarded via random draw. No preference points are involved, it's purely random. And then the tag authorizes elk harvest on a specific property that's enrolled in the program. Next, we have our cooperative elk hunting area landowner tag. So landowners that meet eligibility criteria can apply for a landowner tag under this program. So tags are then awarded via random drawing, and these tags authorize elk harvest on a single specific property. These tags are transferable, so tag holders, they can give these tags away to friends or family, or they can sell the tag if they wish prior to the start of the hunt season. And lastly, we have our private lands, wildlife habitat enhancement and management area, or PLM tag. So in this program, landowners enter into an agreement with CDFW to manage their property to benefit wildlife. And in exchange, they can purchase tags and then use them themselves, or these tags are also transferable so they can sell these tags if they wish. And PLM tags authorize elk harvest on a specific property only. Next slide, please. So first, we'll start off with our Section 364, our general public elk hunting tag quota adjustments. And what we've got for this year is we're considering changes for Grizzly Island Tule elk hunt zone. So it's the black star, the red outline on the map there. Zone is south of Fairfield and Suisun City in Solano County in the East Bay area. So our 2023 minimum count was 218 animals, and that's within objective, which is between 150 and 250 elk. We also have a sex ratio of 86 bulls per 100 cows. This exceeds objective, which is 50 bulls per 100 cows. So on the left here, we've got abundance over 30 years with the objective range indicated by the red dashed lines. So that's at 150 on the low end, 250 on the high end. And then on the right, we have our composition ratios over 30 years, where we've got bulls per 100 cows in blue, calves per 100 cows in orange, and spike bulls per 100 cows in red. And then our bull cow objective is indicated by the red dashed line there at 50 per 100. So we can see that, you know, it fluctuates like our populations do, but recently the bull numbers have increased quite a bit. So we need to increase bull tags to bring that number closer to objective. Next slide, please. So Grizzly Island Wildlife Area, it's a CDFW managed and owned property in the Bay Area. But these hunts are controlled entry and high success hunts that are staffed by department personnel. And these hunts are staggered into short hunt periods across August and September to spread hunters out through time. So this chart here, again, apologies for the small font. We're trying to be thorough, but it shows our current tag allocations for 2023 by tag type and the proposed ranges for 2024 for each existing hunt period. And so we're considering adjustments for periods 10, 12, and 13. This slide here, that we had a bit of a reformatting issue, I think, during the handoff for binding, but the red boxes should be superimposed over periods 10, 12, and 13, highlighting the potential changes. So currently we issue 7 bull tags, 33 tags total, and we're recommending to look at adding between 4 and 8 bull tags across these 3 hunt periods. So we're currently issuing 3 bull tags in periods 10 and 12, and then we're looking to potentially increase that to 4 to 5 in each, so a net increase of 1 to 2 in each hunt period. And then we currently issue 0 bull tags in period 13, and we're looking to potentially increase that to 2 to 4 for a net increase of 2 to 4 bull tags. Total net change of increasing by 4 to 8 bull tags, as I stated earlier. That would give us between 11 and 15 bull tags for the 2024 hunt season. Similar to pronghorn, and Regina mentioned it too, our final recommendation is going to be dependent on the survey results. We'll have that hopefully in December or February. So that sort of wraps up the general elk hunting for section 364. So we'll move on to the next portion of our regulation changes, which is a bit more complicated, revolves around conflict. Thanks for changing the slide. So in many areas within the state, we've got elk that concentrate on private property. So this tends to result in high densities of elk that cause infrastructure and crop damage. They can pose threats to livestock and for vehicle collisions. Can even be dangerous to humans and pets in some situations. And so this is a partial symptom of having, the most fertile and productive land being privately owned, and then our public lands having become less suitable for elk in some areas over time. So we're constantly receiving reports and complaints from private landowners regarding unwanted elk activity, appealing to the department for assistance and relief. And we often observe elk like the group in this photo here. This was recently posted to our social media account, where we've got a pretty large group of elk congregating in what I would describe as an undesirable location. Someone's front yard or driveway along Highway 101 up there, probably in Orick or somewhere along it. In many of these areas, we'd love to capture and relocate, alleviate that, but can't in a lot of these cases. The presence of disease, so we've got trypanosome-associated hoof disease up on the north coast, and then also in some areas we have confirmed hybridization between subspecies. So this disqualifies some of these groups as a source population per CDFW policy. Next slide, please. So CDFW, we consistently work with folks reporting elk conflict, and we've recently ramped up our work to help alleviate these issues. We've had public discussion meetings in Humboldt and Del Norte counties in the spring to listen to the landowner experience, receive feedback and suggestions for regulatory change. We've got field staff or biologists that continuously conduct site visits and visit with folks and offer best management practice recommendations to those who report and are experiencing conflict. And then, we're also starting to try to get more habitat restoration projects on the ground. We want to promote elk where they're desired. This is ideally public land where they can be enjoyed by the public. For example, we've got Bureau of Land Management was recently granted funding by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to start conducting a forest thinning project in Humboldt County. Hopefully this is the first of many to come. And we're also collaborating, partnering with Caltrans, initiating some research projects for overcrossings and critical linkage areas. And along US 101 in Humboldt County, we're in preliminary stages of testing a state-of-the-art traffic alert system. Carrington Hilton is our research biologist up there. She's kind of spearheading this. So this novel system will communicate with GPS-collared elk and warn motorists when they're nearby the roadway and potentially pose a hazard. We've also increased regulated public harvest in some of these areas, as recently as last year. And as described in our elk management plan, regulated harvest is the preferred management strategy for elk. But we, really need to emphasize here that private property, it really poses a significant challenge and requires some creativity within our existing framework to work at alleviating conflict issues. Next slide. So I just want to briefly highlight some key elements of the commission's current elk policy that we've been thinking about during this process. And, it starts off by saying that elk management will be performed in recognition of potential conflicts with land uses, such as agriculture and forestry, in cooperation with public agencies and private landowners. And importantly, natural forage conditions shall be the primary consideration in regulating elk numbers, and surplus animals may be harvested by hunting. I just want to take a moment to think back to that social media post, those elk concentrating in that yard, that driveway, right along Highway 101 there. How does that situation relate to this policy, particularly in terms of natural forage conditions, and how does it shape management intervention and how we kind of move forward with this? Next slide, please. So elk conflict, it really is ubiquitous throughout the state. The type of situation in that social media post, it plays out across most of our elk hunt zones in California to some degree. But we have several hunt zones that routinely experience elevated chronic levels of human elk conflict. So these are zones where elk almost exclusively occupy private property. So these zones are the northwestern Siskiyou and Mendocino hunt zones in Northern California. Mendocino, sort of hard to see the contrast, but it's kind of north central coast just south of the Humboldt Del Norte one there. And then we also have the Tehachapi elk hunt zone in Southern California has these conditions. So, this chronic conflict condition, it renders prescriptive public harvest as challenging to reliably implement towards achieving management goals and reducing conflict. For example, when a general public tag holder is seeking access to harvest an elk in these zones, they're often met with trespass fees, which can be excessive. It places additional cost burden on the average hunter. They're already paying $500 plus for an elk tag, and then can be asked to fork over, a couple grand just to get access to start even looking for elk. So this potentially prices people out. We potentially lose out on harvest opportunity, poor hunting experience. Alternatively, in some cases, people are simply turned away because private landowners don't want someone that they don't know not only accessing their property, but accessing their property with a weapon. So, it's completely understandable to not even allow entry onto your property. So this was recognized as an issue in the past, and we currently have a cooperative area regulation, section 555. Sort of serves as this framework to authorize qualifying landowners to apply for landowner tag via drawing. And this was aimed to offer limited hunting opportunity to those folks that support elk on their land. In our recent public hearings, there was a lot of public desire expressed towards modifying this section to sort of carve out subsections to help landowners deal with some of this excessive conflict. Next slide. So just quick background, the current regulations governing landowner elk tags. So landowners that own 640 acres within an elk hunt zone of at least 5,000 acres are eligible to apply for a landowner tag. And these landowner tags are awarded via a random drawing and then purchased by those individuals that are drawn. So once the tag holder is awarded a tag and purchases it, they can use the tag themselves, they can give the tag to a family member or a friend, or they can sell and transfer that tag to any individual, so long as any of these people have a valid California hunting license. So our landowner tags are allocated at 20% of the total combined general public and share tags annually for a tag designation type. So that's bull, antlerless, either sex, and the seasons run concurrent with the general public. So we're considering the addition of a subsection, as public desire was expressed, to describe and classify these 4 conflict zones. Also to reduce the qualifying landowner criteria and increase tag allocation and season length. So first, considering to reduce the acreage criteria from 640 to 60, and this would allow for greater opportunity for folks that are interested in participating in this program. Second is to increase the 20% rule for antlerless tags up to a 1-to-1 ratio or 100%. And so this would serve to remove antlerless elk from the landscape, reduce that annual calf crop, and maintain a stable population. Third is to extend the landowner season through November so that we can increase elk vulnerability and offer greater probability of success to tag holders through time. Recognizing that, this elk are a public resource, we'd also look to add share tags to these 4 zones in tandem to increase public hunt opportunity in these zones where appropriate. And the intent of this regulation is to increase landowner eligibility, increase elk harvest, and afford sufficient time for harvest to occur, and meaningfully provide some alleviation to some of this just chronic conflict in these areas that continue. Next slide. So again, I just want to reiterate, overall, we're aiming to reduce elk densities in undesirable areas on private properties, which hopefully will ultimately reduce conflict to tolerable levels. And this is in combination with non-consumptive strategies, which are currently under some of those habitat restoration projects, road infrastructure, best management practices, et cetera. And, this will in turn hopefully promote elk occupancy where they are desired on public lands and where more natural forage conditions can more appropriately sustain elk. I also want to note here that we have explored and are continuing to explore alternative harvest approaches to help alleviate the conflict issue. We've internally discussed depredation permits. There's provision in code to authorize a special season for surplus animal hunts, and then even scientific collecting permits as pathways to help alleviate the issue. But you just want to reiterate here that private property is the limiting factor in these cases, and these alternative approaches are still limited by private property and do not directly address that issue. So from a practical sense, right now we feel the best way to approach these conflict issues is to, what we just presented, combine a modified 555 landowner subsection with increased public share tags. Again, this pathway did receive positive feedback and support during these public elk discussions. But overall, we recognize it's a complex issue, and we're committed to continuing to work with external partners to address conflict simultaneously through non-consumptive approaches as well. So that's all I've got for elk. Appreciate your time. I would have passed it over to Brian, but I had a technical issue, so apologize again, and thanks for bearing with me. And I think we just kick it back to y'all and open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. I have a number of questions, but I want to give folks an opportunity to speak and ask questions about both the upland game bird and the mammal hunting issues. Thank you, all of you, for those presentations. There's a lot to chew on here. I see that we have a hand up in the Zoom room, and I just want to make sure that, would you like to speak to this?
Not just a bit. I can see the inland sport fishing.
Okay, we're going to get to that one next then. So we have, yes,
If I
please.
could, before we go to Bill, I just want to acknowledge new positions for Regina
thank you.
and for Brian.
Yeah.
And relatively new for Tom. Scott has been rebuilding his shop after some departures and movements, people into other positions, etc. So congratulations to them, and thank you so much for helping us prepare for today's meeting.
Thank you for remembering that. Congratulations to all of you. And Bill Gaines, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Commissioners Zavaleta, Commission staff, and department staff. Bill Gaines, actually speaking on a few different people on this one. First of all, I'll start with the California Deer Association. I want to open up by thanking Scott Gardner and Brian Leo and Tom Batter for meeting with us a few times over the course of the last several months so we can talk through some of these proposals before they were brought to WRC. I want to welcome Brian Leo to the Deer program. Very, very welcome addition. He's obviously well qualified. We got a deer plan that we need to crank over the next coming years out as well. So we're glad to see Brian taking the reins on that. I mean, we were in desperate need of a deer coordinator, and very, very pleased to welcome Brian to that position. While on the topic of deer, we do want to support The proposal being brought forward to WRC today by the department, including the grandma rule change, and some of the other department proposals that are being forwarded. We're in support of all of those. Moving on to elk, on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. First of all, very, very pleased to see the addition of some bull tags in the Sassoon Marsh, which is, in my opinion, the most coveted elk hunting zone in the state. Certainly has some of the, the most, prime bulls in that area. And also, as we've mentioned to Tom and to Scott and his team several times over the course of the last several months, we would really like to see some archery tags added where they can increase archery tags. I believe because of the success rate with the archery elk tag compared to a rifle elk tag is much lower, you could actually offer some more hunting opportunity because you could cut loose, more archery tags and have the same harvest of elk, if you will, at the end of the day. So we do urge the department to place archery tags where they can. If you want to move up to the northwest coast where we have some serious problems with elk up there, there are areas where rifle tags may not be appropriate due to various occupied areas and so forth and so on, but where an archery tag may be appropriate because of its limited range. So that's something we'd like the department to consider up there. But also when it comes to supporting pro-opportunity changes up there that Tom Batter mentioned, we certainly support those Section 555 changes in the conflict zone. So all in all, very, very pleased to support what the department's bringing forward today, both in terms of elk, of course, sheep, which there isn't going to be too much change there, but we are adding a couple tags in a couple areas. And certainly when it comes to deer as well. So appreciate the department working with us, appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the WRC today, and we're pleased to support their proposals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bill. I can't see who's got their hand raised right now because of the way we have the meeting set up, so one of you can help me with that, that would be great.
Yes.
No one right now.
No one else has their
Nobody
hand
else.
raised. Okay. All right, well, if hands go up, let me know. I do have some questions, and these questions are kind of around, mostly around one theme. And I've raised it before. I think piggybacking on what Bill Gaines just said, the most coveted tags, some of the most coveted tags are those elk tags. And at our last full commission meeting, Scott Gardner helpfully provided some stats on how many of the elk tags that are issued each year are going to private lands owners in one way or another. And the math on it is that about 35% of them go through the PLM program to landowners, 7% more are landowner tags. That adds up to 42%, and then another 11%, this is last year for share tags. So in one way or another, close to half of our tags, about half of our elk tags are tied to private lands, and the speakers from the department today highlighted that as a challenge. So I'm kind of giving this whole background to say that I really want to look at opportunities to address the tension between lands being private and wildlife being a public resource. It's concerning to me that we're at, I mean, I look at it either 42 or over 50% of the tags are limited in some way by, or held by landowners, or they're coming through the share program, which ups the cost. And that's at the same time as we have people who are waiting 20 years to get one. So I guess I want to ask, across the board, what can we do about that? There's the cap proposed for the deer tags on the zone quotas. That seems like one actionable place. And I'd like to hear more from folks in the department about ways to address this issue with respect to elk and pronghorn too.
Hi, Commissioners Avaletta, Scott Gardner, Wildlife Management for the department. I mean, we certainly appreciate this issue and your concern, and we share that. It was important to me, and I asked Tom to really build out the background to these issues because so much of it is private land dependent. And now we're stepping into, just ever increasing, if you will, conflict issues. And of course, the proposal that we've got for you here is primarily on private lands, which came out of those two stakeholder meetings that we held. Certainly, they're not a solution to these issues. They're more like, why would we be more restrictive given that so much of it is on private land? We continue to strive. Same with, Bill's comments with archery. We certainly appreciate that. Those requests are not falling on deaf ears. We need to continue the outreach to that community to see what level, they would accept or are interested in. We always want to increase share opportunities where we can, and we work at that. But there remains this reality that so many of these animals are on private lands. And I would invite staff that, have anything to add to this, certainly to.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, does anyone else want to weigh in from the department?
Yeah, I will real quick. Tom Batter over here. So just wanted, because you mentioned that Brian mentioned a cap on the deer stuff. I just kind of wanted to reiterate that in our current 555, we do have a cap at that 20% clip. And it really isn't a lot of tags that go into this program. And so, the idea that I kind of laid out is just that these areas are so unique. There's a lot of nuance to it. And Scott touched on it too, that this isn't going to resolve the overarching issue, but it kind of helps offer some relief for these folks that, they don't want to have, let's face it, strangers on their property, but they're still dealing with a lot of elk damage. And so this is just sort of one piece of a bigger puzzle to help sort of steer towards the direction of alleviation. I think a bigger focus is going to be on some of these habitat modification, habitat enhancement projects to promote elk occupancy, in adjacent areas to these communities where we do want them. We just got to knock back the cereal stages basically and get some good feed in some of these public grounds. And then a little bit of hunt pressure in some of these areas where we don't necessarily want them is going to help sort of shift their space use to areas that we do want them. So, just kind of want to reiterate, certainly understand, that tension of private property and public resource. And also just want to understand, these folks do bear the burden of supporting, a large ungulate on their private property, have to deal with a lot and don't have any sort of monetary compensation necessarily. So we're in a difficult spot. It's going to take a lot of different approaches and a lot of creativity. And so this, again, it's just one piece to a larger puzzle.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I hear you. It is a bit of a bind. I think I just want to convey that I think that, that moving in that direction in whatever ways we can, bringing down that cap of how many private landowner tags are issued out of the total zone quota to keep opportunities available for the public. I think that the proposal to reduce the size of the land that you have to hold in order to get a landowner tag for elk also is aligned with that goal. So that sounds like it's in the right direction, and then increasing share opportunities, just like you said. I do have a note from last year. I just want to ask. I had a note that tribal tags were a possibility, and that was specifically, I think, in relation to Tehachapi and to the Rocky Mountain elk population there, which maybe I missed it, but didn't get broken out in the presentation. Feels like kind of a different thing than the native elk herds that we've got in the state. So I'm sorry that I don't remember more about how that came up last year, but I want to ask about it. The tribal tags, that is.
Sure, and I'd see a few of us are up here. I guess while I got the mic, will say that we are in discussions along the North Coast, in the Marble Mountains, and in our Region 4 area as well with tribes. I'll kick it to you, Chad, if you want to say something.
No, I think that's it. I think those conversations are going on, but however, they're happening with the tribes, and we are looking at those potential opportunities. It's also been part of the conversation with us about trying to thin some of these larger herds that are in these conflict areas. And we've explored, not necessarily with tribes, but just in our own thinking, more broadly, just how do we get access? How could tribal members get access to these, again, private properties, as Tom mentioned? This is really the conundrum we have right now, is that these are so much, the conflict areas anywhere happening in these private settings, and we can increase opportunities for them. We can increase the share program opportunities, but again, you still need landowners to engage and enroll, and then provide that opportunity at a potentially reasonable cost, hopefully for folks to be able to participate. So it's something we're definitely kicking around and having conversations with Bill and the parties we've been meeting with. Just how do they also vocalize these opportunities to the landowners? They're coming to us with conflict. We're coming to them with some solutions, but it's a give and take. They need to give some as well. And some of that might be opportunities, and then helping them understand some of the rules and regulations that they have afforded to them to provide these opportunities. It's not just wishful thinking and folks go out and hunt and we hope everything goes right. They can put certain stipulations depending on which program they're in. They can put certain stipulations and work with people and that make them a little more comfortable with these types of hunts and allowing people to come onto their property. So it's just a combination, I think, that we need to get to, and we're definitely trying. But as we're trying and as those conversations are going, the elk are continuing to be a conflict and be a concern for us and for property owners up there. And it is real. It's a real conflict up there for us and for them. And so we're just trying to hit on all spaces that we can right now to figure out some solutions here and continue to work through it.
Wonderful. We're totally aligned on that. So whatever we can do to help with that too. Are there other comments from I see a hand raised in the Zoom. Jack?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. Jack Rice. I live up on Humboldt County, and I work with landowners. Actually, there's kind of a grassroots effort among the cattle ranching community in Humboldt and Del Norte just to talk about the elk issues. And in general, I think that group really supports the proposal of what Fish and Wildlife's brought forward to change. Also, the issue really is these impacts, as have been expressed before, are significant, but landowners also understand what you mentioned about kind of the public opportunity. So you can have these private impacts and public hunting opportunities, and they know that's a real discussion. That's one we're working with. We're actually creating this grassroots effort to really expand that conversation, working with a local organization in Humboldt, the Buckeye Conservancy as well, just to have the community start. It's been going on, but continue that discussion, working in coordination with CDFW staff. So we recognize that issue. We're working on it. I think this is a good step. It's obviously going to be a much longer conversation, but this will help, I think, that conversation actually be more productive going forward. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments from staff? I want to make sure we have room for Ari, Director Monas. Okay. Well, I should also say it sounds like we're all in agreement on preference points issues and all the details now. So stuff that we discussed earlier. So it's great that we can move that forward. If I do, I want to recommend that. I want to support a future rulemaking for mammal hunting based on the proposal from the department and today's discussion. And I think we don't have to, we have nothing for game bird hunting right now. There's no change. So, okay, so we don't need to do anything on that one. And I just want to thank everyone again for the comments, for the presentations, and for all of the hard work that goes into determining what those quotas should be, and for providing ranges so that we have some room to respond to additional information as it comes in. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is 7C. This is still under periodic regulation changes, and the topic is inland sport fishing. And I'll turn it over to Ari to introduce our presenter and give any other opening remarks.
Sure. The department periodically proposes changes to inland sport fishing regulations. And this is the initial vetting stage where the department gives us an idea of things it's looking at for what will ultimately be proposed to the commission. So to present those initial items is Maggie McCann with the department. Maggie, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
All right, we'll get your presentation up in a moment.
And while we're waiting for that, I just want to say quickly, yay, Maggie. We miss you at the commission. She was previously a Sea Grant Fellow for us and super excited that she's working for the department and doing great things there. So congrats and great to have you at the meeting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited to be working in this space again. So my name is Maggie McCann. I'm a regulation specialist with the fisheries branch. So this is a new position for me. Today I will give a presentation on the 2025 proposed changes to inland sport fishing regulations. Next slide, please. So there were 5 proposals that were approved to go ahead for this season, and I'll go through each briefly. As an overview, the first is a black bass size limit reduction at Castaic Lake. Next is converting Parker Lake to a catch and release fishery for trout, and then an amendment to the Deep Creek fishing boundary. After that, a proposal to include American shad as a species that may be taken by spear fishing in the Valley District. And then last, we'll discuss a platform change from phone lines to web-based information for low flow restrictions. Next slide, please. So the first proposal is to reduce the 15-inch total length minimum size limit for black bass to the statewide standard of 12-inch total length minimum size limit. The daily bag limit of 5 fish will remain unchanged. The current regulation was enacted to protect a trophy black bass fishery that no longer exists. Lake Castaic has inadequate habitat for black bass and a population of striped bass which compete for food. CDFW electrofishing data from 2013 to 2022 show that the black bass fishery has declined in condition and has stunted between 10 and 15 inches. More harvest is needed to reduce the population, and local angling groups have contacted the department calling for this regulation change. Lake Castaic is the only water in the area with a special regulation, and aligning it with the statewide black bass regulation would create regulation simplification and expand angler opportunity. Next slide, please. Moving on to Parker Lake, this proposal is to align the Parker Lake regulation to the Parker Creek regulation of year-round angling restricted to catch and release using only artificial lures with barbless hooks from the current general statewide regulation for trout of all year 5 fish bag limit with 10 in possession. This will require adding Parker Lake to Section 750 special fishing regulations for trout. Next slide, please. Parker Lake has been a designated heritage wild trout water since 2011. Historically, Parker Lake was a fast-action brook trout fishery that produced trophy-sized brown trout. Recent survey efforts by the department in 2021 have shown a consistent decline in population numbers in both species since surveys conducted in 2003 and 2011. The large decline in brook trout number in the lake indicates Parker Lake is no longer a fast-action brook trout fishery and suggests there is overharvest. Brown trout have also decreased in size since 2003 and 2011 and are trending towards no longer reaching trophy sizes. Parker Lake has become more popular in recent years due to increasing interest and advertisement of the lake on various social media platforms, which is most likely causing an increase in angling pressure. Since the water is not stocked, the current fishing methods and 5 fish bag limit with an additional 10 brook trout over 10 inches is most likely resulting in overfishing and a decline in both species. We propose to align the Parker Lake regulation with that of Parker Creek, which is the outlet creek, to catch and release using only artificial barbless hooks to allow the recovery and maintenance of this designated wild trout water fishery. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to Deep Creek. This proposal is to amend the fishing boundary description for Deep Creek for clarity purposes. Currently, it states Deep Creek from the headwaters of Little Green Valley to the confluence of Willow Creek. The new proposed language is Deep Creek from below Green Valley Lake Dam to the confluence of Willow Creek. Next slide, please. So the current regulations mention Little Green Valley, which does not exist. Therefore, it's necessary to change the language to ensure that anglers are clear on which area the regulations apply. This change does not increase or decrease the area with special regulations. It simply more clearly defines the area subject to special regulations. And a local stakeholder group was contacted and they support this change. Next slide, please. So our fourth proposal relates to spearfishing. Currently, several species of fish can be taken by speargun in the Valley District between May and September. Those species include striped bass, carp, goldfish, Sacramento Western sucker, Sacramento blackfish, hardhead, Sacramento pike minnow, and lamprey. The commission received a petition to allow spearfishing of American shad in the Valley District, and the department supports this concept with several qualifications. The department does not believe that adding this method of take will impact the American shad population or any other fish species. Additionally, this regulation change will increase opportunities for the angling community. However, in reviewing the current regulations, the department would like to clarify spearfishing boundaries in the Valley District and add language to remind anglers to check local ordinances to ensure that speargun usage doesn't violate local firearm restrictions. The department is not proposing any change in season dates. Next slide, please. All right, our fifth proposal is a platform change for low flow information. And this is to remove the low flow closure phone lines and include stream closure information on the department website. Low flow restrictions affect fishing seasons for 10 coastal counties: Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Sonoma, Marin, Napa, San Mateo, Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, and Monterey. Next slide, please. California Fish and Wildlife regulations are no longer available in print. The online regulations reference the low flow phone lines, and this requires the public to access information online and then by phone. A single source of information would be more efficient for the state and its constituents. The phone line messages for all 4 low flow lines are inefficient as they require the public to navigate a phone line and potentially listen to information that is not relevant to their needs. Some constituents have expressed concerns with the phone line and have requested a web-based message on public forums and with department staff. Additionally, the low flow phone lines are problematic in inclement weather. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions, and I believe we also have the Inland Fisheries Program Manager, Sarah Musselman, here on the line as well to answer any questions if I don't have the proper context.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maggie. I guess I have a couple of questions, but I'd like to hold them and give folks an opportunity to comment. And I believe that we have a commenter in the room.
Thank you.
And I'm saying comment, it's discussion.
Now?
Yes,
I'm
please.
Gary Smith. I'm a resident of California. I live here in San Jose. Some of you maybe saw me at your October fishing. I'm the author of petition 2022-13. That's not what I'm talking about on this, but in a few minutes, I hope to briefly comment under item 10, general public comment for items not on the agenda. But I'd like to comment about the Parker Lake. Obviously, because my petition deals with the very last thing, it says catch release using only Arctic barb will allow the recovery and maintenance of this. We definitely have that in common. What I'd like to focus on is the bullet point right above that, where it says the current fishing methods and 5 fish bag limit with the additional 10 brook trout, where it says over 10 inches is most likely resulting in overfishing. What I'd like to focus on is the over 10 inches. I'm looking at the, this is the current 2023 sport fishing regulations 5.84 brook trout. It says size limit less than 10 inches total length. And below that it says exceptions, Red Lake and Alpine County, and then all waters in section 7B, alphabetical list of trout waters. Red Lake and Alpine County, it's not shown here, but that's like a trophy lake for brook trout. My understanding is that the size limit for brook trout that you can keep is less than 10 inches. I may be wrong, but I think this is a good opportunity to really let the public know and think about this. If I am right, then I think it's important to leave this off here where it says over 10 inches. Just leave it off or put in size limit less than 10 inches total length or less than 10 inches total length in bracket size limit. So I think it's important to get this clear because, if I'm right, and this is being published, the public can see this. It's just adding to, I don't mean to confuse the fishery, the fishermen, but I'm trying to help them, help the fish to know really what the regulation is. I'm happy to leave this with you, Executive Director Nancy Miller. You can keep this. I've underlined in red the over. That's really my comment. I'd really like to get this clear.
Is it actually okay if I jump in here? And my apologies, my camera is not working at the moment. But yeah, you actually have just caught a mistake. Although this was reviewed multiple times, that was not caught. It is under 10 inches. That is the regulation. So we will.
If I may say, it could be a blessing. There are some people listening. I think it's important for the Fish and Game Commission, for the counties, they have their fishing, to really talk like this, to really get these variables and build a greater understanding of what the rules are. It can mean more to preservation of the fish population maybe than the other. I mean, just it'd be interesting to have the biologist explain, why is the reason, for that. I'm sure there is, and also have the enforcement say, well, if someone's out there and we find them with 10 brook trout over 10 inches, I mean, according to the letter of the law, what could the penalty be for that?
I mean, I can't speak to the LED, but if it's appropriate, I could speak to some of the reasons why we have the regulation about brook trout, an additional limit of 10 brook trout under 10 inches. Would you like me to speak to that?
Yeah, well, I think people understand the quantity. It's the length. I think that's more confusing and less understood. So,
and that over should be an under, and that was just a mistake in the slide. Okay.
And it's also online. I found it last night.
Yeah.
It's in the binder.
Materials. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So that's just a mistake. You need to correct it.
It's out there. It's in the public domain. People are reading it, and anyway, that's all I have on this agenda. Thank you.
Thanks. Sarah, did you have a quick explanation for the 10-inch limit?
I was just going to speak to that. Yes, when we did a bunch of fisheries surveys in the Sierra Nevada, particularly in the 90s and the early 2000s, perhaps earlier, but certainly at that point, there was a large number of lakes where there were just huge brook trout populations, and many of the fish were very, very small and stunted and skinny. And so the purpose was just, if you're out there fishing and you want to catch 10 brook trout, you catch 10 little brook trout and keep them in hopes of just that little bit of assistance from removing those fish from the fishery. It's certainly not going to hurt the fishery, and it might help the fishery.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that catch. I have a question about Parker Lake too. Are there hands raised though in the Zoom? Before I
nope.
do that. Okay. My question probably and that is whether Parker Lake also has any native fishes in it or native wildlife that are preyed on or competed with by the brook and the brown trout.
That would be another question for Sarah.
Okay.
I would have to double check this, but I'm about 98% sure, so I will go ahead and say it, that where Parker Lake is, it's in an area where there were no native trout. And I believe it's far enough south that it's south of like the Lahontan fish assemblage, so it may well have been an area where there were not, you might be aware, most of the Sierra Nevada above about 4,500 feet did not have native fishes due to the glaciation and the steepness and the youngness of the mountain range prior to introduction. So the trout are certainly not native, and I would have to confirm if it falls in the range of any other native fishes, but I don't think it does.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, and I apologize, I don't know the geography, so I wasn't aware whether Parker Lake was one of those higher elevation fishless lakes prior to the stocking. But I ask it because, you know, we're facing these issues and there are other places in California where there are conflicts between the non-native and native fishes, trout or not. I just want to be asking that question because, you know, we're not distinguishing, to my knowledge, in the wild trout waters policy between native and non-native trout species, and especially as our fisheries are just suffering so much, I want to make sure that we're looking carefully at whether by enhancing a fishery that's an introduced or stocked, an introduced species, that we're not inadvertently harming a native fishery or a native wildlife species that we're also charged to steward. Other than that, I think this is very straightforward. These all make a lot of sense.
Could I add a little bit to that concern?
Yes.
So Parker Lake is in the Eastern Sierra, which means it was actually in the area that the department tackled first when we went out and did what eventually resulted in about 12,000 unique water bodies that were surveyed in mostly the Sierra Nevada, but also in the Cascades Range and in the Trinity Alps. We did surveys for what fish were currently present, whether or not they were self-sustaining, and we also did amphibian surveys at the same time, and then some fairly basic habitat surveys. And so Parker Lake would have been, because of the timing on that, actually written into a management plan during the period that the department was doing biodiversity management plans, where we were determining which areas were appropriate for either removing or stopping stocking fish in order to provide additional habitat for native species, mainly Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frogs, and then which areas for various reasons were appropriate to continue managing for fisheries. And so that was addressed in a very comprehensive way. And then through our pre-stocking evaluation process, every 5 years, if we're actually stocking it, we're going and doing an additional evaluation to confirm that it's still appropriate to stock. But in the case of wild trout waters, we're just doing additional evaluations to determine that it's still, functioning as a wild trout water and can be is being fished and is regulated at a sustainable way, which is what this is about addressing. So I guess I hope maybe that addresses some of your concerns, that yes, we are thinking about these things as well, and we're really trying to strike that balance between providing as many fisheries as we can. In many places, especially in the Eastern Sierra, those are not native fish because there weren't native trout in those areas. But providing those fisheries while simultaneously providing good habitat for our frogs and native species.
That's great. Thanks, Sarah, for addressing that. I mean, that's exactly kind of where my mind is. And this is the initial vetting, so this is just a discussion today. And before we move on to the next item, just want to make sure that if anyone else has anything to add, they have a chance to weigh in. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. Take of non-game mammals. This is agenda item number 8. This is to discuss issues in the regulatory framework regarding the indiscriminate take of non-game mammals. And we have a presentation for this one. Turn it over to Ari to present a little more background.
Okay, so in California Fish and Game Code, a non-game mammal is defined as a mammal occurring naturally in California that is not a game mammal, fully protected mammal, or fur-bearing mammal, is a non-game mammal. Non-game mammals include a whole host of different species, including opossums and cottontail rabbits, raccoons, coyotes, red foxes, weasels, moles, and a whole bunch of various rodents. Not all rodents, but a lot. It seems fairly clear, and I think is a non-controversial statement to say that non-game mammals that are causing damage may be taken for depredation purposes, and that's also consistent with commission policy. But there is an ambiguity about whether outside of hunting for sport, non-game mammals that are not damaging crops or property may be taken. So to educate us a little bit more on this issue, we have a presentation from Rebecca Dimitrick of Humane Wildlife Control and Emergency Wildlife Services. And the presentation is up. Rebecca, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, fantastic. Next slide, please. Great, thanks. So what do we mean when we're talking about indiscriminate trapping? Traps are being set. By the way, there's a lot of feedback. I don't know if there's a mic on that can be shut. But
I don't know. It sounds okay from us.
At our end, it's not, there's no feedback.
Okay, as long as you can hear me, I'll carry on. All right, so what do we mean about indiscriminate trapping? That traps are being set to address, and this is specific, human-wildlife conflicts without any effort to identify offending animals. Baited traps are placed randomly, not where conflicts are occurring, but in open space, wildlife corridors, and even in nature preserves. What's even more concerning is this is being done seasonally and year-round. And in these cases, there has been no formal consideration as to the cumulative impacts on local ecosystems and local wildlife populations. Next slide, please. So the questions raised by this indiscriminate trapping are these. Is this indiscriminate trapping as a means of resolving human-wildlife conflict effective? Is it appropriate? And is it legal? Next slide, please. As for the effectiveness, it's widely known removal of animals in an attempt to resolve human-wildlife conflicts is not a long-term solution, as new individuals quickly fill the vacancies in the hospitable habitat. And the word hospitable is key. If we make an area less hospitable, reduce food and shelter opportunities through exclusion and eliminating food attractants, we can control the presence and prevalence of wildlife in an area. This is true across the board, from mice to mountain lions. Widespread removal has not proven to be effective in reducing conflicts and can actually be counterproductive, as in the case with coyotes. Next slide, please. Coyotes are unique in that they are strictly monogamous, and a mated pair will defend territory, keeping all other coyotes out, which actually makes managing their density in an area less challenging than a species that is not territorial. Research has shown that indiscriminate removal of coyotes is not effective, as their numbers remain about the same, no matter how many are removed. And this is due to both immigration of new individuals into the freed up territory, where there had once been a pair that kept other coyotes out, and also compensatory reproduction, where younger coyotes may have larger litters. Therefore, efforts to eliminate them is neither practical or necessary, especially when there are other means of managing their presence and their behavior. Next slide. Let's look to the appropriateness, meaning is indiscriminate take for conflict humane and is it socially acceptable? As for the humaneness, because California still allows the use of body gripping neck snares when targeting depredators, there is potential for strangulation or target animals as well as the non-target wildlife, and a risk to domestic animals. Animals caught in these traps are routinely killed in the field using a carbon dioxide gas chamber. Use of carbon dioxide, CO2, to euthanize large animals is discouraged by the American Veterinary Medical Association due to animal welfare issues. And as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, a trustee agency with a duty to protect natural resources, wildlife, held in trust for the people of California, how does such indiscriminate take align with that responsibility? Next slide. Legality. With the passage of the Wildlife Protection Act in 2019, California banned commercial and recreational trapping of fur-bearing and non-game mammals. But it still allows for the trapping of non-game and fur bearers to control property damage. Next slide. Legislation digests from as far back as 1978 clearly indicate the intent of the law that fur bearers and non-game mammals injuring crops or other property may be taken. Please note the red arrow on the slide. Next slide. As currently written, however, Article 4152 of the Fish and Game Code is somewhat ambiguous when it comes to non-game mammals. Note the missing comma. The missing comma after red fox squirrel has led to some confusion, and maybe this is as simple as putting the comma back. And while section 472 of the regulations states that certain non-game mammals may be taken at any time and in a number, another section further down, 475, which specifies the method of take of non-game birds and mammals, refers back to the trapping regulations, which is now, because of the passage of the Wildlife Protection Act, is only for the protection of property. Next slide, please. As for fur bearers injuring property, the current code 4180 seems pretty clear. Animals that are injuring property may be taken in accordance with the applicable regulations. Next slide. When we look at the Fish and Game Commission policy on depredation control, it reaffirms that should animals be causing damage to property, control methods directed towards the offending animals may be utilized. Next slide, please. Additionally, the Commission's terrestrial predator policy declares a commitment to management strategies that are effective and humane. Next slide, please. I'd like to close with an example of where widespread indiscriminate trapping is currently playing out. It's in the city of Torrance. They began their trapping seasonally in 2019, beginning in October for a 5-month period. And recently, actually not recently, it's more than 2 years now, according to records I just received, they've increased it to all year long, 365 days for 2 years now. This language is from their coyote management plan, and you can see there's no effort being made to target offending animals, but to remove all coyotes within their city limits. Next slide. As the committee considers the interpretation of the Fish and Game Code and its intent as applied to such indiscriminate trapping, I hope that these 3 significant points, is it effective, is it appropriate, and is it legal, are considered fully. And thank you so much. The next slide are my references.
Thank you, Rebecca. I want to start out, yeah, I'm sorry. I want to start out by, I see there are a number of hands raised in the Zoom, but I want to ask whether the department would like to make any comment before we go to public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Chad Dibble, Deputy Director of Wildlife Fisheries Division. We have no comment on this item at the moment. What we were intending today was to understand better the concerns from the party and listening.
Okay, super. Yeah, and yeah, just to underscore that, this is an early stage topic. This is the initial discussion, and so this is an opportunity, I would say that I would echo that, for us to listen and hear what folks, including Rebecca in their presentation, have to say about this question. So are there comments in the room on this item? No. Okay, so let's go to the Zoom queue. And I'll ask folks to contribute to the discussion in a way that, given how many hands are up, that is respectful of others' time and respectful of everyone's time. And one of the key things you can do is to just indicate agreement with others who've gone before you if you want to amplify the same point rather than restating it. Okay. Folks.
We have Randy, followed by Matthew Duncan, and then Sam Ramirez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Good afternoon. This is Randy Feilish. I live in Los Angeles, and I'm grateful that this topic is finally getting attention. And I feel the point was very well stated by Rebecca. The legislation that led to the Fish and Game Codes of 4152 and 4180 were clear that fur-bearing and non-game mammals that are damaging crops or other property may be trapped. And this is further supported by the Commission's policies. Therefore, I urge the committee to reaffirm this interpretation and direct the department to also reaffirm this interpretation and clarify this in regulation and put a stop to the inhumane and cruel and wasteful trapping of wildlife, especially what is taking place in Torrance since 2015. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you. All right, Matthew Duncan.
Hi, I'm also glad these issues have now been brought to your attention. Since 2016, the city of Torrance has been indiscriminately trapping and killing coyotes. I say indiscriminately because the city's trapping records indicate mostly, quote, adolescent coyotes weighing between 6 and 8 pounds are being trapped and gassed. I also have photo documentation from a public records request showing a dead raccoon that's strangled in a trapper's snare set in the city's Madrona Marsh Nature Preserve. The current trapping plan is, as you've already heard, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I ask that you direct the department halt the Torrance Coyote Eradication Plan, which is how the mayor has labeled the plan, as the city's practices do not align with the Fish and Game Code, the intent of legislation, or the department's responsibility as a trustee agency. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew.
And Sam Ramirez, then we'll have Bill Gaines and Don Littmanson.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sam Ramirez, and I run Humane Pest Control Incorporated, based out of Los Angeles. I'm always surprised when someone calls me to get rid of a wild animal just because they don't like them. The animals are not causing any damage. The people just don't like to share the neighborhood. I'm usually able to figure out a solution that works for these folks. When animals are causing damage to the property or threatening pets or livestock, there are plenty of non-lethal solutions that work long-term. Killing the animals doesn't solve the problem. I hope you will agree. And I hope you'll agree that the intent of the law was to allow the trapping of wild causing damage, not incriminating trapping. I'd also like to see the department increase their public education program to encourage tolerance and coexistence. And I'm more than happy to participate in that venture. Please let me know if you need my help. I'll be gladly to participate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Commissioner Zavaleta, commission staff, department staff. My comments on this, I want to direct towards procedure and protocol. This is unprecedented in my mind that something is being brought forward directly to the WRC without going through the petition process. The commission has an established petition procedure that everybody's been following. Of course, once that petition is received by you folks at the next meeting, you can deny it, you can grant it, or you can refer it to WRC like we are today, or you could refer it to the department for their review and recommendation. In this case, not only did you go outside of that protocol, but you also allowed a stakeholder to present at the WRC. Nobody really had an opportunity. Even the department didn't really know what this was about until that presentation was given. I think it would be appropriate to, at this point in time, given where we are, for the commission to refer this to the department for their review and recommendation. And if the department believes we should go to rulemaking, then we'll go to rulemaking. But I think we missed that critical step, and I would strongly urge the WRC to take that step at this point. Thank you very much.
Do you want to address that?
I can. Yeah. I mean, first of all, as far as stakeholder coming to WRC, there are precedents. That's happened before. It's not new that a stakeholder has raised an issue and asked and come and made a presentation before WRC. In fact, we may very well have it again in January. So it's not unprecedented. As far as the petition process, I think it's a really good point, but it's not clear at this point. Right now, it's just a discussion. We don't really know where this is going, or if a solution is even called for, and if a solution is called for, what that solution would be. If it turns out that it's a regulation, well then maybe we'll go that way. But right now, it's unclear exactly even if a response or an action is warranted or called for. At this point, it's just a discussion to try and get our bearings and try and figure out a way forward if one is called for. So I guess I'll just leave it there.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for that opportunity. I appreciate it. I think to add to what Ari has said is that this is a topic that is not new to the commission or to the committee. It has come forward in a variety of conversations in different ways. And I think when commission staff and commission first received this request, it led to the question of, well, really, what is the source of the problem? What is the problem? How do we define the problem? Because depending on who you talk to, it's a different answer. And while the stakeholder had brought this issue to the commission, and in their minds there was a very specific problem that needed to be addressed, further conversation elicited the fact that, well, actually, that maybe this is a broader issue. It's not specific to this, just this one instance. And can we have a conversation and figure out how do we define the problem if it is a problem? And so that's really what this is intended to be, is a conversation about, do we have an issue? Do we have a problem? And what is the solution? Is it regulatory? Perhaps it's statutory. Perhaps it's neither. Maybe it's not the problem that we think it is. So that's really what the intent was, to have a broad conversation, see if we can collectively determine what the problem statement might be.
Thanks for that. Okay, I still see a number of hands raised. So
We had, I by accident lowered Don's hand, so
okay.
he should be next. And then Katie Nolan after that, and then Karen Stout. Don?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak a bit. I'm an attorney in Sonoma County who is active in wildlife issues and has occasionally brought suit on their behalf. I'd like to briefly discuss the public trust doctrine as it applies to indiscriminate trapping and killing of non-game mammals. The state Supreme Court back in 2008 in the Epic versus Department of Forestry case noted that it has been recognized that wildlife are protected by the public trust doctrine, and the state's responsibility is to preserve the public interest through preservation and wise use of natural resources as a current imperative. And the heart of the public trust doctrine, the Supreme Court said, is that it imposes limits and obligations upon government. We have looked at this issue of the impact of indiscriminate trapping and killing of fur-bearing mammals has been looked at in a CEQA study, a CEQA analysis in Mendocino County, and it was found that it definitely did have some impacts, particularly on rodent populations, but that where the Endangered Species Act or a species of special concern is not implicated, there are currently not an awful lot of restrictions that can be imposed on the killing of such animals. And as others have mentioned, small mammals, be they coyotes, weasels, badgers, opossums, raccoons, kill a lot of rodents that are very destructive both to agriculture and to public, and are a jeopardy to public health, for instance, in the spreading of hantaviruses. I've raised chickens over quite a few years, small domestic flock, and I can assure you that any time that there's been damage, it's been my fault, my failure to take the measures that would have produced it, that it would have prevented it. And I would like to see California keep on preserving the impetus it showed in banning wildlife killing contests as absolutely abusive and needlessly destructive to wildlife. And we should extend the similar protections via the requirement for depredation permits for killing mammals that purportedly are injuring property. It is not, there is no need to just kill them willy-nilly, let alone to have an open season, as is happening apparently in Torrance, without any clear rationale other than that a number of people seem not to like coyotes, just as a number of people don't like raccoons or skunks. I would ask that the commission consider modifying, amending the regulations to a certain degree that would provide protection, that would require a depredation permit that would be overseen in the same way that CDFW requires a depredation permit, say for bears or cougars who cause damage. And I just think that we're in an era of a new approach to wildlife in California where they're seen as a virtue. And as I said, they are part of the public trust doctrine. And I hope that we can pursue some solution that prevents the indiscriminate killing such as we're now seeing in certain cities and towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. All right, our next speaker is Katie Nolan.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Katie Nolan, General Campaigner with In Defense of Animals. I'd just like to speak briefly in support of Rebecca's presentation and echo the concerns highlighted by the previous speakers. And I urge the committee to take into consideration whether indiscriminate trapping of non-game animals is effective, humane, or appropriate for resolving human-wildlife conflicts as you consider the interpretation of the Fish and Game Code. Trapping indiscriminately is a risky mitigation strategy given that it has been proven to be ineffective and poses a risk to non-target wildlife, domestic animals, and even children. To cite the example of coyotes, they can self-regulate their populations when left alone, but fill in hospitable habitats that become available. Additionally, the cumulative impacts on both target and non-target species has not been researched thoroughly enough, especially given that traps can be placed in wildlife corridors and nature preserves. So in conclusion, I urge the committee to consider other methods of wildlife conflict mitigation, like exclusion or habitat modification strategies, and to further explore the ramifications and effectiveness of trapping to resolve conflict in the context of the Fish and Game Code. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Katie. Our next commentator is Karen Stout.
Thank you, commissioners and staff, for letting me testify today. I am talking to you on behalf of the California State Beekeepers Association. Our organization includes multi-generational beekeepers who have been beekeeping in California for over 80 years, who are recently seeing more losses of bees and equipment due to attacks by bears. These have been devastating to our beekeepers, to the point where we have binders full of pictures full of bear-damaged hives from our California beekeepers. We've watched that bear population continue to explode over the last 10 years, causing us to have bear problems we've never had. We now have multiple bears in areas that are once. As the population started to grow, our association worked with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to establish a deprivation permit program, which would help us to keep queen producers from losing their small mating homes. After that, though, the rules began to change, and getting a permit to save your apiary became harder and harder to get, and eventually it was impossible. The department changed the rules on us and never said a word to the stakeholders whose livelihood depends on these bears. Bears don't eat the honey, they actually eat the bees themselves.
Karen, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just, Ari pointed out to me helpfully that bears are not a non-game mammal. They are a big game mammal, and so they're not covered in this item in any way.
Oh, my apologies. I must be on the wrong. I must be on item 9. I can testify later.
Thanks.
Thanks, y'all. Sorry about that.
We'll get there in a moment. Mark Henley, you're next.
Hi again, Commissioner Zavaleta and Department and Commission staff. Yeah, Mark Henley with California Waterfowl. Real quickly, our association is opposed to any new restrictions on taking non-game. You know, where is the science showing that the current level of harvest is having any negative impact on these species populations? That's really what we're supposed to be looking at. And really, there isn't any. Critters like raccoons, possums, and coyotes, as many of you know, are found throughout the state, and frankly, in unnaturally high numbers. So there really is no biological reason to put a restriction on this tool. We also, you know, our association wants to maintain as much management flexibility for landowners as possible when they have depredation issues or nuisance wildlife. This proposal takes away an important tool that's frankly needed in rural areas and is commonly used throughout North America, notwithstanding, you know, the restrictions we've had on trapping in California. And then also a lot of these non-game animals, they're not always easily taken with a firearm during the day, and trapping can be a much more effective alternative. So that's something to keep in mind. I mean, if you take trapping away, you know, what's going to be the other alternative people are going to probably turn to is going to be poisons. And of course, I think most people would not want to go that direction. So again, we urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Our next speaker is Julie Adelson. If I said that right.
Yes, you did. Hi, I'm from San Pedro, and I am appalled by the indiscriminate trapping and killing of coyotes in Torrance. I hope the committee will act swiftly to confirm this is illegal. I understand that a coyote that has actually bitten a human and has proved to be a bona fide threat to human safety would be removed. But there is no scientific nor humane justification for the ongoing continuous killing that is being allowed by the department. On August 1st, I filed a formal complaint because I believe the trapper is violating trapping regulations at a few of the locations in Torrance. The department has slow-walked the investigation and has yet to confirm or disprove my allegations. I hope this helps bring attention to the problem and put an end to the indiscriminate killing of our wildlife. The department, as a trustee agency, should not be allowing our wildlife to be destroyed as if they are disposable and non-essential to ecosystem health. Non-game mammals are valuable and valued by Californians, and I hope this discussion will lead to a broader protection for them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Our next next speaker is Lisa L.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'll keep this super short because I don't want to repeat what everybody else said, but I thank you so much for hearing this issue today. I just wanted to back up because I've heard the word harvest used a few times in this meeting. And I just wanted to say we harvest corn, but what we're doing to coyotes and other wildlife in California is we're strangling and gassing them, which of course is incredibly humane. I live in Pasadena. I'm a California native, and not long ago, Pasadena considered trapping coyotes, and it was voted down unanimously because A, it's ineffective, and B, it's inhumane. And now we look at Torrance and realize that they're indiscriminately trapping year-round. And this is very hard for this California native to take because these animals they belong to all of us, and they belong to none of us. And what we need to do is the kind thing. We need to remember that we share this state with them, and that lethal methods should always be a last resort. So I really appreciate you looking at places like Torrance, realizing that they are completely violating the law and they need to be stopped. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Lisa. Looks like there's one more hand raised, and that is Doris. Hi, Doris. Go ahead.
Hello. I got to talk earlier. I bet it's been a long day for everybody. We all started at 8:30 in the morning, and I appreciate getting to talk again. Everybody's been talking about saving the coyotes and not killing them. I agree with everybody. I've been doing this work for, like I said earlier, 25 years. Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue started the first wildlife exclusion service in the United States, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission came out to our wildlife center to endorse us. We've also consulted with 6 other counties in the area. I just came back from LA County and Pasadena Humane, and I was down there for 1 week training their young people who handle the hotlines. All of the calls that I got that I took the young people out into the community were bears, but mostly coyotes. Like I said already, I don't feel like killing the coyotes is a solution, and Rebecca did a really good job stating all the reasons. But what I will say is effective is more wildlife rehabilitators, more wildlife activists need to get out into our communities and meet with people on their front porch. These people are terrified. They might not be big animal lovers like we are. They might not understand wildlife the way we are. I'm dedicating the rest of my 40 years to helping wildlife. But I will say the most effective way is when somebody calls and they're afraid of a coyote getting their cat or some animal like that, don't text them a link on the internet to help them. Go out to their front porch, stand in front of them, look at them in their eyes, and tell them all the benefits about coyotes. Walk around their property with them, show them the things that are attracting the coyotes. We have a minimal charge. It covers our gas costs. It covers our time out in the field. And us as wildlife rehabilitators and activists can connect with our community in a much more powerful way and teach people, the benefits of animals and the benefits of the coyotes and all these other things. But we're putting some serious blocks and some serious layers of non-communication by not getting out and talking to our people. And I'm hoping that, we already know that there's a lot of funding with the Fish and Wildlife grants, that you can apply for grants and get funding to go out in your community. And I think with more training from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the wildlife commissioners can help with this. We can all work a little bit harder at connecting with people face to face, because talking to them over the phones and sending them things on the computer is not working. And they're very grateful when we come out and talk to them, and they're not as angry and they're not as terrified. The whole reason they're so angry is because they're terrified. They're afraid the coyote's going to come get their little child. If any of you have children or grandchildren, you know what it's like to be a terrified parent just because a coyote is out in your backyard. I love those animals and will continue to for the rest of my life. But we have to have compassion for the people who are terrified of them too, and help bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thanks, Doris. Really appreciate that point. Okay, so I don't see other hands raised. This is a topic just for discussion. I want to make sure I offer the opportunity once again to staff, either commission staff or department staff, if they would like to reflect on what's been commented on so far.
Just to remark that again, this is the beginning of further discussions in the future.
I think again, discussions to identify what exactly is the problem and be sure that we have agreement or problems, if any, and be sure we have agreement. I think staff, and we'll talk a little bit more about this probably the next time we come together, staff has identified, along with the assistance of our colleagues at DFW, an inconsistency in the commission's regulations with this policy. And so I think that's a good conversation to have, because that will probably prompt some more thinking about which is really the source of the problem.
Okay, really, really helpful. And I just want to thank everyone for their comments, and thank you again, Rebecca, for that excellent presentation. I do want to just comment briefly that, you know, there are a couple of different potential pieces to this, and we had the one comment addressing concerns about limiting the ability of landowners, for instance, to handle nuisance individuals. And just to clarify, I believe the way that this is framed is that it's just that depredation or control has to be directed at offending individuals potentially, as opposed to directed at any member of a particular species that's in the general area. And so I want to reassure folks that, you know, this is not about depredation in general. This is about this indiscriminate issue, as Rebecca defined it so helpfully. Okay, so thanks again for the discussion, and it's almost 4:30. Recognize that we still have a few more items to get through. I'd like to move to item 9, department updates, and turn it over to the Wildlife Branch lead, Scott Gardner.
You bet, Commissioner Zavaleta, everyone. Scott Gardner, Wildlife Branch. Wildlife Branch Chief. I can keep this pretty brief. I've got 2 items I'd like to update you on. First was in the packet, and that is a brief update on our black bear management plan status. You can see here on the slide that we have completed a full draft, including, I won't read all those bullets for you, you can see those. The full draft. I would like to highlight, though, that we had several tribal listening sessions and some focused meetings with tribes, and I personally felt like we had some substantial conversations there, and in particular with science. You know, that was a real highlight for us. And otherwise, we pulled together, of course, our various subject matter experts, completed a complete review. That review went out to our internal technical team that's working on this for one final review. I believe that is completed or very close right now. And our next step will be to send it out for broad tribal review, or when it says further peer review here, really a full peer review of the document. You may recall that we saw initial peer review before we started the document. And then after those 2 and potential, you know, likely edits to the document, we would send it out to full public review. So that's where we're at now. I expect you're going to take comments on all this after we're all done. So I'll just move to my only other item I'd like to update you on. You heard earlier, and appreciate Melissa. Joke with Melissa. I was like, you gave half my update, but the new staff. And yeah, too, it was kind of like waiting to open Christmas presents, like Christmas night or something like that. You met the staff, so you could see some of the key staff that we've had present to you today. So certainly they needed to be introduced to you. And then I would like to introduce to you their boss, Dr. Mario Clip. We have filled the game conservation and wildlife connectivity position, and we have also added wildlife connectivity, as the name says, to Mario's responsibilities. And that comes out of a new program that we got from AB 2344, Wildlife Connectivity, working with Caltrans to identify and increase wildlife connectivity in the state. Mario comes with some expertise there. So if you don't mind, I'd like Mario just to take a moment to introduce himself to everybody. And
Yes,
all right,
please. Great.
please.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your kind words there, Scott. It's been a pleasure to work with many of you over these last weeks. I've been in this role now for about 6 weeks. I worked previously in our North Central region for over a decade. You may be able to hear in my voice that I have an accent. I grew up in Northern Europe, in the Netherlands. I've been here now for several decades, but that accent is not going to go away. So I guess we'll have to get used to that. I have a background in various different disciplines. This is a second career for me. I have a background in economics and in marketing and in finance, and that's what I used to do in tech. I've always had a very strong fascination with wildlife, in hunting and fishing in particular, and I'm very excited about being here. I've had a great opportunity to get to know some of the staff over these last weeks, and some of the things that we've been able to put together on a fairly short notice has been remarkable. So I'm looking forward to working with you in the future and getting a whole bunch of stuff addressed and organized over these coming months and years. And very excited about working with Regina and everybody else to kind of put more progress and process around how we bring some of these proposals and changes to the commission. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mario. Yeah, and I want to say to our stakeholders too, you know, we've had some significant discussions the last couple of years. Of course, we've had some petitions that we said we would continue to follow through, continue to have the conversations with stakeholders. And this is just really the beginning, assembling the team. You know, we also have added a biostatistician that replaced Dr. Brett Furness's old position. Brett is still around, of course, and really building out our science support capacity. And it starts with us getting our management plans done and doing the population evaluations that we need to do to really support the regulations. So, you know, we expect to be coming at you back, you know, next year with some more regulation proposals and really picking up where those conversations were.
Wonderful. Thank you, Scott, and congratulations on all of the terrific new members of your team. We're all.
And I hope, by the way, my little ribbing of Melissa came across as. I appreciate the support.
Scott. Love you.
No, I appreciate the support, and I know that was intended to support me. And how are we going to wait to introduce people that are speaking to you? So, no, really appreciate all the support from the commission staff, and the public, and your patience as we're rebuilding this program. So thank you.
Well, likewise. Thank you. Okay, we didn't address whether we're going to go through all the updates. I think we should go through all the updates and take comment on all of them together. So we'll go to item E, the update from the fisheries branch. And so I'll turn it over to you, Jay Rowan, branch chief.
Hi, everybody. This is Sarah Musselman. I am sitting in for Jay Rowan, Fisheries Branch Chief. And so really briefly, since it's been a very long day, it has been a year since the Clear Lake Task Force formed, which is super exciting. And I won't go through all of the projects and work and coordination that's happening there because it would take me like an hour. But so I'll just highlight that a couple things. One is that a second Clear Lake Hitch Symposium is scheduled for November 29th and 30th, and more information will be coming on that soon. The State Water Quality Resources Control Board has released their draft emergency regulation for looking at water use in the Clear Lake Hitch watershed, and they have public meetings for that on October 19th and 24th. The department will be attending an October 3rd Board of Supervisors meeting in Lake County to discuss ongoing activities and education in Clear Lake. And then finally, the county is planning a Clear Lake Hitch Science Symposium in August of 2024. So that's all I will say at the moment. There's still a lot of really interesting stuff going on in the Clear Lake Hitch world. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for that update. It's definitely been wonderful, gratifying, and just inspiring to see all of the progress that's happened with the Clear Lake Hitch over the last roughly year now. It's almost a year since we sort of had the alarm call to act, and weather helped us. But I'm thrilled. I'm going to be there in November to see us continue to move ahead. Okay. Our next update is from the Law Enforcement Division. And so I'm going to turn it over. I'm not sure actually whether we have Nathaniel Arnold or Robert Peltzman with us today.
Oh,
Joining us.
there's Robert. Okay, wasn't sure if he was off there.
Yeah.
Hello, yes, I'm Robert Peltzman. I'm with the Law Enforcement Division, and I'll be providing a report today.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
About now.
Maybe a little better. Can you get close to your mic?
Is the
I'll get as close as I can.
it almost sounds like your microphone is covered.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's a little better, yeah.
I'll speak real loud. How's this?
Okay. Okay. There you go.
All right. September 1st was the opening day of the dove hunting season, which is the busiest hunting day of the year typically in California. Hunter numbers were high as expected, especially through the Central Valley and in the inland regions of Southern California. For the most part, our wildlife officers saw average success and contacted mostly satisfied hunters. New wildlife officers. At the beginning of August, 43 wildlife officers or new wildlife officers graduated from our academy. After graduation, they completed additional training and certification to get them ready for the field. For patrol. Currently, they are completing their field training or our field training program, which is about 3 months long. It pairs the new warden with the seasoned wildlife officer, and we are looking forward to having them out there in the field as solo officers in the next few months. The story about highlighting one of our canines, I guess. One of our canines recently retired. Canine Scout is part Belgian Malinois, a part Labrador Retriever. Worked with the wildlife officer handler in the San Diego area, and here's one example of a really good job that she did. She had a natural nose for lobster. She was actually a wildlife officer's personal dog, and kind of later in the dog's life, tested into the program and worked for 3 years for the department. So anyways, lobster season was closed. A scout and their handler were patrolling on foot on the coast while passing vehicles in a busy parking lot near the shoreline. Scout detected and alerted to an odor coming from the back of an unoccupied parked truck. The bed of the truck was covered with like a hard cover, obscuring what was inside. With nothing else to go on except for the confidence of his canine partner's nose, the wildlife officer hung out nearby, concealed. Several hours later, the owner of the truck returned and drove away. The wildlife officer conducted a vehicle stop and determined that the person had 54 California spiny lobster, all of which were undersized and taken out of season. Thankfully, all the lobsters were in a condition that they could be returned to the water. The subject was fined $6,400. And then just kind of a bonus, I guess, a few months later, Scout found the same suspect in possession of 31 lobsters. Needless to say, Scout will be missed. And that's the completion of my report.
A great story. Thanks for sharing that. All right. Thank you. So we have comment, and I see that there are just 3 hands raised right now. Yes.
And one of them messaged me to ask to be left until some of the others. You want me to call them in order?
I think that, yeah, right now we have 3 hands raised. We can just go ahead and go in order.
Okay. So we'll have Karen Stout, followed by Noelle Kramers, and then Suzanne Zayshell. Karen, you can go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you all. Back here for round two. So like I mentioned, I am testifying today on behalf of the California State Beekeepers Association. I want to talk a little bit about our struggles with bears as well as our suggestions for the management program. So like I mentioned earlier, we have multi-generational beekeepers who have been beekeeping in the state for over 80 years, and we have seen a continued increase in bear attacks in our bee yards. We've watched the population explode over the last 10 years. And as it started to grow, we had worked with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to establish a deprivation permit program, which will help us keep the queen producers from losing their small mating hives to bear attacks. After that, the rules began to change and getting permits to save apiaries became harder and harder, eventually becoming next to impossible. As the department continued to change the rules, the input was not taken from stakeholders, especially from beekeepers, whose livelihood depends on protection from these predators. Despite common belief, bears do not actually eat the honey that's in these hives. They eat the bees themselves, which is a direct threat to the business. Changing these policies to no longer allow the wardens to write the permits and taking federal trappers out of the circle has made acquiring permits incredibly difficult, and as well, it also makes it much more time-consuming and costly for everyone involved. Northern California is where most of the queens in the United States are produced, so finding and maintaining a place for these bees is one of the most difficult things that a beekeeper must do. With the difficulties of acquiring deprivation permits to protect our bees, we have had to stop using many of our bee yards because we can't keep the large population of bears out of them. Fencing a bee yard to protect it from bears is not always possible. First, most of our bee yards are cattle pasture, which landowners will not allow us to fence the cattle out. Many are also on very uneven ground, and these hillsides make fences effectively useless. All this has actually increased the loss of beehives in the state and has affected the opportunity to produce replacement queens, which is a big tool that we're using to help with colony losses that we're seeing throughout the United States. Beekeepers have nearly given up on getting any help with predator control from Fish and Wildlife, although it is, the department's purview to manage that. In addition to streamlining the process to obtain our depredation permits, we would greatly appreciate the department considering a longer season for bear hunting. The annual bear harvest has not been met since hunters are no longer allowed to use dogs. We would ask that the department consider extending the season and allowing a second tag if the annual harvest is still not being met. It is so much more humane to take a bear in the sport of hunting than to have to use a deprivation permit, which will be getting starving bears who are eating our bees. The bird population is currently out of balance, so we really hope that the department takes their suggestions to heart and continues to engage stakeholders as we update the process. Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen. We'll go next to Noelle.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Noelle Kramer with Wine Institute, and it's good to be back, although I'm not in the room, and good to see folks I haven't seen for a number of years. So
it's great to see you, Noelle.
Yeah, good to see you too, Melissa. So just to give a bit of background on Wine Institute, we represent about 1,000 wineries throughout California, and our members both produce wine solely from grapes that they grow themselves. Some they grow their own grapes and purchase grapes, and others they just purchase grapes and produce wine from those purchased grapes. We have members who produce grapes in Lake County and have been very involved in the Clear Lake hitch issue. And I just wanted to give a quick update on our engagement and involvement in that over the past year. So Wine Institute and California Sustainable Wine Growing Alliance and the Lake County Wine Grape Commission hosted a webinar back in March to help share information on best practices around water conservation and frost protection, that we're making sure that all grape growers are aware of information about ways that they can reduce their water use to make sure that as much water is remaining in the streams to help the hitch when they're having their spawning runs. There was also a group of wine grape growers and other farmers who formed the Lake County Land Stewards with the intention of gathering data on water use so that there can be a better understanding of whether or not there is a connection between stream flows and groundwater use. And that effort is ongoing. Lake County growers have also been working with UC Cooperative Extension to better understand if there are particular areas where they could switch from frost protection that uses water to wind machine. It's very dependent on this very specific climatic conditions and temperatures as to whether or not air machines are a possible solution, but that's being investigated. And we've also been in regular contact with the State Water Board as they're developing their information order and figuring out ways to help work together as a wine growing community in gathering data and making sure that the water board has the information that they need so we answer those questions. And finally, I really want to express my appreciation to the department for their engagement with us. They've worked directly with members to help remove barriers and have just really appreciated their openness and willingness to work with us as we're all working together to help improve Clear Lake hitch conservation. And then one of my members, Suzanne Ezekiel, is going to talk more specifically about the efforts that her company has been involved with to help hitch. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Noelle. Okay, Suzanne?
Suzanne, you're, yeah.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can
Hi,
hear you.
I'm Suzanne Ezekiel. I work with Jackson Family Wines. Jackson Family Wines is a family-owned company engaged in viticulture and winemaking throughout California. We have been a part of many of the programs Noelle just covered, including the Lake County Land Stewards. Jackson Family Wines started in Lake County when the founder, Jess Jackson, bought an aging orchard and planted Chardonnay in 1974. That original property borders a hitch-bearing stream. The property's core to JFW, our history, and our guiding land stewardship tenets. So a bit of background about Jackson Family Wines and how we've partnered in the past with environmental interests and resource agencies. A few examples include we're enrolled in a safe harbor to protect California tiger salamander in our Sonoma County vineyards. We dedicate water flow to fish habitat restoration. We participate annually in stocking of a creek on one of our sites with juvenile salmonoids to over summer in the cool water. And in another critical stream, we share our reservoir water that's collected from winter rains for over summering salmonoids. Collaboration to enhance the environment is part of JFW's ethos, and that's why we were eager to participate with CDFW to protect the hitch in Lake County. We understand the importance of the hitch to the local tribes and to the state's goal of protecting species. So we were really excited in March when Noelle Kremers connected us with Kevin Thomas, the regional manager for the department's North Central region. We were concerned about a possible fish barrier in the creek that borders that original JFW property, and we needed help. We needed help to determine the next best steps. And in a true spirit of cooperation with the one goal to help the hitch, Kevin's team was on site to assess the situation in April and again in May. And by July, the barrier was gone. To Noelle's point, I can't say enough about this collaboration, which will have long-lasting benefits to the hitch. By removing that barrier, it opened up an almost pristine upstream area for the hitch to spawn. So Noelle spoke to this, but I want to give my thanks and gratitude to specific members of your staff, including Mr. Thomas, Leslie Alber, and Ben Huffer from the Sacramento office. Ben Ewing in Lake County was instrumental, as well as Greg Whitaker and his team from the Habitat Shop. We really hope that this public-private partnership will serve as a model for more hitch-related restoration efforts. And I really appreciate the opportunity to highlight this great work from your department. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
And I hope Chad Dibble and Sarah Musselman heard the commentary, and thanks to them for their team's great work.
Absolutely.
We did. Thank you very much.
You are still there. I also just want to give kudos, although he's not on the call, I don't think, to Brett Furness, who led the effort to get the bear management plan to where it is now, and to thank everyone for all of the input and conversation over the last year to get it to a place where, you know, where it's almost ready for us to see it. Can't wait. All great. Thank you very much for those updates. I'm going to take us to item 10, general public comment for items not on the agenda. And this is an item for folks to comment on anything that we haven't yet discussed today. And we, just to make clear, we cannot discuss or take action on anything that is raised during this item, other than to consider whether to recommend it be added to the agenda of a future meeting. So this is just a chance for us to listen. And I see a few hands in the Zoom, but I want to start with the room. Yes, Melissa, I'm sorry.
Also, just for those who are online, just double checking to see if we have any elected officials. So far, not seeing any, but we generally allow elected officials to go first. So just want to highlight that when we get there.
Okay. We do have a comment in the room, so please.
Are there any officials? I'm more than happy to see to them. Okay. Well, again, thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta and all of you. I wanted to say before I speak briefly about what I really want to say is, because I'm a native Californian, I've lived in the South Bay most of my life. If you're needing help with a field trip for your upcoming October 11, 12 Department of Fish and Game, just reach out to me. In fact, I was just walking along Stevens Creek Sunday afternoon, preparing in case you needed some help. I could get you the telephone number of the city of Mountain View where you would get a permit for 50 or more people. And also, I met several times the executive director of the Santa Clara Valley Water District. So you may have that already covered, but if you don't, feel free to reach out and I'm really happy to help you. I really wanted to say about, this is really my reason for coming. I just visited the Alpine County Fish and Game Commission last Wednesday. And one of the points I mentioned to them was I'd like to come back and talk with them briefly, at least once a year, because they know I have the petition about the Willow Creek and Alpine County. This is petition 2022-13. And I did briefly bring up to them something that actually I was aware of with the petition, but I was hoping it wouldn't be a stumbling block. And it says here right on page 54 of 112 of the current 2023 freshwater sport fishing regulations, it says in future years, the 7.50 table will only include the trout waters in the current Title 14 CCR regulations. So I reassured them that like their east fork of the Carson River is in there, but not the west fork, none of the tributaries of the west fork. The Willow Creek, my petition is probably the biggest tributary of the west fork of the Carson River. So I'm hoping there'll be some way that that my petition, or not my petition, in future years, some part of the west fork of the Carson River can be looked at. I think that would be beneficial to that county, to that community, to that economy. So that was a point I really wanted to focus on. And the other thing is, and I actually talked with someone on the spot on Willow Creek this summer who's fished it like I have. And when I brought up about this to be a Lahontan cutthroat stream, it really piqued his interest. He's like me, he's fished it a few times. And I heard him say when we were departing, oh, I'm glad it's going in that direction. So, it's just got so many things that it's just set up for the catch and release on the stream. The Lahontan cutthroat on the lower section, the restoration of that native trout species. This last 10 days ago, I had the opportunity to visit Shasta County, and I happened to notice on the 750 table Squaw Valley Creek. That's a creek that flows off Mount Shasta. Some of you may know that it looks like that's definitely been converted to a trout-only catch release, but it looks like it's been done fairly recently, like in 2021. But what it has in common with Willow Creek, it's like it has a captive audience. It's like we go to the stream at one point But right now on Swap, there's a sign. You will see it. You will know it's catch rate. There's a report card system. Willow Creek has that attributes. It's a different geography, but it has it set up. So just in summary, like I told the Alpine County, I'd like to visit them once a year at least. I'd like to visit the Fish and Game Commission and Wildlife once a year just to keep lines of communication about my interests of petition 2022-13. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Marilyn Jasper. Marilyn? There we go.
Yes, sorry, I didn't know if you, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, thanks. WRC meetings are always interesting, and being able to speak longer to get the points across is better than either not knowing until the very last minute if the time will be limited to 3, 2, or 1 minute, as happens in the Fish and Game Commission meeting. However, when WRC, people comment and go longer than say 10 minutes, it tends to drag on for everyone. And here we are, over 8 hours later, actually not counting lunch. 2 suggestions to consider for those who have a lot to say and or the agendas are relatively long. How about setting reasonable time limits, 5 or 10 minutes, but not much longer? Or another one would be to allow letters or emails received before 24 hours of the start of the meeting to be posted in the documents as correspondence, especially if the item needs more time. And I'm not sure this one would be possible, but maybe shortening the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Our next speaker on general public comment for items not on the agenda is Jared Davis.
Yeah. Hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So my name's Jared. I'm a CFV owner and operator of the Salty Lady out of Bostonville. I'm also on the board for the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association. And I'm here to reiterate a question, comment that I had in a recent meeting, particularly related to the in-season adjustment regulations for rockfish. Require us to fish in over 50 fathoms of water, and specifically the wording of that regulation, which states that no fishing gear may be deployed inside of 50 fathoms after rockfish are on board after fishing in 50 fathoms. This is related to thriving fishery for the charter boat industry. Sport fishing anglers are affected by this also, but my comment here is probably fairly specific to the CPFV fleet. But the way that wording is restricts us from being able to do the crab rockfish combos that we have historically run for a brief period during November and December. I'd like to think that was maybe an oversight or something in the way that was written, but you know what? I mean, on top of a closed salmon season, halibut bag reduction, the fact that we can't fish the coast for rockfish at all, and on top of some other issues, like overall weak economy, the price of fuel through the roof. It's $7.08 at the harbor that I run out of per gallon now. It's just staggering for us. The CPF. I mean, this was on the evening news on Channel 2 last night. saw that, but it's real. We're struggling. I would ask that the language be changed to, allow for an exception for crab traps and crab hoops. I mean, the potential of catching rockfish and crab traps is virtually nil. So I would hope that that was an oversight and that a change in the language might be made to that in-season adjustment regulation. Okay, I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jared.
Hey, Jared, have you had a conversation with any department staff about this?
Not in person, no.
Okay. Because probably it would be good to have a conversation, and then if in fact a specific regulation change is proposed, we have a little form that we ask folks to fill out to give us the details of what they're looking for. So maybe you could touch base with commission office tomorrow so we could set up a conversation.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm not sure exactly who you were asking me to contact, but I would.
The California Fish and Game Commission office.
Okay.
Just contact the general line and ask for Ari or Melissa.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave. Dave Bashida. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Dave Bashida. I'm a recreational fishing guy. And actually jumping on board of what Jared had just said, because the federal regulations now are that we have to fish over 50 fathoms for ground fish. Coming back inside and deploying hoop nets and or crab traps will, by letter of the law, is illegal. So we want to, take a look at that. And I know at the PFMC meeting last week, that was a big issue. CDFW enforcement was talking about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. So I asked the commission to actually take a look at that. And you're just saying we need to look at, regulation change. This is something, it hasn't been an issue because before there wasn't an issue because the depth restrictions were not enforced when we were fishing for crabs at the same time. And it's also that, it's a federal regulation versus a state regulation. So it's a sticky wicket, as you might say. So I just ask you guys to please look at this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. So we have one more hand raised. James Smith, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's James Smith. I'm the owner operator of the charter boats California Dawn 1 and 2. I also sit on the board of directors for GGFA, and I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that Jared made. Obviously, we're hurting as an industry as a whole. No secret, salmon season was closed on us this year. That's about roughly 50% of my income on the season, and I employ 9 people, and so their income unfortunately was cut in half. And so now we have the upcoming crab combos. Start of the season starts November 4th. It really doesn't give us much time to prepare, but like I said, that's a third of my income for the year. And due to the nearshore rockfish closure protecting the quillback rockfish, we're pushed out into the 50 fathom line, which is roughly about 40 miles from land. I'm 51 miles from the port. That's a long drive, over $6 a gallon for diesel, but we're still doing it anyways. But unfortunately, we have to use this hoop gear, which traditionally we always use Dungeness crab pots. And now the hoop gear is pretty much a staple for the industry. We're getting out there, and I've seen firsthand that this stuff just floats. And so if we're forced out into 50 fathoms, we're going to have ropes floating everywhere. Unfortunately, the hoop gear doesn't come much heavier than 12 pounds. And try and set a 12-pound hoop out and, out in over 300 feet of water with a couple of buoys hanging from it, it's just going to travel. And so it puts us in a bad situation. I'm hoping that this was an oversight. I worked with the department trying to get an EFP permit so we could try some heavier gear offshore, and nothing came of that. So I'm just asking the department to just please make some sensible decisions, and hopefully we can get this law amended before the beginning of the November 4th crab season. And one side note, I've never caught a finfish in a hoop, and I was one of the first charter boats to deploy this on a large scale. We've been hoop fishing for 2 years now, and have not had any incidental catches with finfish. So we're fishing out in sand, and the rockfish are in the rocks. We're nowhere even near a rockfish, let alone we're half the time we're baiting the traps with the hoops. I'm sorry, with rockfish carcasses. So they have no interest in getting in our hoops, to say that. So if you guys could please look into maybe just some sensible adjustments with this law to just help us get through this year, because we've been facing one hurdle after another, and as a fisherman and a business owner, we're struggling. We're up against the wall, and just we need to make some more sensible decisions to help some of the industry get through this rough patch. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Okay. With that, we are moving to the next agenda item from general public comment to future agenda items, to review or plan agenda topics and timeline, and to look at potential new agenda topics for the commission to consider. And I'll hand it over to Ari for this final agenda item.
Okay, so I don't believe any new topics have come up under in the course of today. So you can see the work plan as an exhibit in the meeting materials. And so the January 2024 meeting, yeah, it's going
It might not be this long.
January 18th is the date that it's currently scheduled for. It is a fairly light schedule, fortunately. Some of the topics might take a while, to get into and whatever, but as far as number of topics, it's fairly light. We'll see if that holds out by the time you get to the next meeting, but so we heard the initial vetting of inland sport fishing for the next cycle. So we're expected to hear how those proposals have shaken out, and have a potential recommendation for the inland sport fishing regulations. We have a potential discussion and recommendation on the regular rulemaking for white sturgeon, but of course we'll be talking about that between now and the next meeting, and sort of strategizing about how to make everything happen that we need to. So that might change, just stay tuned on that one. We will continue our discussion of take of non-game mammals, and we have a new topic that was referred by the commission, which are shotgun wads and plastic pollution caused by shotgun wads. So we'll start our initial discussions and learning about that topic and having a discussion on that. And for right now, knock on wood, that's all we've got for the next meeting in January.
We need to go to public comment on future agenda items. So if there are folks who'd like to comment on item 11, this is the time. And I'm saying comment again, whoops. If you'd like to discuss future agenda items, now's the time. Anyone in the room? Okay, so we can go to Anna or Anna.
Hi. Hi, yeah, thank you all. It's been a really long day for everyone. I really appreciate you adding the plastic shotgun wad issue to the January agenda. We really look forward to talking with you guys in January and working out some solutions so we can all move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further hands raised. Okay. So with that, the September 2023 meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee is, what do I say?
Adjourned.
It is adjourned.
Yep.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you.